Hello everyone, and a warm welcome to Birmingham for the final day of the Men's Blind Football World Championships here at the IBSA World Games 2023. We kick off the first of 4 games on the final day of competition with the 7th place playoff. Italy take on France. Both sides losing their quarter-finals and then also losing the follow-up game to set up this fixture, the 7th place playoff. Italy losing narrowly by a 0-0 against Argentina in their quarter-final. France defeated by world champions Brazil by the same scoreline before both sides played on Wednesday. Italy drew 1 apiece with Iran but lost on penalties. France defeated by 2-0 courtesy of Japan. Here come the players, led out by the volunteers who are holding the respective countries' flags. Been mentioning the hard-working volunteers this past fortnight. It's nice to put a name to a few of them. We've got Alex Ward and Jackie Cotton, 2 ladies from Halesowen and Birmingham respectively. They're holding the Italy flag. And Dave Jones, who lives in Hollywood, a village just 25 minutes away, not the American one. Dave Jones has been here for the duration of the tournament, and he's one of the volunteers holding the France flag. So we're looking forward to this one. Before the match gets underway, it's time for the national anthems.
Please remain standing if you are able for the national anthem of France.
Anthems of Italy and France ahead of this 7th place playoff, live from the University of Birmingham. My name's Rob Scanlon, delighted to bring you live coverage here at the Sports Campus in the UK's second city. Dixie Dean, the former England goalkeeper, is alongside me. He's been involved in blind football for a quarter of a century, and he's been here every day of this tournament, the women's and then the men's tournament. Men's tournament getting underway last Tuesday. And the first game of the tournament, Italy were involved. They drew 1 apiece with Japan in Group A. Let's take a check on the teams. Starting with the Italians, who have number 12, Andrea Cellini in goal. Number 2 is Jacopo Lilli. Number 8, Massimo Datolico. Number 9, their captain, Niccolo Mauro. Number 7, starman, Paul Yobo. On the bench, they have sub-goalkeeper number 1, Giacomo Cherry. Number 4 is Brian Ramirez. Number 5, Damiano Giunta. Number 10, Francisco Cavallotto. And number 11, Valerio Aranjo Fabo. They're coached by Michele Pugliese, and their guide is Giancarlo Bruni. As for France then, they were in Group C. They drew 1 apiece with Colombia, beat Spain by 4-2. Mali didn't enter a team in the end, but as I mentioned, they lost their quarter-final. In goal, they have number 1, Alessandro Bartolo Mucci. Number 5, Hakim Areski. Number 6, Martin Baron. Number 9, Khalifa Yume. Number 11, Didian Diakite. On the subs bench, they have sub-goalkeeper 16, Benoit Chevroux. Number 4, Miguel Miguez. Number 7, Babacar Niang. Number 8, Ivan Wuanji. And number 10, Frederic Villarou. He's their captain, but he's on the bench at the start. They're coached by Toussaint Akpoué and their guide, Yannick Lecoulve. So we're about to get underway. I mentioned the volunteers have done an absolutely brilliant job during this tournament, holding the flags there, as you can see. But they've done so much good work and a real part of these games, and a credit to themselves. They've got a busy final day, as have all of us, because we've got Italy-France in that 7th place game before 2:30 local time, Iran taking on Japan to see who will finish 5th and 6th. Then it's the 3rd place playoff, Colombia against world champions Brazil, losing their crown in this tournament, but a chance to finish with a bronze medal before the final. Argentina taking on China. We are going to have new champions. That match gets underway at 6:30 local time. Argentina won the women's competition. Can they make it a double? Dixie Dean's alongside me, as I mentioned. Well, you got there, Dixie. You're still here. Well done.
Yeah, got to the last day. The voice is just about hanging in there, and looking forward to a good game here. I think looking at the two sides that Rob's just gone through, obviously France severely weakened with Villarou not starting, and he did take a bit of a battering in the last game, so I'm not surprised he's not starting, but we might see him in bits and pieces. And the Italian star Yobo will be keen to add to his goal tally for this tournament. He's quite an impressive figure on a football pitch. He's a big, strong lad, hits the ball really well, so I'm expecting fireworks from him. And obviously with the passion of the Italians and the French, I think we're gonna get a good game.
The officials list was just on your screen. Attila Balint is the on-field referee with Farzad Felfeli. And they're just checking the eye masks of the individual players at the moment. Cloudy day here in Birmingham. It's forecast for rain later on. There was torrential rain a week ago here. Made conditions a little bit difficult, but hopefully it won't dampen spirits today, because it's an exciting one. Finals day here at the men's blind football competition. Starting with this European clash. France, who will be hosting the Paralympics next year, so they'll be a part of the games. The futsal pitch, which is a stone's throw from the Eiffel Tower, so they will be part of it next year. Italy won't, unfortunately. And let's see if they can restore a bit of pride in this game. it's going to be France who will kick us off from left to right in a, well, I'm going to call it an unusual kit for France. It's red with white flashes on the shirt, red shorts and red socks. Italy in the all blue with white numbers on the back and Italia spelled out on the back of each of their shirts. Here's Paul Yobo with an early touch for Italy. Datalico, diagonal pass, looking for the return ball to Yobo. It's going to hit the far side board and go out for a restart to France. 0-0, 20 seconds in. Long throw downfield. Khalifa Yume held up with his back to goal and forced into the board on the far side. His yellow trainers on. Rolls it back to Baron. Possible opportunity for Baron to get a shot away as he runs to this near side. Now back in field. Squeezes between two Italy blue shirts. Now runs down the left wing into the penalty area. He was just about to get into the D, and then he unloaded a shot that Cellini turned around his near post.
Yeah, he's taken that quite early. I think it surprised the keeper because he was a bit late going down for it, but he's got a good strong knee behind it and pushed it round for a corner. Yeah, good opening and bright start by France in a very unusual kit for France.
Yeah, we were commending Mexico's kit yesterday, but this one's, well, we'll call it a grower, shall we? Maybe it grows on you.
Well, it looks like it's grown on them.
Ariski and Baron were over the corner, which was blocked by the Italian wall, but they're going to have another go on that far side. The French left. Sort of lightning bolts, aren't they? The white lightning bolts across a lot of the shirt.
That's a great description, Rob.
It's played across. Yume. Oh, he was free there, but his first touch took him wide. He's forced to go back. Yume now turns. Into the penalty area he goes. He's been held there, and that was, well, I'll call it professional defending from Lilly. Managed to sort of just restrain him slightly as Yobo tries his luck from way out, left-footed, and it's well wide in the end, but good power as you'd expect from Paul Yobo.
Yeah, he's done well there, Yobo, because he's gone back and helped his defence out, so he picked the ball up in his own area. And I think he got into the opposition half and thought, I'm a bit tired, I'm just going to unload it.
Datalico, number 8 for Italy, in the right-back position. Loses it, but Mauro, his captain, picks up the loose ball before Datalico feeds it back to his goalkeeper. Scooped forward by Cellini. Bounces inside the centre circle. Rolls towards the defensive third of France. Mopped up by France. Ariski does well. Coaxes it back to his goalkeeper, who knocks it down the left-hand side. Pretty open start to this one. Baron for France, number 6. He's in the area. Can't quite get the shot away. Under more pressure from Jacopo Lilly. Again, more good defending, just using his body weight to stop the shot coming in. France now have it in the right side of their defence with Ariski. Diagonal ball to the far sideboard. It hits the board now and is being contested by Jacopo Lilly. Up against Baron. Italy run it clear from the edge of their D. Yobo. Down the right wing he goes. Now he cuts in field. Yobo, will he unleash another left-footed drive? He can't at the moment. He's up against the near side ball halfway. Forced to retreat inside his own half. And Italy go all the way back to their goalkeeper, Cellini. Another scooped clearance. Takes a deflection. Hits the board on the far side. Yobo's there to pick it up on the right wing. Twists away from one. Now he's into France's half. Diagonal pass, that's asking a lot of Datalico, and it won't reach him. And out it goes for a restart to France. Goalless. The ball's been in play a good while here, and France at the other end as a turn from Yume. He picked up the ball, and he was out just outside the goalkeeper's box, but then it went through to the keeper, Cellini. At the other end, it's with Yobo. The ball moving backwards and forwards very quickly here. Both sides searching for that first goal. Tempo just slows on halfway now with France in possession but under pressure. Ariski wriggles away from two blue shirts. Ariski loses it just as he was getting into the Italian third, central position. And now it's Italy through Mauro, the captain. Stray pass from him. Ball's against the far sideboard, and Khalifa Yume. Here he comes, the France number 9. Yume just was up against the last defender. Lily stood tall. And it's Italy who can clear down the right. Yobo's after it. Diakite blocks his path to the ball. Yobo just clips it back, little 2-yard pass to his captain, Mauro. The silver headguard on. Mauro loses it. Barron is forward for France. It's 2 against 1 momentarily. And then the challenge coming back in from Mauro. Sliding challenge back to his goalkeeper. Cellini can heave it down to the right wing, and Paul Yobo takes a couple of touches before bringing it under control, and then spreads it to the Italian left, where it's missed by Datalico and run clear by France. We've already played nearly 5 minutes here. The ball's barely been out.
Yes, the time is ticking through quite nicely. Could just do a little bit more goalmouth action, and that's definitely a foul. He's pulled him right down.
Uh-oh, hang on. Things have already started with the Italian coaching staff. The referee's just...
Oh, dear me. It was a definite foul by the Italian. And how they can argue the point is just beyond me. He's got both arms around him, and he's just dragged him to the floor. And the Italian coach is having... Well, I say the substitute Italian coach is having none of it. And because the... Italian coach who started the tournament is sitting up in the stands for disciplinary reasons.
Change here for Italy. Mauro, the captain, makes way for Francesco Cavallotto, the number 10. The long, straggly brown hair.
Yeah, he's half decent in number 10. He's not a bad player at all.
France take this free kick and have a shot at goal through Ariski, safely collected by Cellini, straight at him really. And here's Cavallotto with an early touch in the left back position, gets into the centre circle now, little clip pass towards Yobo, it bounces 3 or 4 times, then hits the far side board. Yobo can't keep it in. 0-0, 5.5 minutes played. Italy-France, who's going to finish 7th, who's going to finish 8th? Well, it could be France who finished 7th with a shot there from Yume. It was a nice turn from Khalifa Yume. Just rolled one defender, but the shot was wide of the left-hand post. Francesco Cavallotto then, the number 10, shirt untucked, knocks it to the far side where Yobo lets it bounce off the sideboard, and then it's scooped and hits the referee on the far side. You don't see that very often. Here's Yobo. Cuts in from the right wing. Chance of a shot here. He does shoot. What a goal. Paul Yobo is some player. You just knew. A bit of space. Cut in from the right wing. Left-footed. Unleashed a drive to the goalkeeper's left-hand side. And Italy lead this 7th place playoff by a goal to 0. And it's that man again, Paul Yobo.
Yeah, he doesn't need a lot of space, Yobo, or a big invitation to take a shot on. As he's just outside his attacking third. He cuts across the line. Enters that third. And yeah, he just pulls it back across himself and into the right-hand post as we look at the goalkeeper's left-hand post. And the goalkeeper really hasn't covered himself in glory there, to be fair. But yeah, Yobo, he's a good player, and yeah, he knows where the back of the net is, that's for sure.
Well, the goalkeeper, Alessandro Bartolomucci, has clearly anticipated the ball going to his right, hasn't he? Which obviously Yobo did the previous shot, which went wide. But it meant then that his balance was off, wasn't it? So he just couldn't readjust.
Yeah, but he was far enough out for him to wait to see where the shot was going. It wasn't like if he was 2 or 3 yards away from him and shooting, I would say, yeah, you've got to pick a side and go for it. But he was a good 8 metres, 9 metres out, and he could have left it a little bit longer before he made the decision which way to go. But it was still a great goal, so yeah, I'm not taking it away from Yobo at all. It was a good goal.
Italy lead France by 1-0. It's a shame we're not going to see him at the Paralympics, though, isn't it, next year? A real miss to the tournament, that.
Yes, yeah, he would have graced that tournament really well, but yeah, Italy are not going to be there. They haven't pre-qualified, and they're not going to qualify from this championship. So, but he's a player that they can build a team around, because he's going to be around for a few years. He's good, strong. He's not very old, so if they can get a few players around him, they're going to be, a pretty strong team in years to come.
He's currently hustling for the ball inside the France defensive third. Can't quite get it, but Cavallotto is first to the loose ball. Plays it inside the France penalty area. Slightly panicky clearance there, and the Risky is still not able to get the ball into space. Now he does. Just whips the ball to the near sideboard. It lands and stays still inside the middle third. Umay tries to latch onto it down the centre for France, and it goes out of play for Cellini to restart in the Italian goal. The number 12 for Italy in the lime green goalkeeping jersey. Found Cavallotto, and now it's up to Datalico, back in the centre circle with Cavallotto. Forced against the near board. Then goes to ground, and the coach with the silver beard and the sunglasses, who's trying his best to convince the referee that he's very chilled. He's just calm. He's just zen. He's just zen. He's just calm, but actually he's not.
It does make me laugh, honestly. Is it the number 10 for Italy since he's come on? He's turned the game around for them, because he's so calm on the ball, and every time he gets it, he's looking to pass it into feet, and he's picked up Paul Yobo a couple of times and set him free, and it was a number 10's pass that actually got into Yobo for Yobo's goal. So he's a good player, the number 10, and I've liked watching him play through the tournament.
Change of piece here. Massimo Datalico comes off for Italy, replaced by the number 11 Valerio Aranjo-Febo, and Khalifa Umay going off for France to be replaced by the number 8 Ivan Uwanji. Italy have this free kick in front of their coach, close to the near board, left-hand side. Now into the centre circle. Nice run from Cavallotto. Tries a reverse pass to the man who's just come on, Aranjo-Febo, but he miscontrols it. Out it goes. Restart quickly taken by France. Here we go. What can they do to try and equalise in this game? Paul Yobo's goal the difference at the moment. They're approaching the edge of the penalty area. Cavallotto's there to help out his defence, and he's going to run it clear now. The number 10 with the white trainers. Diagonal pass into France's defensive third. Back-heeled clear by France, but only as far as Cavallotto. He was in a central position right in the centre circle. He rolls it down the far sideboard, all along the ground, looking for Yobo if possible. Yobo's there, but he clips Martin Baron, and it's a free kick to France.
And I think the Italian coach actually agreed with that. He didn't jump up and down. No, it was a trip by Yobo there. Should we call it a forwards challenge? Didn't want to do any running back with it, so we just brought him down.
So a free kick in the left back position for France, in front of the crest for the University of Birmingham, which is on the far sideboard, as France managed to get it into the penalty area, and it's stabbed out for a corner. Back there defending again, Jacopo Lilli. So France have an opportunity from this corner kick. Martin Baron is there. He's going to leave it for Ivan Uwanji. Paul Yobo stood on the far sideboard, just 5 metres away, ready to pounce. If Uwanji goes towards him, which he doesn't, he shoots. Oh, and that was not a bad effort there from Ivan Uwanji. Just cut inside slightly, then arced his run and shot at the near post, and it was wide, but good thinking.
Yeah, there was definitely a space there. There wasn't a space the other way because Yobo was covering that area, so he went straight through the middle of them.
Martin Baron, the number 6, for France, gives it to the far side, and Wuanji, who's tackled by Cavallotto. Cavallotto down the right-hand side, looking for Yobo. Yobo not first to it, but he wins a corner.
Yeah, Cavallotto is the number 10, isn't he? Yeah, he is a good player. He's a cultured player. He never seems hurried or rushed or anything. Gets his foot on the ball and passes it round. Very calm.
Italy shirts with number 10 on the back. Proud history, haven't they? Normally the flair player.
There's been one or two, hasn't there? I think Italy have called a timeout, so they're going to have a little break. We got nearly 6 minutes to go.
Italy lead by the 1-0. 5 minutes 55 left on the clock. That's Paul Yobo's goal. That means that at the moment Italy are going to finish 7th in this tournament, and France will finish 8th. This was the latest chance that France had to equalise from that corner. Ivan Wuanji collecting the corner, just arcing that run back towards the near post and spearing a shot that was away from Cellini. So yeah, it's a busy day.
Yeah, we've got some great games lined up for you today, I must admit.
Iran, Japan coming up at 2:30 local time. See who finishes 5th and 6th. Then Colombia, Brazil in the 3rd place playoff, followed by Argentina against China.
That 5th and 6th game is probably more important than the 3rd or 4th, to be honest. We'll explain that a little bit later when we've got a bit more time, because it's a bit of a long explanation.
Italy will take this corner. Yobo and Cavallotto head over to it. Numbers 7 and 10. Yobo just leaning casually on the far sideboard before now running out with this corner. There's 3 red shirts for company, and France clear it up to halfway. Cavallotto turns with the ball on his left foot now. He passes it down the left wing. There's no blue shirts around that area of the pitch, so it's just going to roll through and out for a restart to France. Bartolomucci with the throw. Intercepted by Cavallotto. France, though, win it back. Knock it only as far as Aaron Hofeber. Runs over halfway, and then he's blocked. And France concede another corner. Again, Yobo just hovering along that right-hand side. Diakite wouldn't let him through, but Diakite got the last touch. And it's going to be a corner to Italy, who lead by that Paul Yobo goal to 0.
Yeah, it's just his presence is a constant threat to the French side, and they're very wary of Yobo, and they get a little bit panicky when he gets near the ball.
And he's on the ball now. But again, France clear the corner pretty comfortably without any shot or cross coming in. Ivan Wuanji is the most advanced France player here. He's up against Cavallotto on the near sideboard. Rolls it back to Ariski. Hakim Ariski for France. Inside the middle third. Nice turn. He's bearing down on goal here. Ariski scores! Did it all himself. Ran from inside his own half. Angled it into the penalty area. And then low right-footed to Cellini's right-hand side. The ball nestled in the corner, and what a fine equaliser that is from Hakim Ariski.
Well, it's a bit of a surprise, that one. I didn't expect him to score a goal, but he's done really well. He's picked it up in his own half. He's gone straight through the middle of 2 Italian players. He's really, really strong there, isn't he? They've both come in on him, and he's just bounced off them and straight through the middle. Yeah, there he goes. Puts the keeper down and puts it into the corner. Oh. Got a game on, 1-1.
Yeah, showed great strength there, and then just a clever more subtle touch, really, in terms of the finish, wasn't it? He didn't try and blast it.
No, he's not leathered it. He's just side-footed it into the corner, and like a little pass. And, yeah.
2 fabulous goals, 1 apiece. Here's Yobo down the left-hand side. Italy needs to respond here. 1-1, pegged back by Hakin Ariski with that wonderful individual goal.
I certainly wasn't expecting the goal to come from that area, must admit. But yeah, France will take it. Whoever puts it in the back of the net.
Corner to Italy. Cavallotto is there. Yobo's waiting on the far side of the pitch. Cavallotto tries to find him with this pass across goal. Yobo stretched out a limb but couldn't get it, but then tries to retrieve the loose ball against the far sideboard, in line with the France penalty area. Yobo twists away. He's looking to get that shot away again, but this time there's bodies back, 4 of them, all 4 outfield players, and France, in the red and white kit, get it forward.
Yeah, if you can get the blocks in onto his left foot, you can stop him, because he doesn't like using his right very much. But
Cavallotto to Yobo. Now this is dangerous. Yobo across goal. He drags his shot back. It's on target, but he lacked power and dribbled into the grateful hands of Bartolomucci.
He was a little bit off balance then, I think, when he struck that one. He was wobbling a bit.
At the other end, it's Wuanji, who managed to get into the penalty area, but the angle was against him, and the shot was tame and easily scooped up by Cellini. Throws it downfield and finds Yobo. Left-footed drive! Great save in the end. Down to his left-hand side by Bartolomucci. It was going in, that one.
Yeah, that's a good bit of goalkeeping, that one. He's smartly down onto his left hand and pushed it round. Good strike by Yobo. He didn't. There's hardly any backlift from him at all. He's controlled it with a 1 touch, another touch, bang, and he is on target. And that's a good save by the keeper.
Had to react so quick. I mean, it's brilliant from Yobo again. Just that sense of where the goal is incredible. And the power he generates. Another shot, and this time it's caught by Bartolomucci in front of his eyes.
Yeah,
but again, it was on target, that one, and that was from a good distance out.
Yeah, he does hit the target on a regular basis, and he always seems so free and easy. Everything just seems, he never seems to have to work hard for his chances. Just the way he walks around the pitch, he looks relaxed, and he's one of those players that you think, well, he's not working very hard because he don't seem to do much, but he certainly produces.
His positioning is very good as well, isn't it, on the field? And it's really finding a lot of joy down that right-hand side for Italy, cutting in on that left foot, and just knowing where the goal is. And he's really caused the French keeper Bartolomucci a very busy first half. There's still 2.5 minutes left of it. At the moment, there's a free kick, I think, to France, right in front of their coaching staff, and the way to the left-hand side of your picture.
Yeah, straightforward enough. And there's a foul, and it's an indirect, so it won't go down on the foul count. And French are just walking it forward through their goal scorer Ariski. Look for a long diagonal pass there that's intercepted by Italy. Yobo's trying to compete for the ball right by the corner position and wins it. Here's Yobo. He's into the penalty area. He's tripped just on the edge of the box there, and that will be a free kick to Italy right on the edge of the box. It was Khalifa Yume who was backtracking and clipped. That was very close to the edge of the box, wasn't it? Really close. The referee was right on the spot, to be fair to him. He's about 2 metres away when he's called that one, so we're just having another look at it now. Let's just have a look at, the referee's spot on right. Like 6 inches outside the box for those who live in the UK who know what 6 inches are. 150 mil, is it?
Asking the wrong guy.
Something like that.
But to indicate how close he was, I mean, the fall after he was tripped was he landed inside the penalty area. It was close, but it was clearly outside the D. So Paul Yobo to take this free kick. He's got Cavallotto behind him. All the French players in the wall.
It's quite an acute angle, so he's going to have to shift it out to his left to give himself a bit of an angle on the goal.
Giancarlo Bruni, the Italy guide, currently doing his job. So yeah, it's almost in line with the goalkeeper's area. It gives you an indication of how close it is to the dead ball line, and he does get the shot away. It's saved, but it's loose. Yobo, oh, what power he generated. Again, Bartolomucci was equal to it, but it just sort of hit him, really.
Yeah, it's just smacked him in the chest, and it's a wonder he still stood upright.
At the other end, Diakite slides as he tried to finish. He got in one-on-one with the keeper, but the last touch just evaded him.
Yeah, I'm just checking on the Italian keeper. He is okay, but he took that full in the chest. It was a smashing strike by Yobo. And equally a good save by the French keeper.
He's certainly been the busier of the two goalkeepers. Alessandro Bartolomucci perhaps not covered himself in glory with the Paul Yobo goal, but has since made amends with a couple of important saves from that same player, who is on the ball now, deep in French territory, down the right-hand side, tries a little pirouette away from one, doesn't quite make it work, and France should be able to get the ball into the middle third here, but there's Cavallotto with a sneaky little back heel towards Yobo. It's in the penalty area, but France run it clear now, with the goal scorer, Hakim Ariski. Hakim Ariski down the right. You know what he's capable of. And he's done well again. He's into the penalty area. What a run! Oh, and a swiped finish. Left-footed at full stretch. He couldn't quite hit it. He couldn't quite make contact, but he's still there. Ariski playing with such confidence. Ariski back to goal now with the ball into the middle third. He's got three blue shirts ahead of him, so he decides to switch it across. And that's a good first touch. And in come France through Wiwanji, but he's now challenged just as he was approaching goal. Wiwanji then commits a foul on Cavallotto, and it's going to be an Italian free kick.
Italian coach has just been warned again. The referee doesn't need your help. He'd already blown for the foul without him jumping up in the air and with his histrionics going on again. So the referee's just come over and said, "That's the second time I've had to tell you. I'm not telling you again."
France preparing a sub, even though there's only 12.3 seconds left.
Yes, another ambulance.
Just holding off for a second, but it does look like they are going to make this change. No, they're not. They've changed their mind. So play goes on, and it's wasted by Italy down the right, and knock it out for French restart. Up to Wiwanji, who I think was just about to come off, but then nearly wins a corner for his side, but that's the end of a very, very enjoyable first half. Paul Yobo got Italy up and running before Hakim Ariski, with another fine individual effort, made it 1-1. 7th place up for grabs. Remember, France are already in the Paralympics as the host nation next year. Italy can't qualify, but you wouldn't be able to tell, Dixie, because both sides have really gone at this.
Yeah, and as I say, the thing is with Italy, they've got an out-and-out scorer in Yobo, so you're always going to be leaning towards them taking this game in the end because of that fact that Yobo will hit the ball, and he's probably had virtually all the shots in on the French goal that the Italian side have had, and like with France missing Villaroo from their side, I can see Italy running out winners in this. So.
Well, let's see. We're going to have a short break. Join us again for the second half here live in Birmingham with the scoreline Italy 1, France 1.
It's fast, technical and tense. This is your guide to five-a-side football. There are 5 players per team, 4 outfield players and a goalkeeper. The aim of the sport is to score a goal by kicking the ball into your opponent's goal, and at the end of the game, whoever scored the most wins. Players must wear eye shades to ensure that all players have the same level of vision. That is apart from the goalkeepers, who aren't required to wear eye shades and can be fully sighted. Their job is to keep the ball from going in the goal behind them. But how do the players on the field know where the ball, or indeed the goal, is? Well, the ball in blind football is specially designed to make sound whenever it moves. Also, each team has a guide behind the opposition goal to help direct them. Each player is required to shout "Voy" when going for the ball. This ensures every player has the cues they need to help build a picture of what's going on and what to do next in defence or attack. To help this, total silence is required from the crowd until a goal goes in. Voy is Spanish for go, and it was the Spanish who were credited with originally developing blind football in the 1920s. As well as the Paralympics, teams from all corners of the world can compete at World, European, Asian, African and America's Championships, as well as a World Grand Prix.
Blind football can be played by both men and women, with the historic first Women's World Championships coming up in 2023.
So what are you waiting for? Give it a try.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA Anti-Doping App has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA Anti-Doping App. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
back to the IBSA World Games 2023. A number of competitions having their last day today, including the men's blind football competition. 4 matches, including the final, to come today. We're midway through the first. It's Italy 1, France 1. Italy took the lead through Paul Yobo. Left-footed strike powerfully past Bartolo Mucci in the French goal before Hakim Ariski for the French. Fine individual effort running from inside his own half, easing between 2 Italian players, and then a very delicate finish low into the corner of the net. Means it's all to play for in the second half. These sides will either finish 7th or 8th, depending on the result today. And we're about to get underway for the second half. I can tell you that France have changed their goalkeeper at the interval, with Benoit Chevroux coming on for Alessandro Bartolo Mucci, who was kept pretty busy in that first half. Paul Yobo and him were having a good battle between them. And Yobo obviously getting the goal, but then Bartolo Mucci making a couple of important saves. But as we've seen in these latter games, that teams have been rotating their players, including the goalkeepers, to give everyone a decent opportunity to impress. Italy starting with Cellini in goal again, Jacopo Lilli number 2. They've got Nicolo Mauro, their captain, over the ball at the moment, along with Francesco Cavallotto, who started on the bench but has been excellent since coming on, and Paul Yobo is their other outfield player on the pitch. Cavallotto gets us underway then in this second half. Italy kicking from left to right in the all-blue kit. France in the red kit with white lightning bolt strikes across the front. White numbers and the word France on the back of each of their shirts. Cavallotto down the left-hand side. He's got all 4 outfield players in front of him and somehow gets into the penalty area with a lovely mazy dribble, but then he's got it back to goal. France just about clear their lines and do well. So Benoit Chevroux is in goal for France. They've got number 7, Babacar Niang, on at the moment, along with the goal scorer Hakim Ariski, number 5. Number 11 is Didier Diakite. And number 6 is Martin Baron. It's Paul Yobo for Italy. 2 red shirts for company inside the middle third, close to the near side. Now into the centre circle, left-footed side foot pass. He was hoping that Cavallotto was there, but he wasn't. And it bounces against the board and out for a restart to the French. Dixie Dean is alongside me, summarising for this entire championships. And are you expecting a similar second half, with Yobo being the big threat for Italy and France, I suppose? Well, they caused actually quite a few issues from a variety of sources. Perhaps, would you say a slightly more balanced team, less reliant on the one?
Yes, indeed. Like the Italian side, they've got 2 really good players. The number 10, Cavallotto, and Yobo look very likely, but the French side, it's virtually anyone could score for them. There's no out-and-out star on there at all, and so they could get a goal from any source really, as we saw in the first half. But I do expect Italy to run out winners in this, I must admit.
It's France who have a corner and a run-in field around the edge of the D from Baron before he's tackled, and now Cavallotto can just clip the ball from the far side to the near, and Paul Yobo will retrieve possession on halfway. Held up against the board, asks his captain to help him out, which he does. Mauro spreads the ball to the far side. Cavallotto to Yobo. That's a nice 5-yard pass. Looks for a return ball, looking to work a triangle there, Italy, but Cavallotto, well, he does. He keeps it in brilliantly, actually, right by the corner. Cavallotto, Yobo waiting 8 metres from goal. In the centre But Cavallotto has just lost out to Ariski, and Ariski does well. Finds his goalkeeper, Chevroux. Knocks it left-footed downfield. Against the near board. Challenged by Italy. Here comes Yobo, cutting in from that right, as he loves to do. It's challenged, and the ball's ended up in our commentary position.
Yeah, as soon as Yobo gets the ball, the French are getting 2 players around him pretty quick, and but that doesn't seem to deter Yobo at all. He, just play through the pair of them. He is a big, strong lad, and he certainly knows where the goal is as well.
They have a corner. Yobo, Cavallotto over it. Yobo runs it, but is challenged, and it's pushed away by France all the way through to the opposite D. And I tell you what, I think it was the initial clearance came from Didier Diakite, and he followed up and he just chased it all the way through. Knew it wasn't going to go out, and he had a swipe at the ball right by the goalkeeper's box, and he wasn't far away.
No, sort of poor. I was looking at it and I thought to myself, that's not going to go out. And it virtually stopped on the edge of the penalty area at the other end, and the Italian keeper couldn't pick it up, and he's followed it in, and they've had a little bit of a collision, but everyone's all right. It was quite close, that.
Cavallotto with the 20-metre pass forward, looking for Yobo. It's cut out by France, who have the restart. And it's hurled out. And here's French number 6.
Well,
you're still looking quizzically at that decision, aren't you? Let's move on. Martin Barron has tried to move it out to Ariski on the halfway line, far side. Ariski then hacks it away at Mauro, and Mauro goes to ground, and that's a clear and obvious foul.
And they got that one right. Not so sure about the last decision, but anyhow, no damage done.
Cloudy day, grey clouds overhead, bit of a breeze. Rain forecast, but no rain so far here in Birmingham as Francesco Cavallotto runs down the left. Tries a left-footed cross into Paul Yobo, who's loitering at the far post, but it's out for a Italy corner. Cavallotto's there. Yobo again waiting at the far post in case there's a ball across from Cavallotto. He tries a snapshot from the near post, and it's wide. He's thrown downfield, but in steps Niccolò Mauro for Italy. He's robbed of it in the centre circle, and away come France with Barron down the left-hand side. Cuts back into the middle third, and then is tripped by his own player. Niang. Now the ball's on the almost dead on the spot in the centre of the pitch. Babacar Niang. Well, he's all arms and legs there as he managed to weave his way past a couple of players, and then had a mighty swing at the ball with his left foot and completely air missed.
Well, he did make contact with the Italian defender, didn't he, at the end of his air swing. There's the ball coming down towards Yobo, but it's well cut out on the halfway line by the French captain.
Yeah, it's Niang again. Long rangy strides. He's chopped down this time, tumbling Babacar Niang, and that was an obvious foul by Niccolò Mauro, the Italy captain. But Babacar Niang showing a good bit of play there a couple of times. Firstly with that mazy run and huge air shot, and then just winning a free kick for his side in a decent position here down the left wing for France. So it is, I mean, we're talking centimetres away from the near sideboard.
Yeah, it's right on the attacking third line as well, so good angle for a right footer, not so good for a left footer from here. Can come across the line and hit it back across himself.
1-1. Approaching the final 10 minutes of this game. Hakim Ariski We know what he can do with the ball at his feet. He's there, along with Babacar Niang, the number 7 for France. Yannick Lecove, is the France guide. But Niang's touch lets him down as he tried to go down the left wing along the board, and it's thrown out by Italy. Here's Yobo. If he can collect this, which he can, he's on the edge of the area, and for a change, his shot is miscued. It's not misdirected, it was still going in, but it was tame, and Chevroux got down to his left and easily mopped up. 1-1 it remains.
Yeah, it was a decent effort by Yobo. He didn't get much power beyond it. I think he was falling away from the ball when he hit it, and consequently it was just a little tiddler back to the keeper. But he's always a threat, Yobo.
Babacar Niang, who's been a lively presence in this second half of France, is running diagonally over to the right corner and wins a corner for his team. Jacopo Lilli forced to play the ball out. Italy making a change here. And captain Nicolo Mauro makes way. And on comes Damiano Giunta, the number 5. Immediately placed in the middle of a 3-man wall for this French corner. Yobo again doing that thing that he did earlier on the far sideboard. He's 5 metres away, so if France try and run it straight, which they don't, they play it across goal. They've obviously got the message that he's there and waiting. Niang was on the edge of the area. Niang with a shot, huge power he generated in that right-footed effort. It hits the far sideboard and goes out for a restart, but serious venom in that effort.
Yeah, he certainly got hold of that, didn't he? And well, I think everyone must have heard it hit the sideboards.
Zipped off the pitch.
Yeah,
beautiful.
He's got a different, strong boy.
Italy with a chance to attack here, but Yobo is there. He's unable to gather it. Forward come France. Another sliding effort from Diakite. And another air shot. And it goes out for a restart. Diakite not happy with his guide, seemingly.
They're having words, aren't they? The referee's intervening. Come on, lads. You're both French.
Jacopo Lilli now gives him a hug to try and calm things down. But yeah, I mean, Diakite.
It was a
wild
swing by the number 11, wasn't it, from France?
But he doesn't feel he's been advised well there in terms of
where he is. Yeah, possibly. I don't know.
He's really not happy, Diakite.
We can agree on that, Rob.
Cavallotto to Yobo, into the attacking third for Italy, down their right. 2 red shirts around Yobo. He'll do well to keep this in, but he does. The angle's against him. Yobo, can he stab a shot goalwards? No, it's cleared by France. Yobo goes to ground in the area. France run it out to their right-hand side. They reach halfway before having to chop back through Barron. Cavallotto for company. Barron does well. Now he runs from right to left. Now into the centre. 2 blue shirts crowd him out. And Italy see it back to their goalkeeper through Giunta. Cellini picks out Yobo. Yobo shoots the side netting.
It's a good sharp effort again by Yobo. Bit of a tight angle for him from there, man. He should have come around into the box a little bit more. But he's got his shot away again, and just the wrong side of the post, and hit the side netting on the outside.
1-1. We're midway through the second half. The ball is with Andrea Cellini, the Italian goalkeeper. Bright lime green goalkeeping jersey, long sleeve. Underarms it to Jacopo Lilli. Now Cavallotto on halfway, left-hand side. Cavallotto. Good technique as ever. Dribbles, puts his foot on it. Now tries a forward pass to Yobo. Somehow gets it past 3 blue shirts. Here's Yobo. Red shirts, I should say. Italy kicking from left to right in this second half with Cavallotto down the left wing. Brings it under control. He's got Yobo in the centre. I think he's going to spin a pass infield. These two do link up well. Cavallotto goes for goal. It hits Ariski. But it's retrieved again by Cavallotto. Here he goes. Bearing down on the edge of the penalty area. He twists, he turns, he's challenged. The ball's loose, and Yobo's on it. Yobo with a shot, and it's saved down to his left-hand side by Chevroux. Well, that was sustained pressure from Italy, and another shot on target from that man again, Paul Yobo.
Yeah, it was a bit of a powder puff effort that by Yobo, really. Didn't get himself set, and it made an easy save for the keeper, but as you say, it's another shot on target. That's what he does. Even when he misses it, he gets it on target.
Martin Baron has had his eye mask knocked off, so we're going to have a pause in play here.
Yeah, we're having a substitution as well by the Italians. 5's going off. Looks like 11.
Damiano Junta makes way. Valereo Aranjo Fabo returns to the fold. 1-1. We've got 6 minutes and 10 seconds left.
Yeah, we'll stop with a bounce ball into the keeper's hands, I would think. Oh, hang on. What's happening here?
Referee having a timeout.
He's having a chat with the third official. He's obviously, the third official there is constantly looking at players and seeing if he can see their patches and shades are correctly in place, and he's just advising the referee of, yeah, it was a French 11. He was advised to go and check. Don't mind this because it's enabling fair play, so no one's gaining an advantage anywhere on the pitch. So.
And the ball's in the hands of the referee, who drops it in front of Andrea Cellini, the Italian goalkeeper. Right arm, he hurls the ball to the far side where Cavallotto picks up. Cavallotto to Aranjo Fabo. Oh, who lashed out a little bit there.
Yeah, and the referee's seen it. Now, what's he going to do here?
So basically, Aranjo Fabo collected the ball. He had the company of Babacar Niang. Niang kind of landed on top of him. And then there was just a little flick of the right leg.
Yeah, it was like a donkey kick, wasn't it?
Didn't really pick it up on that angle.
But he's definitely lashed out at him a little bit. The referee spotted it and has given the foul. But there's been no other sanction against the Italian player.
France through their goal scorer Ariski, trying the direct approach, a diagonal ball that's miscontrolled, and is out for an Italian restart. Italy through Yobo, forced against the near sideboard under severe pressure from Diakite.
Yeah, Yobo's committed a foul there. He's picked the ball up in between his feet and sort of rolled it round the French lad, and you can't do that. And the referee's trying to explain it. I don't know what Yobo's Romanian's like. Can't imagine it being the best.
Better than mine, I imagine. Right, so here come France. Ariski loses it on halfway to Cavallotto. Cavallotto, will he try another shot? Right-footed, a little reverse pass. That's cute to Yobo. Yobo turned and his shot was blocked. It's Italy who look like the more likely scorers here. They've had the better of the second half. No goals in the second half. One apiece. The overall scoreline as Yobo thunders a hand into the back of.
No, there was a.
It was into the back of Diakite, and Diakite, you probably heard it on our effects microphone, went to ground in some pain.
We couldn't really see from this angle what went on there. I doubt if we'll see from this one either. It looked innocuous, didn't it?
Well, it was quite a forceful left hand, but players are back up and there's a hug and we're all good. So it was Babacar Niang who was chopped down there, or pushed down really, as Paul Yobo concedes another free kick, so something they're going to have to watch a little bit. They've committed 3 fouls in this second half, Italy. Reski, sorry. He plays it down the near sideboard. Martin Baron. 3 blue shirts around him. In left wing position, concedes a free kick.
Yeah.
Into the final 5 minutes. 1-1. Yobo and Ariski, the goal scorers.
Yeah, it's a bit stop-start this second half, isn't it? It hasn't got the flow of the first half at all. And there's another problem with another player. Shades. Shades are too high. So he's asking the French number 8 to pull his shades down a little bit. They were, up on his forehead, not over his eyes. So we're going to restart with an Italian free kick deep in there. Defensive third.
Cavallotto and Jacopo Lilli. And the players over it. Quiet atmosphere at the moment, but I suspect that's going to change when the lights are on and the World Championship final is going to be taking place later this evening. Argentina, China, and it looks like the referee's still not happy with Martin Baron, the number 6 for France, and his eye mask. They're going to have to patch him up again.
Yeah, they've asked for the doctors to come over and put some more tape on. Perhaps he's got a little cut on his head or something. I don't know. I can't see where that went. Oh, he didn't put much tape on, did he? So perhaps he had a little nick, a little bit of blood on his forehead or something. They just wanted it covered up.
Don't forget, next we've got Iran against Japan, getting underway in an hour's time. Francisco Cavallotto for Italy. He tries to thread a pass forward that gets between 2 French defenders, but goes all the way through for a restart to France. They find Martin Baron. Baron, he's into the penalty area, shoots, and it's in! Off the underside of the bar. Cellini got a hand to it, but Martin Baron for France scores another wonderful goal in this game. Cut in from the left, right-footed shot. Cellini got a paw to it, but only turned it against the underside of the bar. The ball dropped behind the line, and France lead Italy by 2-1.
Yeah, he's cutting from the left-hand board. And, yeah, wow. Decent strike by the French lad, but I think the goalkeeper, again, will be questioning himself a little bit. Yeah. I thought he had time to get both hands to that. But, yeah, so that's...
Checking his eye guard again, because obviously he's just been the one who's... That was a good goal. Really good goal.
So that's 2-1 to France with, just over 4 minutes, 24 seconds to go.
Martin Baron.
France can't win without Villaroo.
Well, we said they might not be quite as perhaps as, have the exciting players of sort of Cavallotto and Yobo. They do have, a number of threats.
Yeah, I would class this French side as having 5 steady headers, whereas Italy have got a couple of sort of nearly players, and Yobo and the Cavallotto, who are good players. So I suppose it all balances itself out, doesn't it?
Well, it's a slightly more balanced team, you'd say, isn't it, for France, if there's a bit more equilibrium. It's great strike from Martin Baron, who's got the ball on halfway, on the far side of the pitch. Taken off him by Cavallotto. Cavallotto, can he get an Italian equaliser? It's 2-1 to France. Cavallotto, he's got Yobo infield, on the edge of the penalty area. All 4 red shirts back. He tries to nudge a pass inside. Yobo will retrieve the loose ball, but he's forced against the near board. Yobo goes to ground under pressure. And Diakite back to their feet now, both players. Yobo goes down again. Diakite and Yobo competing for the ball. Diakite wins it and emerges from defence into the centre circle. Babacar Niang now. He's got the captain's armband on his left sleeve, which would suggest we're not going to see Frederic Villaroo today, who is the captain for France.
Oh, here we go. No, Villaroo stood there. He's not even patched. He's got no chance of coming on at all.
Well, there's a red card out here.
Yeah.
For an elbow.
I think there was a... He's saying the Italian elbowed him. I'm not so sure.
Babacar Niang is off for France, so a twist. They lead by 2-1. He was competing for the ball against the near sideboard.
With the number 11.
And he just reacted there.
I think the referee had already blown the whistle, hadn't he?
Yeah, Valerio Aranjo-Fabo was the Italy player.
Right, so we haven't had this before, a player sent off. So what happens now, Rob, is France will play with just 3 outfield players for a maximum time of 2 minutes, or if Italy score a goal.
Well, luckily for me, Dixie,
yes,
unluckily for England, I have encountered this last week, because England, in the partially sighted games, they had a man sent off. In fact, the goalkeeper was sent off, Miles Chadwick, in their first game. So the same rules apply. So it was 2 minutes. So they had obviously just the 3 outfield players in their first game against Spain.
You're right. Okay.
So
same rule.
So luckily, for once, I'm
you're ahead of me.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say ahead.
But the people at home might wonder why, when they finish the game, they're going to have the same amount of players. But that's the reason. It's 2 minutes, or if a goal's scored.
And Italy push it down the right-hand side. I mean, there's barely 2 minutes left. 2 minutes, 37 seconds. So,
yeah.
Yes, Italy trailing by 2-1, but they have a man advantage.
And as we know, when we watched the Moroccan women play earlier in the tournament, playing with 3 outfield players is not a massive disadvantage.
No.
If you put the 3 players at the back and just defend...
It was in the partially sighted, although England didn't concede, but they were under the pressure for the entirety of those 2 minutes. But in this, less so. And indeed, France have a shot, and it's drifted across goal from Diakite. Hit it with the outside of his boots, and it went to the left-hand post of Cellini as Yobo collects the long throw downfield. Here's Paul Yobo. Italy trailing by 2-1. Less than 2 minutes left now. Here's Yobo. Held up. And he's forced back to goal. Towards the middle third, and now it's knocked out by Ariski for France, and it's a corner to Italy. Well, the referee was right on top of the incident for that red card. There was certainly a reaction. And it was right in front of the Italian coaching staff, so of course
they were going to go up, weren't they?
Yeah.
But it seemed to me the referee had blown for the free kick, and the reaction come after that. Well, I thought it did. Perhaps I'm wrong. I don't know. I'd like to see it again. Perhaps we'll see it. I'll have an opportunity seeing it again at the end of the game. But, the referee was spot on right. He had to go. So
Yobo with the scoop ball across. Aranjo-Fabo waits for it. Against the far side board. He takes a tumble. Gets to his feet quickly. Then trips over again. Barron rolls over him. And it's with Barron, who at the moment is going to be scoring the winning goal. He's got the ball on halfway. We've got less than 90 seconds remaining. France leading by 2-1. Here's Martin Barron. Playing for time here. Rolls it back to the fellow goal scorer Ariski. Runs back into the right back position. Now turns and runs down the right wing. Got a clear run down that right-hand side. Ariski, he's into the penalty area, and he runs out of pitch. He doesn't mind those runs, does he? From inside his own half, very comfortable on the ball.
That's a good ball.
Here's Yobo at the other end of the field, down the Italian right wing. Yobo approaching the box now. Yobo with a shot. Again, just that low effort across goal. Left-footed this time, and it's wide.
Yeah, he not got him in the right position to shoot, really. Don't know if it's Yobo not listening to the guide or the guide not giving him clear instructions, but something's not quite right, and he's shooting from quite tight angles. Makes it very difficult for himself. So we've got a substitution by France and a substitution by Italy as well.
But seconds remaining here, just 35 of them. Martin Barron tries to twist away from Aaron Hafebo. Here's Barron. The ball's in the middle third, time ebbing away here. Barron, he's just not letting anyone else have the ball. He's scored what looks to be the winning goal, and now he may well get the last touch of the game because he's holding the play up on the near sideboard. It is back in the middle third though, and it's loose with Paul Yobo, but less than 5 seconds remaining. He tries a shot from long range, and the French players celebrate because they know that there is 0.1 seconds left.
That's it.
And indeed, that is it.
Yeah. That's it. It's all over. Oh,
it is.
Well done, France.
Yeah, congratulations, France. They finish 7th in the championships. Italy will have to settle for 8th. They took the lead through Paul Yobo, but then Haki Nariski and Martin Barron, as France come from behind to win by 2-1. My thanks to Dixie Dean. Thank you for watching wherever you are in the world. Don't forget to join us in less than an hour's time for the next match. Who will finish 5th? Who will finish 6th? It's going to be either Iran or Japan. Live coverage here from the University of Birmingham. Join us then. But for now, bye. Hello everyone, and warm welcome back to the University of Birmingham. It's the final day of the Men's Blind Football World Championships, and it's a big one. 5th place playoff, Iran against Japan. A game of huge significance, potentially, for both of these countries, which I'll get my summariser Dixie Dean to explain very shortly. But first, the players are being led out behind their flags of their countries. Volunteers making their way out onto the artificial 3G surface here at the University of Birmingham Sports Campus. We're actually at the end of a rugby pitch, so we've got obviously a portion of it is divided off with the sideboards and all the advertising panelling. We've got floodlights which will be switched on later. We've got grey skies overhead and the players lining up. The officials in the middle, dressed all in black. And it's time for the national anthems ahead of Iran against Japan.
Please remain standing if you are able for the national anthem of Japan.
National anthems of Iran and Japan ahead of this 5th place playoff. It's World Games 2023 live from the city of Birmingham in the West Midlands of England. Let's go through the two teams, starting with Iran. In goal, number 1, Morteza Ramizani. Number 3, Mohammed Amin Rahimzadeh. Number 7, Hossein Rajapur. He's their captain. Number 8 is Morteza Karimi. Number 11, Ahmadreza Shashthoni. On the subs bench, they have number 12, Saeed Musawi, who's their sub-goalkeeper. Number 4, Alireza Bakht. Number 5 is Mazari Hojatola. And number 6, Kambiz Mokram. Number 9, Sadq Rahimi. They're coached by Jarad Falfali and their guide, Maysam Shojisun. As for Japan, in goal, number 1, Daisuke Sato. Number 3, Roberto Izumi Sasaki. Number 6, Taichiro Bayashi. Number 8 is Masaki Goto. Number 10, their captain, Ryo Kawamura. On the bench, they have sub-goalkeeper 15, Daisuke Sato. In fact, actually, I've got that wrong. I'll clarify that in a second because I've written Daisuke Sato twice. Number 5, Tomonari Kuroda. Number 7, Akihito Tanaka, number 11 Kento Tori, number 14 Yuzuki Shinobi. Kenya Izumi is the sub-goalkeeper. Apologies for that. They're coached by Ichi Nakagawa. Their guide is Tomohito Ubayashi. So, Dixie Dean is alongside me. Now, on the face of it, Dixie, a fifth place playoff might seem fairly innocuous, but given the context, the wider context, which is all to do with the Paris Paralympic Games next year, explain why this game could well decide a participant in those games.
Right, well, it's my understanding, and I've chatted to the president of the IBSA Blind Football Committee, and he tells me that it's going to work out this way. We've got the Pan American Games, which are due to take place in Chile in November. The winner of that competition will be guaranteed a place at the Paralympics. But if the winner of that competition is any of the following: Argentina, Colombia and Brazil, so if any of those three teams win the competition in Chile, the team that finishes fifth here will qualify. Now, I've been assured this is right. It sounds immensely complicated, but I've been assured it's correct. So, for one of these two countries, Iran or Japan, there is a possibility that they will qualify by finishing fifth. The chances of any other country in South America winning that competition in Santiago, Chile, other than Argentina, Colombia and Brazil, are pretty slim. It's not going to be for sure, because in football nothing's for sure, but it's very difficult to see any other country winning it except for those three. So it could be vital for one of these two teams, because the funding that goes alongside if you get to the Paralympics is huge, and it will keep their blind football in their country going through to the next cycle, which is it Los Angeles 2028 next Olympics? I think it is. It's somewhere in America. So it's massive for either team. So there is something really big on this game. It's not a typical playoff game.
You've got the referees on your screen there, Tom De Bruyne and Rodolphe Bonin. Thanks for explaining, Dixie. So if nothing will be decided today in terms of Iran and Japan, whoever wins today are not definitely going to the Paralympics, but then all eyes will be on that tournament in Santiago in November. If Argentina, Brazil or Colombia win it, then the winners of this game will be heading to Paris. But let's say, for example, Chile win the competition in their home nation in November, well then it's Chile who go, and neither Iran or Japan will be heading to the French capital. So I hope we've clarified that. I'm sure the coaches have to their teams. And we're about to get underway with Japan in the all-blue kit with white trim. They're going to kick from left to right in this first half. Iran in the all-white kit with the numbers in black. Thin black numbers printed on the back of their white shirts. Dixie Dean, the former England sighted goalkeeper, alongside me, Rob Scanlon. Two more games to follow after this. Colombia and Brazil already qualified for Paris and will take on each other in the third place playoff before the World Championship final. Argentina against China. We're going to have a new champion because Brazil were the holders. Argentina have won the women's competition. Can they make it a double? That's to come at 6:30 p.m. local time. For now, it's Iran against Japan, and Japan get us underway. The captain Kawamura. And they win an early corner. Japan inside 7 seconds down the left. In case you missed it, we saw Italy against France earlier. Italy took the lead through Paul Yobo, and then Hakin Ariski and Martin Baron helped France roar back and secure a 2-1 victory. So we know that France have finished 7th, Italy 8th, but we don't know yet who's going to be 5th and 6th. Japan from this corner then. Their captain, Kawamura, tries to unload a shot from the edge of the box. It's snuffed out and away. Forward comes Bayashi for Japan down the right-hand side. Played into the near sideboard. Offloads it to Goto. Now back into the centre circle, and it rolls all the way back towards the edge of the Japan penalty area. Izumi Sasaki has possession. Roberto Izumi Sasaki. Left-footed pass to the far side. And bounces off the board and may well roll out. No, it's kept in momentarily, but then it does. Fine touch. Bayashi couldn't keep it in. Iran looking to attack for the first time in this game. But Hossein Rajabpour can't keep it in. And the long throw downfield, and it's back with Daisuke Sato for Japan in goal in the all-yellow kit. Japan kicking from left to right, remember, in this first half. On the edge of the Iranian penalty area, but it's back with the goalkeeper. And Ramazani knocks it long, right-footed. Iran had all 4 players back inside their penalty area there, so the ball was always going to find a Japan player. Karimi tries to get the ball off Goto, but Goto picks out Kawamura. Now back to the far side, and Bayashi still in the middle third, down the Japan left. That's nice gliding movement from Bayashi, and gets towards the edge of the penalty area where he's challenged and blocked, and forwards comes Karimi into the centre circle for Iran. Morteza Karimi. Well, I think that was a shot from inside the centre circle. It was right-footed, and it was well wide, hit the far sideboard, and then went out. I mean, there was no one ahead of him, but still.
No, very optimistic.
It was.
Yeah, it's not settled down at all at the moment, this game. I think there's a few nerves out there, and they're feeling each other out, and we haven't seen much of Iran at all, really, as an attacking force.
Balls with the Iranian defence at the moment. Karimi and Shahosini, the number 11. Shahosini plays it to the near sideboard. It's in the middle third, and Kawamura for Japan moves into the centre circle and drifts to the right wing. Cuts back and spreads it to the far side. Hits the board. Doesn't land kindly for Japan. And Iran can run it clear. They're 8 metres from their own goal, though. Now they're a bit further advanced down the left-hand side. That's good from Amin Rahimzadeh. Ball still being contested in the middle third, down the Iran left. Front of the gazebo with the officials and the timekeepers. It's knocked to the far side by Japan, but Iran mop up and back to the goalkeeper they go. Ramazani goes long, and again Iran defending so deep that there's no one ahead for Ramazani to find, and the ball was overhit, and it's Japan who can come again. Good challenge though, comes in from Rajabpour, the captain for Iran, but then he's held up by 2 blue shirts, facing his own goal inside his own third, in the right back position, so close to the far side. It's Japan who look the more energetic and sprightly at the moment.
Yeah, Iran really haven't got an outball at all, have they? They're defending so deep.
That's a lovely turn. Izumi Sasaki, and he has the shot, the first one on target of the game. It's an easy save for Ramazani, but Iran really need to show what they're about here. But that's not a bad run through, and a shot that's dragged wide from Karimi, Morteza Karimi, and he had a someone had a hand on his shirt there, pulling him back, but it didn't let him bother him. And the shot was, again, from quite long range, and albeit from a central position, it was quite far wide.
Yeah, it's better though, isn't it? You know, they actually showed some intent on getting forward there. I think that Iran really, their best policy would be for the keeper to go short and build up through the thirds and get their players up the pitch if they're going to defend too deep.
Masaki Goto loses the ball to his fellow number 8. And Iran try and counter-attack down the right, but Japan get all 4 bodies back and surround the ball and come away with it through Kawamura. Dribbles to the left wing. Kawamura now cuts back in. He's just got a sight to goal and he shoots, and it is well saved by Ramazani. Low down, pretty central in the end from Kawamura. But the Japan captain, a good player.
Yeah, it was a great run by Kawamura, and he's got himself into a really good position, and it was a half decent shot, and he's worked the keeper again, and that's all you, as a coach, that's all you can ask for, that he works the keeper.
Goto is trying to pick out Kawamura with his pass to the right wing. Iran clear their lines. It's back in Japan's defensive third in the left back position. Izumi Sasaki. Smooth dribbling down the left hand side, but he's fairly challenged. And now Iran can come forward through Amin Rahimzadeh. 2 blue shirts for company. Iran preparing a sub. Amin Rahimzadeh loses it by the near sideboard. Here come Japan. This is a nice run from Bayashi. The ball across goal is out for a restart to Iran. Bayashi trying to work an angle there, moving to the far left side of the penalty area and then putting a ball back across, but it went well wide as Iran bring on Rahimi, the number 9, comes on for the captain Hossein Rajabpur.
Yes, as I've said before, Iran are going to have to make a decision on how they're going to play, because at the moment they're just getting pushed back, and they're not really showing us anything up front. Again, it's lofted forward, and it just either goes to a Japanese player or goes out off the pitch.
Iran's tournament so far lost the opening game to Brazil by a 1-0. No shame in that. Drew 1-1 with Mexico before beating Morocco by a 0-0. They then lost to Colombia 2-1 before beating Italy on penalties 3-2 after the game finished 1-1 in normal time.
Well, Rob, perhaps that's their game plan for today.
Izumi Sasaki went right to the edge of the keeper's box and nearly prodded it in. Ramazani had to spread himself and then didn't gather the ball cleanly, so it allowed Izumi Sasaki to have another stab at it, and it goes out from a corner to the samurais of Japan.
Yeah, the keeper was in a catch-22 situation there, really. He was right on the edge of his penalty area. The ball was hovering ever so close, and he knew if he snuck a hand out, he was going to give a penalty away, so he had to just stand there, kneel there and wait for the ball to be smashed against him. Not the most envious position to be in when you know it's coming.
Corner to Japan. Kawamura looks like he's going to receive the touch and tries a cross, which is blocked by the wall. And the white shirts of Iran can come forward. Still inside their own defensive third at the moment, and they shepherd it back to Ramazani in the goal away to our right-hand side. Right-footed clearance. Again, I'm not entirely sure where he's aiming that.
Yeah, he had a player about 10 yards away from him on the left-hand ball. He could have passed it to him, and they could have built it up through the thirds, but he chose to go long, and there's just no one there.
Let's see what his distribution's like this time. He's got the ball back. That is better. It'll bounce before it reaches halfway off the sideboard and collected by Iran. Rahimi on as a sub. Drifts across to that far side, but loses it to Goto. And Iran not really offering anything going forward. It's up to Japan to make the running, which they do with Bayashi, the number 6. This is a lovely run. He's got away from several defenders, gets a shot on target. Again, it lacks that power, but it's another shot inside the frame of the goal from Japan. They've got their radar, but maybe not the power at the moment.
Yeah, Iran are just attacking with one, and you know, it's you go forward and the three of us will just sit at the back. But here we go.
Rahimi's in here. Rahimi saved by Sato. Down to his right-hand side. Rahimi, out of nothing really, managed to carve out some space, got into the penalty area, shot from a central position, right-footed, and it forced Isuki Sato to sprawl and dive to his right-hand side and make the save. Parried away.
Yeah, it was a good save by the keeper and good run by the Iraqi. Iranian, sorry. Iraqi. And, yeah, but it is a strange way of playing at the moment from Iran. It's a foul against the Japanese.
Bayashi, guilty party on that occasion, just on halfway, more or less. So Iran do have the free kick. It's the first foul of this first half. We've played 9 minutes and 10 seconds. It's 0-0.
Substitution at the top end there. Number 6 is going off.
Tajihira Bayashi makes way for Japan, and on comes Kento Tori. Goalless here at the University of Birmingham. Been the venue for the women's and the men's competition in the blind football this year at these IBSA World Games. Iran have a chance to break the deadlock here. Rahimzadeh overruns it inside the penalty area. Rahimi, though, picks up the loose ball. He's inside the Japan defensive third, but he had 4 blue shirts for company, and he tried to sort of offer the ball to the left wing in case anyone was there, but there wasn't, so bounces off the board and out for a Japan ball.
Yeah, they seem to let the one player go up on attack and the other 3 just sit back on the defensive third line and wait for the Japanese to attack them. It's quite a negative way of playing.
There's Kento Tori on as a sub. Finds his captain with a square ball from the far side to the near side, inside the middle third of the pitch. Kawamura, and switches it back to the left. Kento Tori has conceded a foul there.
Yeah, no voy. The Iranians come in and
so he's won a foul, Kento Tori now.
Yeah, he's not said voy on the way in there, and so the referee quite rightly is giving the Japanese a foul. Yeah, you can see the referee pointed to his mouth. So just to give the table the indication of what the foul was for.
You can hear the coach Falafeli calling Morteza Karimi's name as Iran try to defend this, but it's a decent effort.
Ooh. Sorry.
A shot narrowly wide of the left-hand post.
Straight into our tent.
Dixie's just had his life flash before his eyes.
A lot of cables have come
a restart to Iran with that shot across goal from Japan. Still 0-0. The sun's shining pretty much for the first time since the morning, really.
Yeah, we haven't seen it much this morning at all, have we? In fact, it looked quite threatening at the start of this game. We thought we were in rain is forecast for later today, but we thought it was going to come down on the pitch here a little while ago, but sun's out.
Nil-nil. Free kick to Japan on halfway, close to the near side. second foul that Iran have committed in this first half. Here's Kawamura. Passes down the right. Goto collects it, but loses possession. And forward come Iran. And this is a very decent run from Karimi. Karimi's in. Oh, and he swipes, and it's an air kick. He's got it back, Karimi, with another good save from Sato. Strikes him down to his left. That's good from Iran. Karimi managed to get in. Morteza Karimi. And it was the initial shot which was missed, but then the second one, the follow-up, was saved.
Yeah,
you'd have to say, although Japan have been the better side going forward, as a yellow card is shown to Rahimi, Saad Rahimi on the Iran side, the number 9, for a bit of afters there, I think. Yeah,
I think it was something in the build-up of the play when Karimi was going forward, and the referee played a good advantage, and he's booked the Japanese.
Was it a yellow card as well to one of the coaching staff?
No, I think he was just showing it to the table. Okay. But that was a fantastic run by the Iranian there. He's gone and he's got the shot off. He was so quick to pick up the second ball. And the Japanese keeper has done amazingly well to keep that ball out.
Kento Tori's coming off for Japan. It was a fairly brief foray into the game for him. He makes way for Tachihira Bayashi, the number 6, back on for Japan.
Yeah, this half is whizzing by, isn't it? It's been a good half of football, really.
3 minutes, 50 seconds left. 0-0. Japan move down their right. It's the captain, Kawamura. Skirts along the edge of the D. But there's 4 Iran defenders blocking him. So they're forced to recycle the ball in the middle third, and that's Kawamura looking across to the near side with that pass, and it bounces against the board, away from Goto and out for Iranian restart. Yep.
Oh, well.
I was just about to say that although Japan have probably shaded things and looked the more cohesive going forward, Iran have probably forced the better saves out of the keeper.
That's right. But yeah, Japan definitely been more progressive than what Iran have been. And Japan have had a couple of shots, and the keeper's had a little bit of work to do, to be fair. But the outright gilt-edge chances have gone to Iran. Limited as they may be, but they've certainly had the better chances.
Morteza Karimi there, forcing a save from Sato. Probably the first chance was the better one, but he missed his kick, unfortunately, when he was clearing on goal.
Yeah.
Japan had players back second time around, so it was a slightly hurried effort, but it was going in, but for Sato's intervention.
The referee's just doing the usual post timeout checks on Aisha's to make sure nothing untoward has happened during that little break. I think we're all ready to get going. We're going to start with the Iranian goalkeeper. Nice fella he is. He's always got a smile on his face, the Iranian keeper. I like him.
Morteza Ramizani. Underarm throw out. Nice spin from Rahimi. He's got 4 blue shirts around him. Not got much help from his Iran teammates here.
No.
Gonna have to do it all himself, Rahimi. Plays it back into his own half, where Karimi comes forward. Another nice dribble from Karimi, the tall number 8 for Iran. Gets to the edge of the penalty area and shoots! Oh, flashes over the angle of post and bar.
Well, that's the second time he's gone on an amazing run through. And I'm sure if the Iranian coach would unleash him a little bit, we would see him getting a goal or two.
Absolutely leathered that.
He looks the more likely head of anyone on there at the moment to be scoring.
Bayashi for Japan on the far side. They're just in line with the Iran penalty area. Japan right up against the board. Izumi Sasaki has possession and then bundles into his opposite number, Amin Rahimzadeh, and I think that's a void infringement there.
Yeah, I think the Japanese player pushed the other Japanese player into him. And yeah, it's definitely an Iranian free kick, so.
Tom De Bruyne calls the referee timeout.
Yeah, he's just asking the guys to respect their areas. They're not allowed to speak when the ball's in, not in their third, so just reminding them. Again, we've seen a lot of that this week, Rob, haven't we?
Mm-hmm. I saw a red card in the Italy-France game earlier. We've seen a yellow today. These games been played at a real pace with plenty of meaning. Hacked away by Iran into the centre circle. It will be a Japan ball with Kawamura. No, he misses it. Now gets it back, momentarily at least. And then it's passed forward by Roberto Izumi Sasaki. A few questions for Iran's defence to answer here in their right back position. Shah Hosseini tries to keep it away from Kawamura, can't do so, so Kawamura plays it to this near sideboard. A spinning turn from Bayashi, into the centre circle he goes. Runs down the left wing now tries to cut in field. He's challenged fairly by Amin Rahimzadeh, who runs all the way down the right wing and wins a corner.
Yeah, they're going to have to push two players up front now to take this corner. Even though they probably don't want to, but...
Iran have got a player down injured here, which is a concern. Sadiq Rahimi. I wonder if he's going to come off now. He is. Looks like he's suffered an injury, so Ali Reza Bakht is coming on. Winners of this game will finish 5th in this competition and may well book themselves a place at the Paris Paralympic Games next year, dependent on the South American tournament to come in Santiago, Chile, come November. But whoever loses today, they know they're definitely not going, so there's a lot on this.
Yeah. Win it and you've got a bit of hope. Lose it and you've got no hope. All right, so...
Very bleak picture you painted there. No hope. Here's Iran on the far side after taking this corner.
Yeah, it's
Karimi.
Been a long 2 weeks, Rob.
If Iran have to scuttle back into their own half here, and that's good defending from the Japanese team. But now it's back with Iran. Bakht, who's just come on. Ali Reza Bakht. Swerving this way and that, but he's
not really gaining anything, is he?
He's still in that middle third, and it's been taken off him. And forward come Japan through Kawamura. Beats one challenge, just loses it as he was getting towards the edge of the area. Drifted away from him slightly there. Iran poke it over halfway, but Izumi Sasaki passes it forward as the klaxon goes for the end of the first half. It's 0-0. And quite an even contest, really. Japan definitely started the brighter. Iran had a couple of opportunities, though.
Yep.
Suki Sato had to make a couple of decent saves. And it could go either way. This in the second half. It's not going to be a one-sided affair on the evidence of the first half. So we'll take a short break here, allow the players to take a breath because it's been pretty frenetic. The ball hasn't been out that often, and sailed by. So 5th place playoff, half time here in the men's blind football competition. It's Iran 0, Japan 0. And just a refresher on the rules, or if this is your first time watching blind football, Here's all the info you need. Join us again in a few minutes' time.
It's fast, technical and tense. This is your guide to five-a-side football. There are 5 players per team, 4 outfield players and a goalkeeper. The aim of the sport is to score a goal by kicking the ball into your opponent's goal, and at the end of the game, whoever scored the most wins. Players must wear eye shades to ensure that all players have the same level of vision. That is apart from the goalkeepers, who aren't required to wear eye shades and can be fully sighted. Their job is to keep the ball from going in the goal behind them. But how do the players on the field know where the ball, or indeed the goal, is? Well, the ball in blind football is specially designed to make sound whenever it moves. Also, each team has a guide behind the opposition goal to help direct them. Each player is required to shout "Voy" when going for the ball. This ensures every player has the cues they need to help build a picture of what's going on and what to do next in defence or attack. To help this, total silence is required from the crowd until a goal goes in. Voy is Spanish for go, and it was the Spanish who were credited with originally developing blind football in the 1920s. As well as the Paralympics, teams from all corners of the world can compete at World, European, Asian, African and America's Championships, as well as a World Grand Prix.
Blind football can be played by both men and women, with the historic First Women's World Championships coming up in 2023.
So what are you waiting for? Give it a try.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA Anti-Doping App has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA Anti-Doping App. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
Welcome back to the artificial pitch here at the University of Birmingham Sports Campus. Half-time in the Men's Blind Football World Championships. Iran against Japan, goalless at the interval. Whoever wins this game will finish 5th in the competition. It's the last day of the tournament. We've got the third place playoff and the final still to come later on today. I can see some miniature Japan flags being waved by supporters in the far side in the stand. And a bigger flag being draped over a couple of blue seats in the stand on the far side as well. The atmosphere just picking up as we move through the afternoon. This is the second of 4 games, as I mentioned earlier on. France beating Italy by 2-1. It's going to be Iran to kick off in this second half. Japan start the second half as they started the first, so number 1 Tatsuki Sato in goal, number 3 Roberto Izumi Sasaki, number 6 Tachihira Bayashi, number 8 Masaki Goto, and number 10 Ryo Kawamura, their captain. Iran get us underway for this second half.
Yeah, they're attacking down this left-hand board, and Japan have closed the door on that one and breaking through with a number 6 going through, and he's won his side a corner. Very similar to the first half, I think.
Yeah, 7 seconds it took, so slightly slower this time. Iran line up with Morteza Ramazani in goal. They've got number 3 Mohammed Amin Rahimzadeh, number 8 Morteza Karimi, number 11 Ahmadreza Shahasini, and number 4 Ali Reza Bakht is on at the start of the second half with his captain Hossein Rajibpur. Currently waiting to return. Here's Kawamura from this corner. Tries a shot at goal, which charged down on the edge of the penalty area. And forward come Iran, and here's the dangerous Karimi into the penalty area he goes. Great last-ditch tackle there from Izumi Sasaki. That was vital. Karimi had the best of it in the first half for Iran, and he was very nearly in on goal there, but for the intervention of Izumi Sasaki. You said, Dixie, there was a foul earlier on.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought he got clipped on the halfway line, which put him off balance, and eventually led him into getting dispossessed by the Japanese player. Referee didn't see it that way. Well, we've all got opinions. But, yeah, I thought he got clipped.
And he was still into the penalty area before Izumi Sasaki got back. And that was last-ditch stuff there.
I just hope the Iranians just unleash him a little bit more, because, you know, he's an exciting player, and when he's got the ball at his feet, he's quite. He'll take some stopping.
Japan with the corner. Bayashi tries to find space for a shot. 4 white shirts around him, and the foul is committed by Bayashi, so it's Iran's free kick. Iran in the all-white kit with a flash of green across the chest. The Iranian flag on the left of the shirts. Japan in the all-blue with white trim. And just the numbers on the back of their shirts, no names. Iran with this free kick from deep. They knock it long. It's going to roll away and out for a Japan restart. Hurled out by Tatsuki Sato. Picked off by Iran, who can run forward now, and it's that Karimi again who was nearly bursting through the back line. Karimi has been excellent in this game. The number 8 for Iran. He's waiting to receive this ball now in the left-back position, but it's actually fed inside for Amin Rahimzadeh, who skirts along the near side board before being challenged by Bayashi. Bayashi tries a shot 7 metres out. It's blocked. Well blocked by Iran. 0-0 it remains. We've played 2 minutes of the second half. Ball's been contested on the far sideboard in the middle third. Swept across to the near side by Japan. But picked up by Amin Rahimzadeh for Iran. He's hurdled one challenge. Tackled by Kawamura inside the penalty area. Forward come Japan down the right-hand side. They can't hold on to possession, but they may well win a corner here. No, it's well kept in the end by Shahosini. Just at the last second. Japan roll it across 9 metres from goal. It's away from Goto and against the near sideboard. Exactly scrappy start to this second half. 3 minutes gone. Here's Kawamura though, bearing down on the penalty area. He's tackled. Yeah. And the whistle goes. And it's a free kick to Japan.
Yeah, he's played the ball when he was on the floor. The number 11 went down, and his left leg snuck out and played the ball while he's on the floor. So it's an indirect free kick to Japan, about a metre outside the penalty area. Just left the centre as we're looking. So the referee will get the ball back 5 metres. And the Iranians making a sub at the same time. Well, you can't play with 6.
Referees have called a brief timeout here. Tom De Bruyne, the main official on field.
Well, they've called for a substitution, but they're not making a movement, anyone to go off. There's an Iranian player waiting to come on. The hooter goes again. So someone's got to come off.
Yeah, they are now announcing it.
Number 4.
Yep, off comes Ali Reza Bakht. On comes Saad Rahimi. The voice you can hear is actually the Iranian guide at this near side, so at the opposite end of the pitch. It's Japan, though, who have this free kick. Roberto Izumi Sasaki is there, as is his captain. 2 Japan players are actually in front of the wall. Number 6, Bayashi. Number 8, Goto. Are they going to spin off here?
I think they're there to stop the wall pressing the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And I think as soon as the ball moves, they'll one will go left, one will go right.
This feels like an important moment in the game. Just under 12 minutes left. Just a metre outside the penalty area. Kawamura shoots and scores!
Yes.
He ran to his right and then shot low to the keeper's right. Back across him. And it was such a cute, clever finish and a well-worked routine by Japan. They lead Iran by a 0-0. It's the captain, Ryo Kawamura.
Yeah, let's have a look at that again. I think what we said would happen, did happen, and the player, the Japanese player...
He's got the samurai headdress on as celebration, as is tradition.
Yeah,
Japan
he was on the edge of the wall, broke to the left-hand side, pulled a couple of the players with him, and... the Japanese 10 just put it in the gap. He's pulled them across with him, opened it up, and yeah, clever move. Very clever indeed. Perfectly legal, everything okay. He's not made contact with the players at all, but him moving, the Japanese 8 moving to the right, has just fooled the Iranians behind them, and they followed him, thinking he was going to get the ball. And
there's a lot of moving parts there. That's probably the smartest set-piece routine I think we've seen in this tournament by some distance.
Yeah, that was really good, really clever. I haven't seen it before, and worked a treat, because he didn't really hit it that hard, did he?
No.
You know, he's picked his spot and just rolled it into the corner, and yeah, nice move, nice goal. Well, we might see a bit more from the Iranians now. They've got to come out now, haven't they?
Any question marks over the goalkeeper there, Ramazani? You mentioned the ball wasn't hit particularly firmly, but it was in the inside of the netting, so it was, I mean, it was perfectly placed.
It was very accurate, and like he did have a lot of bodies flying around in front of him, didn't he? Players were going left and right in front of him, so he probably didn't get a very good view of it, but I would have thought he might think to himself, I could have done better than that. I don't know, really. It's a long way from us, and I'm not going to criticise him because he's always got a smile on his face.
I knew you'd say that. Yeah.
He's a hell of a nice man.
Kawamura, goal scorer for Japan, running down the right wing. On the far side of the pitch. Blocked by Iran. And forward they come, and a little bit of anger from Rahimi from Iran. He had his shirt pulled there, and he angrily remonstrated with the officials to say...
Yeah, but he's got his foul. What more does he want? You know.
Frustrations for Iran, but they have a free kick. A metre in from the far sideboard. And just a couple of metres inside Japan's half. Here they go. Shah Hosseini down the left. He'll win a corner. Japan lead Iran by a 0-0. Kawamura with the goal for a well-worked free kick routine. Iran take this. Here's Karimi. Got two Japan defenders behind him. Now three. Karimi can't engineer anything out of that. Kawamura latches onto the ball and then goes to ground.
Yeah, Karimi's pushed him over. Bit of frustration creeping in for the Iranians, I think.
A free kick to Japan, deep in their own third, the right back position. Kawamura feeds the ball along the far sideboard, but there's Iran to sweep it away. Izumi Sasaki bites at the ball on the far sideboard, but he's under pressure from Rahimi. Ball's being contested and has stopped still on the edge of the Japan defensive third, and this time it's Izumi Sasaki who says to the referee, I was being held back there, and the decision has gone Japan's way.
No, he's going to give a bounce up. He's decided it was 50-50.
Going to be a contested one. Rodolphe Bonin, the official on that far side. He's going to throw it against the far sideboard. It's going to hit the three lions, and the badge for the FA.
Didn't feed that very well into the scrum,
did
he?
I was going to say that.
He'd have been a scrum
really
happy.
favour Iran, and it was a bit of a... Yeah.
Oh, if he'd been a scrum happy, he won't take that again.
Anyway, the ball's against this near sideboard now. It's Iran's ball at the moment, but Japan have got bodies back. Shah Hosseini tries to find some space down the right, but Iran forced to face their own goal. I mean, Rahimzadeh, that's a nice pass over to the far side, but Rahimi steps on the ball, has to regroup. Rahimi again, just as he was dribbling down the left, Misplaced control. Goto tries to run down the right, but he, well,
no, it was definitely a corner.
He's won a corner, but your mate Ramazani didn't like it.
No,
he's not smiling now,
no,
is he?
He's not. Is he? No, it was definitely a corner. The referees are definitely right. I'm sorry, mate. I'll commiserate with you over a pint tonight. That was definitely a corner. The Japanese player down on the halfway line. I think he's just doing his laces up. Yeah, he is.
So Iran trailing by a goal to nil with just under 9 minutes remaining. Have a corner to defend here. Kawamura, the Japanese goal scorer and captain, red captain's armband on his left sleeve, has conceded a free kick there. His initial cross was blocked and then committed a foul as he tried to retrieve possession on that far side. So Iran are able to clear it up to halfway. Looking to run down the right-hand side. They're held up by Japan. It's back on halfway once again. Amin Rahimzadeh moves into the centre circle. Wins a free kick. Just under 8.5 minutes left. Iran 0, Japan 1. Shahosini over this free kick for Iran. If they're going to win this in normal time, they're going to have to do something they haven't done in this competition so far, which is score more than one goal in a game. Rahimi on halfway. Moves to the far side, dribbling neatly, and almost sits on the ball and loses it. And Japan, through Kawamura, go back to their goalkeeper, Daisuke Sato. Sato with the clearance to the near side. Contested by two players, one of which is Bayashi, and he leaves it for Izumi Sasaki, and Japan not really able to get anything moving at the moment, but then Iran struggling for creativity too. Can Karimi, who's been their most likely source of goals, do something here? He's got his back to goal, crowded out. Rahimi picks up the loose ball, but he's got 4 blue shirts around him. Still 1-0 to Japan, who clear it upfield through Kawamura, but all the players, as I mentioned, were back, so it hits the far sideboard and then trickles out for a restart to Iran. There's just 7 minutes and 2 seconds left. That's a good long throw, though, and collected initially by Rahimi, and then his second touch was a swipe at the ball, but the ball had just gone out. More like it from Iran, though. They went route 1, but it nearly worked. Shahosini now, running from inside his own half, down the left-hand side. Tackled by Kawamura. Shahosini sweeps it to the other side from Rahimi. And Japan just content to whack it upfield.
Iran are looking a little bit more like it now, and as time runs out for them, they'll start to press on a little bit. It's going to be a corner if it goes.
But it hasn't. The ball's sandwiched against the near sideboard, right by the corner. A corner to Iran, as the guide is told to stay back in his own zone there by Tom De Bruyne.
He's a fearsome character, the guide, isn't he? He's huge. We got a timeout for Iran. They're going to do a little bit of sorting out. I hope they let the number 8 go up front. let him push on a bit, because to my mind he's been the one player from Iran who's looked something like it. So
we can see the goal from Ryo Kawamura. Roberto Izumi Sasaki was over the free kick, touch to Kawamura, and the two Japan players that were in the wall, Bayashi and Goto, did a great job in just occupying the Iranian wall. They split, and then between the two sets of two players that had split in the wall, the Iranian wall, Kawamura threaded it through and passed it into the corner.
Yeah, it was like the parting of the ways, wasn't it? The wall just split in two and left the goalkeeper totally isolated there. So, yeah, we got just under 6 minutes to go, so they still got plenty of time to get back into it.
We've had a pretty good tournament, Japan, really, beating Thailand, Turkey, victory over France on Wednesday as well. It was just that quarter-final loss to Brazil that cost them a place in the last four. But they're on course to finish 5th if this scoreline stays the same. And as we mentioned earlier, potentially, depending on the South American competition to come in November, a 5th place finish here may well be enough to secure a spot at the Paris Paralympic Games next year. It's Iran with this corner, stubbed into the wall. Another corner. The guide has now been told no more.
I don't really know why he's keep running out from behind the goal. There's no need for him to be there.
Desperate. He is desperate to get his size 13 shoes outside the lines as the ball's played across. That's good from Iran. They took 4 Japan players out of the game there with that ball across. Japan quick to get back into a defensive formation though. And the whistle has gone because the eye mask has slipped up from Shah Hosseini. It looks like it's going to be a...
Yeah, it's an uncontested drop ball. I suppose they were in possession of the ball, wouldn't they? But,
It was a good corner, that, actually. They managed to roll it across. Shah Hosseini was there, but as the shot comes in, blocked again by Japan, but now picked up by Karimi. Karimi challenged by 2 Japan players who both went to ground and formed a bit of a wall there to stop the shot. The ball's still live, and into the penalty area goes Rahimi, who felt he was fouled as he got towards the edge of the box. And the decision, Dixie Dean?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't fouled. The scream came before he went down. Yeah, no, I didn't think there was anything in that.
Japan's ball. Just over 5 minutes remaining. Japan lead by a 1-0 here at the University of Birmingham. It's the final day of the men's blind football competition. As things stand, Japan will finish 5th in the competition. Iran will have to settle for 6th. But Iran have possession. They give it away, trying to go long and down the middle. And it's easily left alone by Izumi Sasaki, and out for a restart. Here's Kawamura, the goal scorer. His goals, the difference as things stand. Switches it to Tanaka. Tanaka, who's just come on for Bayashi. Got Kawamura trying to support him. I think the ball is now at the feet of Kawamura, but it's wedged against the near sideboard.
This will suit Japan, won't it?
It will. Taking time out of the game. Just over 4 minutes left now. Iran clear it from their own penalty area, but only as far as Goto. Goto, he's got a bit of space to find a shot here if he wants. Goto, an acute angle, and it hits the side netting. Exactly 4 minutes left. Oh, I got a deflection apparently. It's a corner. Your mate is absolutely raging. That smile has long since gone.
Well, all I can say is it's an awful long way from where we're sat. I didn't see anything. But the referee's right there, so we'll take his word for it.
I've noticed about Japan and the way they defend, they're so meticulous and hard-working, aren't they, in the way they sort of defend situations and get bodies in the right position, and just well-drilled, aren't they?
Yeah, well, we did say last week when we were watching them last week, they defend like if you chuck a blanket up in the air, you'd catch all four of them because they're all tightly around the ball. But what impresses me more than that is they're all tight around the ball when they haven't got it. But as soon as they've got it, they're breaking from everywhere. And they get two players forward really, really quickly. So they have got an out ball for when they get it.
Iran make a change. Rahimi makes way. Ali Reza Bakht comes on. Got it's like a wrist protector on his right hand. A bit of strapping on his thumb as well, so got a hand injury that he's nursing at the moment, but he's on to try and make a difference. But at the other end, it's Tanaka for Japan, who thought he was in on goal there, but held up. Bakht now for Iran. In the middle third, he moves from the near side to the far side. Dribbling with the ball, then it hits his heel. He comes back to the near side and tries to curve his run to go down the right wing. He's done well here, Bakht. He's got the excellent Izumi Sasaki, though, for company, who I'd say has had a real impact on this game from a defensive point of view, Roberto Izumi Sasaki. He's been the last man on a number of occasions, operating like a bit of a sweeper, and he's stopped everything. Although that ball did get thrown out by Ramazani all the way through. Karimi couldn't latch onto it, as Japan launch it long instead. But again, it's back with the goalkeeper Ramazani. Big throw just bounces before the halfway line. There was inches in that. Here they come. Karimi inside the penalty area. Again, just an important intervention there from Izumi Sasaki. Just got his body in the way. Didn't win the ball in the end, but it forced Karimi to overrun it, and it went out.
Yeah, they're doing well, the Japanese. They're keeping the Iranians at bay at the moment, that's for sure.
2 minutes and 25 seconds left. The ball's with Japan. They're in possession, and they're deep in the Iranian third. On the far side, it's Goto. Goes to ground, but Kawamura says, I'll have it. Kawamura's shot is blocked. Tanaka can't make anything of the loose ball. Karimi was nearly in then. He was up to the last defender, but again, Japan stand tall. Karimi gets a little touch on that.
Still going.
Amin Rahimzadeh is there as well. Karimi, they're desperately trying to stab a shot goalwards. They've got three players around the ball, Iran, but Japan have got everyone back. Kawamura inside the edge of his own penalty area. He gets it into the Iranian half with this left-footed clearance. Now a scooped diagonal ball by Iran. It hits the top of the far sideboard, bounces down, and it's an Iran free kick and a shove. And that's not very clever. And the yellow card is out here. Karimi, Iran's best player, frustrated there with the challenge from Kawamura, and a little shove in the back. And not only is the guide there, the goalkeeper's there just to give their point of view, as the yellow card is indeed shown to Morteza Karimi. His tensions bubble over slightly.
Yes, it is a little bit of frustration going on out there. But definite yellow card. There was definite shove there. We saw it from here. No problem at all. So the free kick's not particularly good position. It's in the third, but it's right out on the far board, and they're going to have to do a bit of work to get a shot in on goal from there.
Guys being told to calm down again. Maysam Shoji Yun. Karimi's over this free kick. Tries to weave into the penalty area. Shahasini actually, who took the ball off Karimi. But Japan have got all their players back. They're going to concede a corner here. But we are just into the last minute. 59.2 seconds left on the stopwatch. It's Japan who lead Iran by a goal to nil. And may well be taking a big stride towards the Paris Paralympic Games with this victory. I'll still be nervously waiting for the results of the South American tournament in November, but it could well be enough to secure their spot at that showpiece event. Iran, time for maybe one last attack. They've got the ball in the middle third. Shahasini leaves it for Bakht. Bakht still has the ball, but he's unsure how to manoeuvre it down the right-hand side. And again, he has to check back. And time's running out for Iran, and they've lost it. And Tanaka takes it off Bakht. And then Bakht gives Tanaka a little bit of a push, but Tanaka's got it. And Tanaka is now deep in Iranian territory. It's down the Japan left wing. And they've conceded a free kick here, but Iran have only got 11.8 seconds in which to get this ball upfield and score a goal. Are we going to see a late twist? A very late twist.
Yeah, my mate, the goalkeeper's pushing the Iranians upfield. Gets up there. We got 11 seconds. Come on.
So it's going to have to be a bit of a hit and hope, this, isn't it?
Yeah.
Shahasini is over the ball.
He can't run it. He hasn't got time. He's got to hit it forward.
Well, I'm surprised slightly. Masaki Goto has actually formed like a one-man wall, because surely the ball's only going one way. Oh, when I say that, Goto actually blocked the ball forward, so yeah. I take that back immediately. 9.2 seconds left. It's bounced off the back of Goto's number 8 shirt and looped over the near sideboard. So free kick to be retaken, but a couple more seconds elapsed there. It's scooped again by Shahasini down the near sideboard. There's not really a white shirt near that. There is now, but it might be too late. Karimi can't get to it. There's the klaxon. Japan roar with delight.
Oh, dear, dear, dear.
Karimi kicked the ball as the full-time klaxon went. I think he's possibly going to get a second yellow here after the klaxon has gone. But let's not dwell on that, because it's all about Japan and their celebrations here. They are absolutely jubilant. Japan, the samurais, have succeeded, and they've finished 5th in this competition. And you never know, that might well be enough to secure their spot at the Paris Paralympic Games.
Yeah, it was well deserved by the Japanese. They were the more progressive side throughout, really. I thought the Iranians were very tentative in the first half. Didn't really want to come out to play at all. And the Japanese scored a good goal. And, well worked free kick, wasn't it? So I think the Iranian number 8 was extremely lucky there. He didn't pick a yellow card up at the end there as well, because he fair well booted the ball, and unfortunately for him, it hit Tom, the referee, and the card was out, but it wasn't brandished in his direction.
It means a lot to Japan. We've got 1 or 2 on their knees. Roberto Izumi Sasaki, he was excellent at the back. The goal scorer Kawamura leads his side to victory. Japan finished 5th. They beat Iran by a goal to nil. My thanks to Dixie Dean for his thoughts. Alongside me, Rob Scanlon, will be here for the match between Colombia and Brazil. That gets underway in just over 50 minutes' time before the big one, the final. Argentina against China. It's the final day of the men's blind football competition here in the bright sunshine in Birmingham. Join us in a little bit of time for Colombia, Brazil. But for now, it's bye from Dixie and myself. There's blue skies and sun shining here in Birmingham for a South American matchup in the third place playoff of the men's blind football competition here at the IBSA World Games 2023. Colombia taking on Brazil. My name's Rob Scanlon. Dixie Dean is alongside me, former England goalkeeper and qualified referee in blind football. We're at the University of Birmingham. We're sat enjoying the picture in front of us, which is the Colombians and the Brazilians waiting behind the volunteers and the officials with their flags. And here they come. So a warm ovation from the supporters in the stand. A lot of interested passers-by around the perimeter fencing here at the sports campus. Lots of international students still here during the summer months. Had lots of intrigue, lots of interest in these games, and it's coming to a head now with this fourth place playoff before the final. Argentina against China, which takes place at 6:30 local time, just over 2 hours time here in Birmingham, being streamed around the world. It's been a pleasure bringing you the games. We've seen a fantastic competition. It's coming to a head now. It's time for the national anthems of Brazil and Colombia before we get underway with this playoff match.
Please remain standing if you are able for the national anthem of Brazil.
Of Colombia and Brazil. Before we take a check on the teams, let's look at the path to the final, given it is the final day of competition here at Birmingham. Colombia were drawn in Group C. They progressed from that. Brazil progressed from Group D. They both won their quarter-finals. Colombia beating Iran by 2-1. Before losing the semi-finals, Colombia losing to Argentina, and Brazil losing on penalties to China. The Colombian team is on your screen now. Number 1 is Johan Ardila. Number 3, Alex Martinez. Number 7, their captain, Jean Hernandez. Number 9, John Gonzalez. Number 10, Juan David Perez. On the subs bench, they have sub-goalkeeper number 11, Freddy Gomez. Number 2 is Freddy Lopez. Number 5, Julian Jaramillo. Number 6, Jesus Lopez. And number 8, Nicolas Coca. They're coached by Fernando Carrillo. Their guide is Jonathan Ramirez. As for Brazil, they line up like this. Number 12, their goalkeeper Mateus Costa. Number 5, Casio Lopez. Number 8 is Nonato. Number 11, Jardial Suarez. Number 9, Thiago Silva. On the subs bench, they have their captain and goalkeeper Luan Lasedi. Number 2 is Jonathan Silva. Number 4 is Maicon Santos. Number 7 is Jefferson. Number 3, Samir Santana. They're coached by Fabio Vasconcelos. Their guide is Edson Lacerda. So as I mentioned, both these sides progressed out of the group stages, reaching the quarter-finals. As Colombia progressed past Iran, you can see the route to the final on your screen now. Colombia beating Iran, but losing out to Argentina. Whereas Brazil progressed past France in the quarter-final stage, but were beaten 2-0 agonisingly on penalties by China to set up that final later on between Argentina and China, and this third, fourth place playoff between Colombia and Brazil. Dixie Dean, the former England goalkeeper, alongside me, Rob Scanlon. The forecast for rain has been incorrect so far. We've seen 2 matches. Italy against France. Italy took the lead in that one, but France won to finish 7th. And then the latest kick-off. And there was some real emotion at the end of this one. Iran against Japan. You'd think finishing 5th, well, is there much in that? But actually, it could well book Japan a place in the Paralympics. And their celebrations, there was tears, there was joy. And you could see with Iran, who gathered in a huddle and sat down on one of the unused pitches, they were absolutely crestfallen because they knew that that potentially was their last chance to go to a Paralympic Games for some of them, because, of course, you know, the cycle, every 4 years they might not get another opportunity. So there was big pressure on that game. Japan won it, Dixie, and the celebrations told you everything you need to know.
Yeah, they really enjoyed it, didn't they? They were sort of jumping up and down, and it was so nice to see. They put a samurai headgear on the goal scorer, and he was still wearing it when they went over to the changing rooms. A very elaborate piece of headwear. And yeah, it was a really, really good game, and probably the best free kick that we'd seen during the tournament, the way it was worked. And that decided the game on that free kick, and it was expertly done, and a really neat finish by the lad, and keeper didn't really move for it, if I remember rightly. So that was a really good game, but we got Colombia and Brazil up in front of us now, and I must admit, every time Colombia play, I get excited because I just love the way they play. The 9 and 10 up front are fantastic. They're really jack-in-the-box characters and full of energy, full of life, full of inventiveness, if I can say the word, Rob. Yeah, help me out on that one. And, yeah, they're very lively indeed. So, you're looking forward to a good game here.
On-field officials Stuart Winton and Herminal Lebrano are happy with everything. They shake hands with the 2 coaching staffs. And we're about to get underway. Colombia, it will be who will get us started in this game. Kicking from right to left in their colourful kit with splashes of blue, red and yellow, the Colombian flag represented. And they've got predominantly white shorts, but again, those sort of paint splashes of yellow, blue and red, and then white socks. Brazil in their very traditional, very famous kit of yellow shirts with green numbers and names on the back and green trim on the sleeves, and blue shorts with blue socks. Sometimes they wear white socks, but blue socks today, so as not to provide a kit clash, I guess, as Brazil have the ball and they knock it down to the far right. Thiago Silva can't bring it under control, and it's through and out for a Colombian restart. Johan Ardila will take it to John Hernandez, the captain for Colombia. Down the left-hand side he goes. Pass, but it's misdirected. And forward come Brazil in the shape of Thiago Silva. Moves from the near side to the far side. Offers the ball back to Suarez. Jardial Suarez switches it again to the far side. There's a little clipped cross by Thiago Silva across the face of goal. It'll be well kept in by Nonato. Nonato can't maintain possession though, but Suarez steps in inside the middle third, close to the near side. Colombia now through Gonzalez, the number 9. Lovely bit of dribbling there, then spears the ball to the far side of the pitch, where it bounces off the board and goes out for a Brazilian restart. Long throw downfield is miscontrolled, and it's back with Colombia and their keeper Ardila. Timeout called momentarily because Colombia need John Gonzalez to tie up his laces, and we're good to go again. Throw is looking for David Perez, Juan David Perez, and again it's miscontrolled, and back with Brazil. 0-0. No early chances for either side yet. In fact, the pattern seems to be long throw, miscontrol, long throw, miscontrol at the moment.
Yes, that's about it at the moment, isn't it? They're better than that, these players. We've seen much better from them. I'm sure they're settled down, a bit of nerves, I think. Yeah, but at the moment it's a bit stalemate.
John Gonzalez for Colombia, kicking from right to left in this first half, but at the moment retreating back towards his own goal. He's going to pass it back to his goalkeeper, is he? No, it's taken off him in a dangerous place by Nonato, who shoots just wide.
Yeah, I think the goalkeeper promptly has a word with him as well. What are you doing? Just give it to me.
Ardila, the goalkeeper, gives it to Hernandez, the skipper for Colombia. Diagonal pass looking for Gonzalez, beaten to it by his fellow number 9, and now the ball's up for grabs, and Gonzalez passes it across goal where Juan David Perez was waiting. Ponytailed number 10 cuts in from the far touchline, and it's a restart to Brazil after the ball squirms away from him. Long throw out again. Jardial Suarez tries to twist away on halfway from his marker, Hernandez. Square ball to the near sideboard. Clatters into it and is taken up by Thiago Silva. Inside the centre circle. Away from one. A second. Nutmegs a third. Around a fourth. Oh, and then the ball hit his heel.
Yeah, the referee's brought it back. It was a foul earlier in the move. Good refereeing.
Stuart Winton with the decision there.
Yeah, and so Brazil will have a free kick virtually on the halfway line, very central. It's the first foul gone up on the board.
Central position, but still inside the centre circle, albeit in Colombia's half, so Brazil won't be able to do what Japan did earlier, which is engineer a brilliant set-piece routine, far more advanced free kick in terms of position, and then they had 2 players occupying the wall, and the wall split, and Kawamura, the Japan captain, found the bottom corner. Brilliant bit of play. Couple of shrill blasts of the whistle. But we're ready to go. Jardial Suarez immediately passes to the left. But it's hooked away by Colombia, downfield. But sent straight back to Nonato. Nonato is
taking a tumble
clipped there as he went to shoot, and it was, I reckon, a fraction outside the penalty area.
Yeah.
But not by much.
Yeah, you're right, Rob. It was outside. Very rash challenge by the Colombian there, and yeah, it's 2 foot outside. So look at it again.
Replay there. Nonato wasn't far away. That it was a sliding challenge coming in from Alex Martinez.
They could certainly bring the ball forward a little bit and have just cause to bringing it forward a little bit, because it wasn't there.
This is a similar position to the Japan one, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. Perhaps a little bit wider, but not much.
Well, are they preparing something similar here? Because there's 2
Brazilians.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if the Brazilians have watched it and had a little thought, and we can do it, but have the Colombians watched it as well and know what they're going to do? But we'll see. It's a good opportunity for Brazil, this. As I say, we have been a little bit disappointed in the performances of Brazil at these championships, because up until now they've certainly been the probably the best team in the world for 20 to 25 years, to be honest.
Casio Lopez and Nonato were the 2 players stood 3 meters away from the ball, back to goal, in front of the wall. So they'll be sort of trying to block any press and forming some sort of distraction here. Jardial Suarez and Thiago Silva are the 2 players over it. Thiago Silva shoots, deflected, and it's parried around the post. Again, it worked. It worked because it stopped the wall from pushing forward and preventing the shot being taken. Yeah. It got a deflection, and it was a good save in the end by Ardila, but it very nearly worked again.
It was very, very similar, and all but from the deflection, we might have had the same end result. But in the end, the keeper's made a really good save off the deflection, because he couldn't have had much time to see that.
Suarez with the effort, and he's on the ball on the far side. Jardial Suarez. Loses it to Colombia, who can break now down the right-hand side. On halfway, that's nice play from John Hernandez. Switches it to the near side, and John Gonzalez, who treads on the ball, and it allows Brazil to steal in and win a free kick on halfway.
Another foul by Colombia. Fouls are starting to rack up a little bit.
That's number 3, isn't it?
Yeah, you only allowed 4, then the 5th one's an 8-metre penalty.
Well, we've not played 4 minutes yet. No, we have. Just over 4 minutes.
Yeah. And the Brazilian coach is imparting some information to his team. Used to be the Brazilian goalkeeper back in my time.
Jardial Suarez. The stubbed pass down the right-hand side, but it's picked off by Colombia. You can switch the play to Juan David Perez. He then diagonally sends the ball to the near sideboard, and John Gonzalez gets to the byline, tries to cut back. He's under pressure from Thiago Silva. The 2 number 9s hacking at the ball as Gonzalez just about fumbles his way through, and then the ball's overrun and out for a restart to Brazil, who move it quickly downfield. Colombia now get bodies back as the ball is scooped into the penalty area and all the way through to Ardila.
Yeah, I just think it's starting to settle a little bit now.
Jardial Suarez now bearing down on the penalty area. It was an important little touch there, but Suarez shoots and scores. It looked like his path to goal was blocked. There was a deflection, but then the ball rolled kindly into his path, and he let fly right-footed. And Jadiel Soares gets Brazil up and running in this third place playoff, placing the ball low to the right of Joan Ardila. It's Soares with the goal. Brazil 1, Colombia 0.
Yeah, I thought Colombia had it away and they lost it, and he was so close into the keeper, he smashed it into the corner. The keeper's got no chance at all. But it looked like Colombia got away with it, but it's come off the Colombian's heel, straight back into his path, and he's taken one touch and smacked it into the back of the net. So,
well, John Hernandez initially made the tackle, and then the ball rolled unkindly, really, off his heel, back to Jadiel Soares, and he was there to, as Dixie said, hit the ball firmly home.
Well, then we'll see what Colombia is made of. Then will they come back? Because I say the 9 and the 10 usually work really well together. We haven't seen much of it yet, but
Nonato trying to make it 2-0. Down the left wing for Brazil. Quickly from the restart, retrieving possession, Brazil. And here's Nonato again. He's back to goal on the edge of the defensive third for Colombia. Runs across the face of goal. And he's blocked off. Forward come Colombia. Now they can break through John Gonzalez. He overruns it. Back with Brazil. Gonzalez's shades have come off, so it's hold up in play here, with Brazil leading by a goal to 0, courtesy of their number 11, Jadiel Soares.
yeah, it's an uncontested drop ball. Brazil were in charge of the ball when the referee blew the whistle, so they'll just get a drop at their feet.
9 minutes, 10 seconds left in this first half. Thiago Silva with this free kick. It's in the right back position for Brazil, and lead by a goal to 0. So they're inside their own half, in the middle third of the pitch. Drop to Thiago Silva. Shapes away from Alex Martinez. Then plays a diagonal ball into the penalty area that rolls out for a restart to Colombia. Ardila bowls the ball out to the near sideboard. There's Gonzalez. Switches the play. Juan David Perez spins away from one. Tries a shot. Is challenged at the vital second. The ball breaks loose into the centre circle. It's spinning. And it's still not being claimed yet. And it has now. Looks like Brazil are going to win possession, but then they give it straight back to John Hernandez. Hernandez, the captain for Colombia, scoops the ball down the right wing. Juan David Perez does well, controls it, comes inside, again tries to shoot on the stretch, doesn't get any power, the shot's blocked. Brazil will run this one clear through Nonato. He's clipped by Juan David Perez. Gets back to his feet, Nonato. Runs after his own through ball. But there's Colombia in John Hernandez. Shirt untucked. He fires a diagonal ball that's asking a lot of Juan David Perez. What an intervention that is. The ball hit the sideboard, was going out, and he threw himself at the ball to keep it in, hook his foot around it. And that deserved a goal.
Yeah, it was tremendous, isn't it? Because it was definitely going to go out, and he
slid
in and wrapped his foot round it and dragged it back up the pitch to keep Colombia in possession of the ball. Done really well. There's been a foul given against Brazil. Can't see what's happening.
Brazil make a change.
Yeah.
It's Thiago Silva who's making way.
Oh, he's playing for Chelsea tonight, isn't he?
Maicon Santos coming on. It says Maicon Jr. on the back of his shirt. So we've been told Maicon Santos is the name referred to him as. Colombia with this free kick, close to the near sideboard. They're a good 15 metres from goal, I'd say, with the angle. Free kick comes to nothing. Brazil try and counter-attack. It's being contested in the middle third. Brazil have a bit of space now through Nonato. Weaves away from one challenge. He's tripped up by Alex Martinez. And that's another free kick. Is that a fourth foul?
Yeah, that's the fourth one. Yeah, it was right. The referee was right. It was a trip. The Colombian bench don't agree. That's a surprise. But, yeah, so they're on the 4-4. Any more now, it'll be 8-metre penalties. So we're having... Oh, they're just indicating from the table that's the fourth foul. So, yeah, they're going to have to be careful now. You go 2-0 then, and there probably won't be any way back for them. Obviously, the fouls are wiped at half-time, so they start with a clean sheet for the second half.
Suarez, the goal scorer for Brazil. Slaloming run. It's a corner to Brazil, but they don't like it. Juan David Perez loudly protesting. It was a judge that he got the last touch as he went across to tackle Suarez. And,
the bench didn't like it either.
Things not going Colombia's way. Trailing by a goal to 0. They've committed 4 fouls and there's still 7 minutes left of this first half. The corner is blocked on the edge of the penalty area. Maicon Santos, a tall, rangy number 4 for Brazil. Now has some defending to do after losing possession to Juan David Perez. Perez is still fighting for possession against the far side board. Ball's cleared by Brazil, downfield by Cássio Lopes. All the way through to goalkeeper Ardila. Heaves a long throw forward, but straight to Brazil. And Colombia have committed players forward here. And Brazil with the shot on target, courtesy of Maicon Santos, straight at the goalkeeper. It's a good early impression from the sub. Inside the centre circle, Colombia work it to the near sideboard, but there's no one there in a blue, yellow and red shirt. So it's back with Brazil, who lead by a goal to 0. Nonato, edge of the area, low shot, good save. That was squirming in that. It was just creeping into the far post.
Yeah, the keeper's got down well again. It's definitely Brazil on the front foot at the moment, pushing Colombia back all the time. It's just the odd break from Colombia that we get, but nothing sustained at all.
Jardiel Suarez for Brazil. Just approaching halfway. Knocks it to this near sideboard. Colombia latch onto it. Alex Martinez tries a marauding run forward. He's got 4 shirts to beat. Martinez, he's got through. Shot saved. The shot lacked a little bit of conviction. He was slightly off balance there, Alex Martinez. And Brazil keep it to 1-0.
Yeah, that's the first time we've seen Colombia down in a reasonable position. And if they keep on doing that, they'll get some joy. But they need to do more of it, I'm afraid. That's the first time we've seen it this half. So, but a good opportunity for Colombia.
4 minutes 30 left on the clock. Brazil lead Colombia by a goal to 0 in this 3rd, 4th place playoff at the IBSA World Games. Men's blind football competition. Final to come later. Argentina against China. Oh dear. Now, here we go.
That's here we go. Be an 8-metre penalty. He scissor kicked him on the floor. One leg either side.
John Gonzalez with the foul.
Yeah. Silly boy. No need to do it from there, really. Wasn't in that much trouble. Ball was out wide. And sudden rush of blood to the head. And gives Brazil the opportunity to score a second one from the 8-metre spot.
Well, it's going to be Casio Lopez to take. Brazil are making a change. Nonato is going off, the number 8. He's replaced by Thiago Silva, who returns, having started the game. So, the responsibility is on the shoulders of Casio Lopez to make it 2-0 to Brazil. He's got blue trainers. And his right foot looks to be the preferred option for him. He taps the ball a couple of times with the sole of his trainer. He awaits the assistance of guide Edson Lacerda. All discipline from Colombia. Referee Stuart Winton wants silence. Goalkeeper's ready. Casio Lopez is ready. Lopez continues to intermittently tap the sole of his foot on the top of the ball. 8-metre penalty. Casio Lopez for Brazil. Can he make it 2-0? Oh. He can, emphatically.
Yeah. That was no problem at all, was it? That was rifled in. Absolutely rifled into the goalkeeper's left.
Brazil 2, Colombia 0. An 8-metre penalty from Casio Lopez. Johan Ardila, I'm not sure he saw it. It was that quick.
Oh, look at that. And it's stuck behind the net on the stanchion. Well, Colombia got some work to do now. And they still got 4 minutes of this after contend with whether they're on 8-metre penalties for every foul they commit. But, that was a well-struck penalty by the Brazilian there. And, yes, they've got a mountain to climb now.
So goals from Jadiel Suarez and now Casio Lopez with an 8-metre penalty. Left the scoreline, Colombia 0, Brazil 2. There's still 4 minutes left in the first half. And if they commit another foul, Colombia, they're going to have the same problem in this half. Juan David Perez tries to get them motoring down the right-hand side. But they lose the ball to Thiago Silva. Facing his own goal, tries to whip a clearance away. Juan David Perez gets it though and then shoots wide from the edge of the box, left-footed. Again, he was just falling away as he took that shot. But he's a lively player, Juan David Perez. And they can't afford to give him too many more opportunities like that in Brazil. Oh, but there's a trip. Oh, I tell you what, John Gonzalez nearly conceded another one. The trip there, I think Brazil fancied that. Yeah,
I think the Brazilian was looking for that one, I think. Sort of leapt up in the air a little bit. But the effort by Colombia there was a good effort. And as Rob rightly said, he was falling away a little bit and just slightly off balance and screwed it wide. But he's a lively character, that Perez. Really lively. He'll have a go from anywhere.
Corner to Brazil. Thiago Silva's there, as is number 7, Jefferson. Jefferson takes on the responsibility. Moves down the far sideboard. Now goes back towards the byline. A little pullback. Straight to Juan David Perez, who was waiting 7 metres from his own goal. He could be clear here, Juan David Perez. Great challenge comes in from Thiago Silva. He marauds forward down the left. He's in, and he scores. It's 3-0 Brazil. Thiago Silva, the number 9, with another crisp finish, this time high into the net. Johan Ardila has been beaten 3 times in this first half. There's still 3 minutes left on the stopwatch. Brazil look like they're heading third.
Yes, this is great because he picks it up in his own half, goes across the halfway line, beats one player, comes inside, beats another one, gets to the edge of the box, and he's just drilled it into the top right-hand corner. It's giving the keeper no chance at all. No chance. Colombia are going to make 2 substitutions, but I think the game's gone. I really do. Brazil are starting to look like the Brazil we we've known for the last 25 years. They've been disappointing up to this stage, but they look really lively and really up for this game. And yeah, if it goes on like this, it could be a cricket score.
Number 2, Freddie Lopez coming on for Colombia in place of Alex Martinez. And Juan David Perez makes way for Julian Jaramillo. Oh dear. Colombia in all sorts of trouble here, and partly of their own doing, with the 8-metre penalty conceded due to accumulated fouls. But that was just quality from Thiago Silva, and Brazil cruising at 3-0 at the moment. The bronze medal is very much theirs. Restart to Colombia, kicking from right to left, remember, in this first half. But
they've still got 3 minutes to navigate as well, Rob. You know, on these penalties as well. So they're going to have to be really careful.
Casio Lopez, who scored the penalty. A lovely side-footed pass that picks out Maicon Santos. Santos manages to shield the ball over to the far side and give it to Thiago Silva, one of the 3 goal scorers for Brazil. Colombia break things up in the middle third, and then there's a foul, I think, from Maicon Santos, trying to get the ball back, and slightly cumbersome.
Yeah, he's dragged him down there, and that's the other side of the Brazilian game.
3-0 though.
They can dish it out when they need to. And
well, they're a big side, aren't they? I mean, they're tall, athletic players. Hard to handle. It's a surprise to see them. I mean, still a fine achievement if they finish third, but
yeah.
And they only lost on penalties, of course, in the semi-final. But they struggled for goals in this competition, beating Iran and Morocco by 1-0, failing to score against Mexico in a goalless draw, only beating France by 1-0 in the quarterfinals. So the first time they've really flexed their muscles, really.
Yeah, exactly, Rob. We've been saying all the way through how disappointing they are. They've been scraping through, and but no flair or excitement about the side at all. But they're certainly turning it on now, and yeah, it's a pleasure to watch them when they're on song like this.
Here's Jefferson, moves the ball from the near side to the far side. Brazil sniffing a fourth here through Thiago Silva. Shoots a deflection, takes the sting out of the shot. Ardila can claim.
Yeah, it's a good job Colombian got across that. Is that going to be number 4?
It's on halfway now with Colombia. But the ball squirms loose and it spins into the centre circle. And they can pick it up, can Colombia, through John Gonzalez. Forced wide on the left. Uses his left hand to balance himself on the near board. Rolls it back to Freddie Lopez. Switches the play with a diagonal pass. Brazil clear their lines though. Run it forward through Thiago Silva. Thiago Silva. Can Brazil add a fourth in the closing stages of the first half? Just scuffs at that shot right by the penalty, right by the goalkeeper's box, I should say. He was in the penalty area, and then he just stretched for that one and skewed his shot wide.
Yeah, just run away from him a little bit there. I expect the keeper was starting to fear the worst. Well, that's a good tackle, but it's just coming back to Brazil all the time.
Yeah, relentless. Maicon Santos has the ball inside the centre circle, manages to offload it to Jefferson. In the right back position now for Brazil. He rides one challenge, swerves away from another marker. Here comes Jefferson down the right wing, forced to go back and across. It hits the sideboard, and the loose ball is Thiago Silva's. First touch is heavy, but he still gets onto it and then runs out of pitch.
Right, 17 seconds to go. So it's probably not going to get any worse for the Colombians in this half.
And the foul count will reset, so there's a bit of a relief for Colombia as they try and force a late opening but can't do so, and it's thrown out by Mateus Costa, the Brazilian goalkeeper, who's had very little to do in that first half because Brazil have been utterly dominant. They lead by 3-0. Goals from Jadiel Suarez, a penalty from Casio Lopez, and then Thiago Silva rounding up the scoring. Colombia have been slightly ill-disciplined and look a bit shaken. Can they respond in the second half? Dixie Dean and myself, Rob Scanlon, will join you for that in a few minutes' time. Before we have a refresher of the rules during the interval, the players will have a break with the scoreline here. Half-time, Colombia 0, Brazil 3.
It's fast, technical and tense. This is your guide to five-a-side football. There are 5 players per team, 4 outfield players and a goalkeeper. The aim of the sport is to score a goal by kicking the ball into your opponent's goal, and at the end of the game, whoever scored the most wins. Players must wear eye shades to ensure that all players have the same level of vision. That is apart from the goalkeepers, who aren't required to wear eye shades and can be fully sighted. Their job is to keep the ball from going in the goal behind them. But how do the players on the field know where the ball, or indeed the goal, is? Well, the ball in blind football is specially designed to make sound whenever it moves. Also, each team has a guide behind the opposition goal to help direct them. Each player is required to shout "Voy" when going for the ball. This ensures every player has the cues they need to help build a picture of what's going on and what to do next in defence or attack. To help this, total silence is required from the crowd until a goal goes in. Voy is Spanish for go, and it was the Spanish who were credited with originally developing blind football in the 1920s. As well as the Paralympics, teams from all corners of the world can compete at World, European, Asian, African and America's Championships, as well as a World Grand Prix.
Blind football can be played by both men and women, with the historic first Women's World Championships coming up in 2023.
So what are you waiting for? Give it a try.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA Anti-Doping App has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA Anti-Doping App. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
Welcome back to Birmingham. It's the IBSA World Games 2023, the final day of the men's blind football competition. Half-time here in the third place playoff between Colombia and Brazil. And it's been a very one-sided first 15 minutes. Brazil leading by 3-0. Jadiel Soares getting them underway. Casio Lopez converting an 8-metre penalty before Thiago Silva finished high into the net to make it 3-0 at the break. Brazil line up with Mateus Costa in goal. They've got Casio Lopez at the back. Number 7 is Jefferson. He's over the ball now, preparing to restart this game, along with Maicon Santos. And the other player outfield is Nonato. As for Colombia, no change in goal for them at half-time. We have seen teams do that in these playoff matches, but Johan Ardila wears number 1 for them. And they've got Freddy Lopez wearing 2. John Gonzalez has 9. Juan David Perez has number 10, and John Hernandez is their captain, number 7. Brazil kicking from right to left in this second half, and they have possession inside the middle third of the pitch. Now into the centre circle moves Nonato. Just putting his foot on the ball, weighing up his options. He moves down the left wing, held up by Juan David Perez, so decided to switch the play. Jefferson back across to Nonato, inside the defensive third of Colombia now. The Brazilian left wing. And the pass diagonally back to his right back position isn't the best, and Colombia nearly stole in there through John Gonzalez, but Brazil are able to work it back down the right-hand side, and Jefferson, chance of a shooting opportunity here. He's in the box now, and it's well saved by Ardila from point-blank range.
Yeah, it was a great run by Jefferson. He left 3 Colombians in his wake, all on the floor there, and keepers come out.
Nonato is blocked by a full-length block tackle from John Gonzalez, who basically lay down on the floor, and it's the first foul of the second half. Yeah. Colombia racked up 5 in the first and conceded an 8-metre penalty.
In just over a minute. That was a fine effort by Jefferson, wasn't it, just before then? He really went right at the heart of their defence and managed to escape the attentions of the 3 Colombians and forced a good save. Here it is again. There's 2 of them on the floor behind him, sort of trying to pull him down, but they were nowhere near him. That's really good. Keeper's made a great save as well, to be fair to him.
Danger not over yet for Colombia. It could be on the end of a really humbling scoreline here. It's already 3-0. And this free kick is going to be taken, well, less than a metre away from the 8-metre spot, just closer to the nearer sideboard than the far one. So it's effectively an 8-metre penalty, but with a wall.
Yeah, let's see if they did the same as what they did in the first half, didn't they? Because they put a player a metre in, the Brazil put a player a metre in front of the wall, and he broke, and that created a gap, and they tried to go through the gap, but I don't know. I think it's going to be the big number 5 is going to put the size 9 through it myself. Yeah, I think he's just going to roll it to the side just a little bit, and he's going to absolutely smash it by the looks.
Jefferson with his foot on the ball. He's got Casio Lopez stood motionless. His feet either side of the ball. Is it going to be Casio Lopez who scored the 8-metre penalty for Brazil? Wait for the siren to move away. The ambulance heading off to the nearby hospital. Edson Lacerda with the guide for Brazil. Indicates to Casio Lopez where the goalkeeper's left-hand post is. Jefferson touches it to Casio Lopez, who loses his footing as he tries to shoot, and skews it well wide, but it got a touch off a Colombian player, and it's out for a corner.
Yeah, it's a corner. It's just hit the last person in the wall and to the right there, and spun out for a corner. Brazil
in their traditional colours of yellow shirts with green trim, green numbers and names on the back of their shirts. Blue shorts and blue socks. Colombia with their blue, yellow and red shirts. Predominantly blue. Smattering of yellow and red splashed across the top half of the shirts. And then they've got white shorts, white socks. Colombia offered very little as an attacking threat, and they've got some defending to do here with Casio Lopez striding forward. He's held up. He tries to retrieve possession in the middle third, doesn't get it, and it's back with Colombia now. John Gonzalez inside the centre circle. Little scooped pass to the right-hand side, asking Juan David Perez to gamble and run after it. He's still there, Juan David Perez. And he does really well, actually, the number 10. Good strength. Muscles one Brazilian down. And then tries a shot on the edge of the area. And he was just losing his balance. And I think might have got a bit of a collision there. He's down clutching his face as Brazil counter-attack. And there's that familiar shrill blast of the whistle. It's another free kick that Colombia have conceded in their desperate attempts to try and get the ball back.
Yeah. Silly foul again, wasn't he? He was going away. He was heading down towards the corner flag, really. And
yellow card as well.
Yeah, Stu Winton's given him a yellow card. I think Stuart's had enough of these little ticky-tacky fouls. And so they're on 2 fouls, and we've only played, 2.25 minutes, something like that.
Freddie Lopez it was who was given the yellow card by referee Stuart Winton. So free kick to Brazil. It's still in the middle third, but only just. It's 5 or 6 metres in from the near sideboard. Here's Jefferson, the number 7. A little scoop across goal. It was probably hitting the left-hand post before the intervention of Ardila. A little roll out to John Hernandez, the captain for Colombia. Central position. He sprays the ball downfield.
That's one for us.
Asking a lot of Juan David Perez.
Yeah, all he's found there is our little tent.
Retrieved by Alex, one of the hard-working volunteers here at the games. Colombia have won a corner. Under no significant pressure, Nonato just decided to roll the ball out of play. So Colombia an opportunity to, either start the comeback or just get a consolation.
Yes, I think they get a comeback in this game. I think it's the best comeback of all time. I can't say it myself. Brazil look in total control of the game. Brazilian keepers have very little to do.
There is a hint of impressionist painting about Colombia's shirts. It's sort of as if someone's taken a paintbrush and flicked it.
I likened it earlier in the week to something like Banksy would have done.
Yeah. If he was having a difficult week. Here's John Hernandez in the middle third.
It's very colourful, though, isn't it? It's
it
great,
is.
But yeah, I don't think you want to be walking down the street with that on.
Brazil roll it back to their goalkeeper. Oh, and now a nice bit of play by Mateus Costa. Dummied the pass away, selling the dummy for Juan David Perez. And Brazil can launch an attack down their left-hand side. But there's John Hernandez for Colombia, running and dribbling down the right before he's engaged and held up by Maicon Santos. And now it's Brazil who march forward in the form of Nonato. Oh, and there was a challenge coming in, and I think, is that a free kick or just a...
No, I think he was just pointing down to a goal clearance. So I'm just a bit concerned about the well-being of the Colombian. The Brazil number 8 who had the shot has fallen, and I think he fell on the number 2. And
yeah, Freddie Lopez, who went to make sure that the shot wasn't an easy one, wasn't a clear one for Nonato. And he's fine to carry on. He's Freddie Lopez, the number 2 for Colombia.
Yeah, there's a goal clearance.
In the end, it was a bit of an air shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was the pressure that he was under.
John Hernandez, left-footed ball down the left wing, is all the way through and along the board and out for a restart. Bowled out by Costa. And the Brazil goal away to our right-hand side. Freddie Lopez for Colombia picks up possession. Manages to find Juan David Perez, who very nearly got and squirmed past Casio Lopez to get into the area, but Lopez now thumps a clearance against the far sideboard. Taken up by Jefferson. And that's good defending from Colombia. John Hernandez got his body in the way and shepherded it back to his goalkeeper, Johan Ardila. Brazil have been excellent. Nonato taken down by Freddie Lopez. Now Juan David Perez still in the middle third, central position. Challenged. John Gonzalez now down the left wing for Colombia. Cuts in field. Chance of a shot into the goal.
Well,
John Gonzalez gets one back for Colombia. Is the big comeback on? You never know. Brazil 3, Colombia 1. Nice finish. High into the left-hand corner of Mateus Costa's goal.
yeah, superb goal by Colombia. Well, perhaps it's not all over. Spoke a little bit too soon, but he's out on the left-hand board, comes across. He's coming across in front of the goal, gets to the middle, and he just buries it in the top corner. The keeper's got no chance. The keeper's gone low, and the ball's gone high. Right. Brazil making a couple of subs.
Yes, indeed. On comes Jardiel Suarez, who got them up and running in this game. Nonato and Maicon Santos head off. Thiago Silva comes back on as well. So Brazil shuffle the pack after conceding that goal. They lead by 3-1 though. There's 9 minutes and 42 seconds left. Sun is back out here in Birmingham. Grey clouds overhead, but the sun peeking through. And there's plenty in the stand on the far side of your picture, sitting in the blue seats. There's representatives from a number of different nations, sat in their coloured tracksuits at the moment. And a few fans as well who've bought their tickets to enjoy the last day of these competitions. Here's Thiago Silva for Brazil. Offers the ball down the near sideboard, but it's going to be picked off by Juan David Perez. Switches the play. It's on halfway, and there's John Gonzalez, who scored that fine goal for Colombia. He's on halfway still. He tries to switch it to Juan David Perez. He's crowded out, and Brazil, well, sort of clear it, but in the end actually only give it back to Colombia, and the ball's going from the far side to the near board, and it's resulted in a Colombia corner won by Juan David Perez.
Yeah, the two lads for Colombia are starting to link up a little bit in this second half. They were not in existence at all in the first half, but they are starting to link up together now, and it's made a big difference to the Colombians' attack. Just having a swap around on the corner.
Yeah, Juan David Perez told to find a different position, so Freddie Lopez is there. Scooped in by Juan Hernandez. John Hernandez, but it's away by Brazil. It won't be kept in. It's going to go out for a Colombian restart. Johan Ardila, who's had a slightly quieter second half after being peppered somewhat in the first. Colombia, can they get another one back? John Gonzalez tries to fend off the attentions of Thiago Silva, and then bites back at him and concedes a free kick on halfway.
Yeah,
that's a yellow card for his troubles, John Gonzalez.
Tackling from behind, you know, he's a yard behind the Brazilian. There's just no way he can get to the ball, and there's another foul racked up against the Colombians. And another card.
Yeah, yellow card shown to Freddy Lopez and John Gonzalez for Colombia. And their third foul committed this half already. Remember, they committed 5 in the first. They conceded an 8-metre penalty, which Casio Lopez converted. Free kick to Brazil, inside the centre circle. A shade inside their own half, central position. Here comes number 7, Jefferson. Weaves down the right-hand side. Blocked off by John Gonzalez, who now completes the clearance from the edge of his own penalty area. Juan David Perez tries to latch onto the loose ball down the right wing, but he's beaten to it. And now Brazil can march forward through Casio Lopez. The ball's loose, 8 metres out, and Colombia can't quite get a foot on that and concede a corner. Just over 8 minutes left. 3-1 to Brazil. Changes afoot in the Colombian, in fact the Brazilian camp. No, it is the Colombian camp. It confused me because Jefferson was walking over there to take the corner.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to go off for the Colombians, didn't it? Yeah, Brazil are warming up a couple, but they're not quite ready to come on yet. Brazilian coach is just
Nicolas Coca's just come on, number 8 for Colombia.
Yeah.
And he comes. First time we've seen him today. He's come on for John Gonzalez, I assume, just so Gonzalez can just maybe simmer down a little bit.
Yeah, he's definitely getting a bit overexcited, wasn't he?
Jefferson then with this corner runs into the
lovely.
area and scores to make it 4-1. Jefferson for Brazil. 4-1. The 3-goal cushion restored. Did it all himself from the corner, cut infield. Colombia switched off and low into the inner netting. To the left-hand side of Ardila.
It's lovely.
A fine finish.
He's cut in right from the byline. He's gone in. He's still carrying it in, and he just drilled it into the corner. This lad's been out injured for 2 years. This is his first tournament back after 2 years. And he's looked like he's a little bit lacking, but if he can, that's a great goal. So I think we can safely say he's back. He's some player. He is a superstar in South America blind football. And after a long layoff, you'll love that goal. Absolutely love it.
Colombia make a change. Jesus Lopez comes on for John Hernandez, the captain. Colombia trailing by 4-1. Brazil have been outstanding.
Yeah, I think the writing's on the wall for Colombia now. They're 4-1 down, 3 fouls down as well. I think that's it for Colombia. I can't see them coming back again.
And Brazil have already won the ball back from the restart. Jadiel Suarez tries to find Jefferson with a crossfield ball. The ball is going to roll kindly for Brazil all the way back to their goalkeeper, Mateus Costa. He overarm throws it out. Jadiel Suarez, the number 11, uses the near sideboard with both hands, allows him to spin in field. Now he goes back to the left wing under a bit of pressure. Challenged by Nicolas Coca. The luminous green boots. And Coca's eye mask has fallen to the ground. And we're going to have a brief stoppage here with 7 minutes 20 left on the watch. Remember, Colombia and Brazil have already qualified for the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. Only 4 places up for grabs. 3 were claimed at this competition. Brazil, Colombia,
Argentina
have grabbed their spots. China were already qualified. We'll join Turkey, Morocco and host nation France there, and potentially Japan, as we found out earlier, beating Iran in that game. And still a South American competition to come, which we explained earlier, but it certainly looks like Japan have one foot in Paris.
They certainly celebrated like they did, didn't they? Yeah, some people would say it was a bit presumptuous, but yeah, as I say, the way it's all racked up, I'm pretty sure that they'll qualify.
Final to come then of the men's blind football. Argentina against China. Join us for that. It kicks off in an hour's time.
China just arriving to the training pitch. They're going across there. They'll start their warm-up on that pitch, then come across to this one.
Seven minutes left. 4-1 to Brazil. Colombia, though, can they sneak another one through Jaramillo?
Corner.
Wins a corner for his side. Double checking. I think this is joint highest scoring. Oh no, there was a 4-2 game, France against Spain, earlier on in the competition. So 6 goals shared in that one, but it's one of the highest scoring games in this competition. 4-1. It's Brazil lead at the moment. Still time to.
Well, we didn't think this at the start, did we, Robert? Robin, sorry. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be. I thought it would be a lot closer than this.
Nicolas Coca with the scooped ball from the corner across, and it hits the near sideboard. Julian Jaramillo tries to latch onto it, but Brazil are there. Forward they come. Jaramillo, though, if he can pick up the loose ball, which he does. Jaramillo blocked off as he tried to maraud down the right-hand side. It's going to be back with goalkeeper Mateus Costa as the ball squirms loose, who finds Jefferson. Jefferson, one pretty special goal. This time he's trying to assist Jadiel Suarez with a scoop diagonal ball, which hits the board and runs out of play. Colombia restart. Here's Coca down the right-hand side. He's challenged. Clean challenge. And a good run from Casio Lopez. Oh, and that was an important intervention from Freddy Lopez. But Casio Lopez, the big number 5 for Brazil, is still trying to win it back in the centre of the pitch. But Nicolas Coca does well. Coca forcing Brazil back inside their own penalty area. Thiago Silva almost sat down when he completed that clearance. Does find Jefferson, though, on the right wing. He's got 3 Colombian shirts ahead of him. So he's got a lot of work to do here, has Jefferson. He takes it from the centre into the left-hand side of the area. And he's body checked there by Jaramillo. Play goes on. It's back in the middle third with Colombia. But it's squandered. Jadiel Suarez latches onto it, and then he's pulled down by Freddy Lopez. He's already been booked.
Oh. Yeah, he's got 2 hands around his waist, and he's just pulled him down on top of him. So that's the 4th foul. So that's it for the amount of fouls now. Every other foul now is going to be an 8-metre penalty. And as you say, he's been booked as well. So
he's still down at the moment, Freddy Lopez. He's got his right shoe off.
He might be staying down there so he doesn't get another card. Yeah, physio's coming on, so he'll have to go off. And this could be all part of his plan not to get the second yellow. But I'm sure if Stuart Winton is thinking about a yellow, he'll give him a yellow if he's staying on or going off. Yeah,
Freddy Lopez hobbles off with the aid of his physio.
He's a lucky boy not to get a card for that, really.
On in his place comes Alex Martinez, who started the game. 4-1 to Brazil. They've got a free kick just under 9 metres out, pretty central. Goals from Jadiel Suarez, Casio Lopez, Thiago Silva, and then Jefferson. 3 in the first, 1 in the second for Brazil. John Gonzalez pulled one back to make it 3-1, but it was Jefferson who scored after a corner to make it 4-1, and it could well get worse for Colombia here. All 4 outfield players back in this wall. Thiago Silva's there, as is Jadiel Suarez.
Referee just indicating to the goalkeeper that they're on 4 fouls, and to their coaches on the halfway line that they've committed 4 fouls, no more.
A hush descends on the University of Birmingham sports campus. It's the Brazilian guide Edson Lacerda does his work in his green polo shirt behind the goal away to the left-hand side of your picture. Jadiel Suarez shoots and deflection and in.
Yeah.
It's 5 for Brazil.
Yeah, there's a little bit of fortune there, I suppose, but fortune favours the brave, and he's got a decent shot off, and it's unfortunately the last person in the Colombian wall. It's ricocheted off him into the corner of the net. The keeper's got no chance at all. No chance.
5-1 to Brazil. Jadiel Suarez with a brace. Brazil heading to the bronze medal position, 3rd on the podium. They have been dominant, and Jadiel's just making his way off along with Thiago Silva. So a couple of changes here. Jonathan Silva coming on, along with number 3, Samir Santana for Brazil, able to give players a run out.
Yes, very much now. I think the Colombians have done the same. There's players coming on there that we haven't seen. We're going to have a look at this free kick again.
It was a stray leg, wasn't it, from Nicholas Coker on the end of the wall, the left-hand side of the wall, just flung out a left limb, and it took a deflection off his knee and went into the goal.
Yeah, because the last person in the wall charged it down, and the second last person in the wall, as you said, put his knee out to try and put a block on it, and all it's done is diverted the ball into his own net. Unfortunately, don't know who's going to claim that, but really ought to go to the striker, really, I think.
Oh yeah, it was still going in. Keeper probably would have saved it had it not been for Coker's left leg. So these things happen. Coker's now over the ball. It's on the centre spot. 5-1 to Brazil.
This is the biggest margin of victory you've seen.
It is. The ball's all the way through to Brazilian goalkeeper Costa. Mateus Costa finds Jefferson on halfway. Jefferson. This could get worse for Colombia. Jefferson's in.
Oh, and it has.
It's 6. It's 6. Jefferson, 2 years out with injury. He's making up for lost time. Brazil are all over Colombia, who have completely lost their discipline. Brazil 6, Colombia 1. Jefferson with 2. Brazil will finish 3rd in this competition, and they'll do it in some style.
Yeah, he's picked the ball up on the halfway line, right out on the far board. He's coming, keeps coming in, and he's just toe poked it, right foot, into the corner, and there the keeper's got no hope. Yes, what a performance from Brazil. I don't know where they've been all tournament, but they're certainly turning on the style now.
Biggest margin of victory in this tournament, and by a bit of a distance now as well. Jefferson has possession again inside the centre circle. He's challenged this time. But Colombia just being ruthlessly exposed here by this wonderful Brazilian side. Colombia, good team, and they're going to be at the Paris Games, but they'll hope not to run into Brazil in this sort of form. This has come out of nowhere. We mentioned earlier that Brazil have been underwhelming in this tournament. Yes, they were unbeaten in their group, picking up 2 wins and a draw. Yes, they beat France in the quarter-final, but it was all by 1-goal margins. It was all 1-0s. It was a little bit scratchy. No fluency, couldn't get past the China defence, lost on penalties, didn't score a penalty, in fact. And then all of a sudden, with, you'd have to say, perhaps the pressure off a bit, they've won 6-1.
And against a good team.
Yep.
You know, we've all said how much we've enjoyed watching Colombia play. And, yeah, I don't know where it's come from. I don't think it's where it's come from. It's what was missing before. I think that's the problem.
Jaramillo with the shot for Colombia. It's a good 12 metres out, doesn't trouble Mateus Costa, who drops it at the feet of Casio Lopez and build this attack from deep.
You know, even though the coach will be absolutely delighted with this result, he'll be thinking tonight, well, why couldn't we do this in the semi-final?
Is there time for 7 from Brazil's number 7? Jefferson! It's touched around the post by Johan Ardila.
Oh, he's turning on the style now, Jefferson, isn't he? Really is. That's a great effort down to the keeper's right, and big strong hand there, pushed it round.
So a corner to Brazil. There's 3.5 minutes left of this game. World Games final coming your way in 45 minutes time. Argentina against China, live here from Birmingham. But there's still work for Colombia to do here, defending this corner, which they do so eventually. Back with Casio Lopez on the edge of his own D for Brazil. Rolls it down the far sideboard. It might well reach Jefferson, this. Doesn't quite. Colombia can knock it to this near board.
Yeah, corner.
They'll win a corner as well after Casio Lopez was retreating and backpedaling, but couldn't keep it in.
Still just under 3 minutes to go. Could get worse for Colombia here. You know, 2 players on a card, 4 fouls against them, and they're getting tonked 6-1.
Yeah, not a great day, let's face it. The corner's scooped in, straight into the hands of Mateus Costa. A throw-in style throw-out. And it's picked out its target, Jonathan Silva. Silva tried to wrap his foot around that, 15 metres out, and he was challenged. Forward comes Julian Jaramillo for Colombia.
It's
taken off him by Samir Santana. Restart to Brazil. Jefferson on halfway, looking for a hat-trick. Jefferson, he's in. Jefferson! Hat-trick! 7 for Brazil. Magnificent. And it is their magnificent number 7 who caps it all off. Jefferson. Brazil have been irrepressible today.
Oh, that's unbelievable. Again, where has he picked it up? A halfway line in the middle of the pitch. He's going left and right. Comes back on his right foot. And just drills it across the keeper into the far corner. What a fabulous goal. Well, who would have thought this? 7-1. Still 2 minutes to go. Could get worse.
It was inevitable, wasn't it? When he got past the last Colombian defender, as soon as he was approaching the box, there was only one thing happening.
Yeah, he just knew where it was going to go. He's like, I've been watching him all the way through the tournament, and he's only been a sub. He's been coming on for a couple of minutes here and a couple of minutes there. Hasn't really looked like it at all. But I suppose they're just feeding him back in, really. It's his first tournament after a long layoff. But I would say he's back.
Just a bit. Hat-trick. 7-1 to Brazil. Forward they come again, Brazil, down the right-hand side. Jonathan Silva. Silva shoots across goal. Flashes wide. Still time for this to get worse for Colombia. I mean, it's been a horrendous afternoon for them.
Yeah. Yeah, they've come across a Brazil side in full flow, and I've got to admit, I feel a little bit sorry for them. They must be absolutely shell-shocked.
Nicholas Coker trying to restore a bit of pride here. Down the right-hand side, his cross is charged down. But Coker gets towards the edge of the penalty area before he's then tackled again. And I think he'll win a corner and does so.
Right.
One minute, 22 seconds left. Don't forget the final of these World Games still to come. Argentina, China. 7-1 here to Brazil. An opportunity for a shot from a tight angle. Alex Martinez finds the side netting. Mateus Costa starts this next attack. And it's with that man again, Jefferson, on halfway down the right. This is what he loves to do. Draws the defenders in. And this time he passes it to the near side. Jonathan Silva gets one touch. And it's a heavy one. Out it goes for a restart to Colombia.
He just makes it look so easy, Jefferson, doesn't he? He just went past the player there like he just wasn't even there. He was just... Oh, he is quality.
And he's just challenged for the ball, and he's one-on-one here with the last defender. And if he can sneak it away, he'll be in on goal. Jesus Lopez sticking to his task and doing well in the end. Ball's back in the middle third. Still with Brazil, mind. Jonathan Silva. He loses it. Alex Martinez now bearing down on the penalty area. Martinez can't quite bring the ball under control, but now he gets it and shoots from a tight angle, hits Mateus Costa at his near post. Corner.
We got 20 seconds to go.
Corner to Colombia, trailing by 7-1 in the third, fourth place playoff. They're going to finish fourth in this competition. They've qualified for the Paris Games, so in that sense it's been job done. But what a sour way for their tournament to end. Brazil are going to pick up the bronze medal. They're going to have a last-minute shot as well, with a stubbed effort from Jonathan Silva, saved by Johan Ardila. But he's been beaten 7 times today. Twice by Jadiel Suarez, once by Cassio Lopez, once by Thiago Silva, and then a hat-trick from Jefferson to complete the scoring. An emphatic victory for Brazil to round off their campaign. They finished third, Colombia fourth. Join us for the final soon. Full-time score here at the University of Birmingham. Colombia 1, Brazil 7. We'll see you soon. at the end of 11 days of intense competition, the 40th and final game of the Men's Blind Football World Championships. Argentina against China, live from the University of Birmingham. The 2023 IBSA World Games has been a roaring success, and we've seen some incredible action in the men's tournament and a historic women's tournament as well. A record number of 228 players have participated in these championships. It all got underway last Monday with the women's tournament. Argentina won that competition. The men have done their bit as well. They've reached the final. Standing in their way is China. These sides met in the opening match in Group B and played out a 0-0 draw. Hopefully we get more goals, more entertainment, and at the end someone is going to be the champion. It's either Argentina or China. My name's Rob Scanlon. Dixie Dean is my summariser, a former goalkeeper with England, a qualified referee who's been involved with blind football for more than 25 years. We're delighted to bring you live coverage of this event. Showpiece final with the floodlights on, crowd gathering in the stand on the far side. The players line up, the volunteers stretch out the flags of Argentina and China. The Argentinian players jog on the spot. The nerves rise. The pride lifts as the national anthems are fired up one last time.
Al gran pueblo argentino salud, y los libres del mundo responden. Al gran pueblo argentino salud, y los libres del mundo responden. Al gran pueblo argentino salud, sean eternos los laureles que supimos conseguir, que supimos conseguir, coronados de gloria y paz. Oh, juremos con gloria morir, oh, juremos con gloria morir, oh, juremos con gloria morir.
Please remain standing if you are able for the national anthem of China.
Based on the noise levels in the crowd, that there's more support for the Chinese. There's a few international students here at the University of Birmingham who have decided to cheer on their nation in this final. The men's blind football competition. It's been brilliant, absolutely brilliant to have it here in Birmingham. The athletes have put on quite a show. Let's see how both Argentina and China got to the final then. They were both drawn in Group B. As I say, they played each other initially. It was a goalless draw before qualifying And Argentina seeing off Italy in the quarter-final by 1-0, beating Colombia convincingly 3-1 in the semi-final. Earlier, Colombia was smashed 7-1 by Brazil in the third-fourth playoff. As for China, well, they nudged past Japan by 1-0 and then drew 0-0 with Brazil, a subdued Brazil who couldn't even score a penalty. China scored 2. It meant they progressed to the final of the competition. And this is where we find these two sides, Argentina and China. Let's take a check on the two teams then. The officials on your screen at the moment. Lucio Magado is the referee, the Brazilian. Francois Carcu is his assistant. Let's start with Argentina, though. In goal, number 12, Herman Mulek. Number 2, Angel Deldao, their captain. Number 4, Froilan Padilla. Number 8, Ezequiel Fernandez. Number 15, Maximiliano Espinillo. On the bench for Claudio Falco's side, it's Dario Lencina. Number 3, Mateus Oliveira. Number 10, Brian Pereira. Number 11, Ignacio Oviedo. Number 14, Noel Heredia. It's actually the same starting 5 for Argentina and for China that played out that goalless draw at the start of the tournament. Let's go to China's team then. In goal, they've got number 12, Su Huachu. Number 3, Liao Meong. Number 6, Chang Xiaobin, their captain. Number 7, Yu Yutan. Number 11, Chu Ruiming. On the bench, sub-goalkeeper number 1, Wang Shiro. Number 8, Li Haifu. Number 9, Su Guanshun. Number 15, Xiao Yunhan. They're coached by Wang Huai Shun, and their guide is Li Tian. Okay, we're ready to go. Dixie Dean's alongside me. He's been across every single game of this tournament, I think, more or less. More or less. Women's and men's. Enjoyed having your company immensely, Dixie. I'm sure the viewers have as well. Offered great insight throughout the competition. And obviously, being a qualified referee, it's been very handy to have whenever we need a refresher of the rules and an explanation of things that we've seen. But who is your pick to win this one? That's the big one. Argentina against China. What do you reckon?
Well, it's a difficult one because you should say in the group stages they drew 0-0. I think Argentina have just got a little bit too much for the Chinese at the moment. The 15 up front for Argentina has got better and better as the tournament's gone on. He's a robust centre forward, and he's got a good strike on him as well. So, for me, it's Argentina at the moment. But before we go any further, I'd just like to say what a pleasure it's been doing this. I've not done it before, and I've thoroughly enjoyed my 13 or 14 days of how long it's been. I think I had a count up last night. I've done 59 games, and as I say, I've thoroughly enjoyed every moment of it, and it's been a pleasure to be here. And if I've helped out in any way, shape or form, well, that'll do me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, massively really enhanced the coverage. We've been delighted to bring it to you, streamed around the world live from the University of Birmingham, the sports campus. Pleased to say, despite the earlier forecasts, which look slightly bleak, it's actually quite a pleasant evening here in the West Midlands of England. The sun is just peeking through the leaves in the trees behind the stand on the far side. It's a bit of a breeze, but it's pleasant enough. Temperatures around the high teens, early 20s. And no rain. So the crowd are in good voice. Dixie and I are ready. The officials are ready. And the Argentinians and the Chinese are ready to compete in this World Championship final. 40th and final game of the men's tournament. Can Angel Deldao do what Sosa Gracia did earlier this week and lift the title for Argentina, or will China become world champions for the first time and Chang Xiaobin will be the man to lift the trophy? We've already seen 3 games today. Colombia, Brazil in that third, fourth playoff I mentioned. Brazil storming to a 7-1 victory, a hat-trick for Jefferson. Iran against Japan for 5th place. Japan won that one by a single goal from Kawamura. And then Italy took the lead against France, but France roared back to secure 7th spot with a 2-1 victory. It was all building up to this, though. Argentina against China. Argentina are going to kick us off from right to left in the first half. They're in their change strip of a greeny jade. That's the description we're going with, and we're sticking with it. So that's the shirts and the shorts. They've got white socks on. China in the all red with white numbers and names on the back of their shirt. Enjoy the game, says Pete the announcer. And I'm sure we will. The volunteers who have been brilliant in the bright green tracksuit tops around the perimeter of the pitch as Argentina get us underway. Forward come China though. Chang Xiaobin, the captain, moves the ball into the centre circle. He's challenged by Fernandez. Fernandez, one of 2 Argentinian players who've reached for the hair dye in advance of this tournament. Yu Yutan has the ball on halfway, facing his own goal. Tries to play it back into the right back position before Maximiliano Espinillo commits.
Yeah, as the Chinese lads tripped the Argentine 15 as he's gone through there. So that's a foul and a free kick to the Argentines just outside the third, isn't it? I think. Yeah, just about.
Maximiliano Espinillo with the black hair, but on the top he's got a bordering of bright red hair, and then the top, a mohawk, is green.
He's had a different colour every game, hasn't he?
Espinillo, early chance for Argentina, shot across goal. It gets a touch off the heel of Fernandez, who can't keep it in far side. It's out for a restart to China. Early pressure, though, from Argentina. 35 seconds into this final. 0-0. Xiaobin finds Yu Yutan. Outmuscled by Del Angel Del Dao, the captain for Argentina. Trying to burrow his way down the right-hand side, but it's blocked by China, who go back to goalkeeper Su Wachu. Right-footed, he launches it. Lovely diagonal ball. That picks out the intended target, Chu Rei-ming, who's challenged just as he got into the box there. Just half a chance there for China to get a shot on goal, but they didn't manage to do so. Yu Yutan now has to pick up possession deep in his own territory, and it's going to run out, I think, for a corner to Argentina.
Yep. Yeah, it's first minute into the game, and they're just feeling each other out at the moment, I think. It was a bit like this in the 3rd, 4th place playoff game for the first couple of minutes, a bit scrappy, and then all of a sudden the floodgates opened. So let's hope we get something similar.
Espinillo from this corner. Little stab at the ball, it dribbles into the penalty area. China have got bodies back. Espinillo, 1 against 4. The ball breaks loose and a chance of a shot, and a little pull was there on Ezequiel Fernandez. Fernandez tries to get to the byline and stab it in, but he can't, and it's saved by Su Wachu. It was interesting that, because Ezequiel Fernandez, as he was about to let fly, looked like there was a bit of a shirt pull, but the referee had a good position.
Yeah, Francois was very close to it, and he was waving his hand saying no. So I trust his decision from there, from a metre. But it's the Argentines again.
Through Espinillo, drifts towards the left wing. Challenged, out for another corner. Chang Xiaobin with the block. Argentina doing the early pressing. We've played exactly 2 minutes. 0-0 the score. We're at the University of Birmingham Sports Campus on the artificial pitch. Dark green 3G pitch with the black rubber pellets underfoot. Angel Del Dao leaves it for Espinillo. China break it up, and Yu Yutan moves the ball into the middle third. Dribbles down the right-hand side, the near touchline for China. Now moves across the field. Yu Yutan gliding with the ball into the centre circle. And he invites a bit of pressure on himself there, and he's challenged. Should be a restart to China. It is. There's a little tackle from Fernandez. And the ball's out for a restart to China. Su Wachu will take it. Underarms it to the far sideboard. Siabin across to Yutan. Down the right wing goes the number 7. He's forced against the sideboard. And Padisha, the big number 4 for Argentina, will roll it back to his goalkeeper, who will knock it down the right. Bounces into the China half and picked up nicely by Fernandez. And just as he was getting to the 6-metre spot, he was challenged firmly but fairly. Back with Padisha, scoops it from the centre of the field. Espinillo can't latch on to the ball forward. And forward come China through Siabin. Runs into 2 Argentinian shirts. And now it's Fernandez. It's game going back and forth in the early stages. Argentina with a loose pass, allowing Yutan to break forward. Goes down the right-hand side, little slalom inside. And he runs into trouble, big trouble. Padisha, tallest man on the field by quite some distance. Long brown hair, long down the left-hand side. He tries to knock it, but it's broken up. And here's Chu Rei-ming, number 11 for China. Back into the centre circle he goes, moves over to the left wing. All 4 outfield players for Argentina back in defence. So Chu Rei-ming just goes for goal from fully 15 metres out. It hits Padisha. Rebounds up against his eye mask. And the play is going to stop here for an uncontested drop ball.
Yeah, it's the ball's come back up into his face and has knocked his eye shades back up onto the top of his head. So Francois starting with the drop ball.
Froilan Padisha. That's what he likes to do. Scoops it long. It bounces on the edge of the penalty area. Bounces all the way through to Su Wachu. With a throw-in style delivery forward. Padisha's there to mop up and give it back to his goalkeeper, Mulek. Herman Mulek in the silver short-sleeve goalkeeping top. He's over-hitting that one. Espinillo can't keep it in. So no clear-cut chances so far, Dixie. 0-0, 4.5 minutes played.
No, not as yet, but it's starting to settle. We've seen a little bit more of China in the last 30 seconds or so. They've started to get forward a little bit, and the Argentinians will start passing it round, I'm sure.
Ezequiel Fernandez with the red boots on, bursting down the right-hand side. He just stood on the ball at the vital second, allowing Siabin to get back at him. And now in the left-back position, Yu Tan can maybe knock it long. No, he chooses to run it forward, up to halfway. He's blocked, so retreats. Yu Tan, now challenged by Espinillo. Espinillo does well, wins it back, and it's Padisha inside the centre circle. Another scoop from the big Padisha to Ezequiel Fernandez. He runs out of space down the right-hand side and concedes a restart to China, who are preparing their first change of the game. We've played just over 5 minutes. It's 0-0 in the World Championship final. Yu Tan is heading off. He's had a number of early touches in this game. Li Haifu, the number 8, comes on.
Yeah, I think China will be quite pleased with the way they started, really, because they've settled into it. It's a relatively new territory for China, getting to world finals and stuff. So they've settled down, and they're starting to play their football now.
But they just lost it to Espinillo on the edge of the area. Espinillo misses his kick, and it's away by China. Scrambled clear. Back though with Fernandez down the right wing, gets a nudge in the back. Goes back to his feet. Fernandez wriggling his way towards the edge of the box. Away come China. Chu Rei-ming in the middle third, down the China left. Knocks it along the far sideboard, and there's no one there to pursue that, and it's out for a restart to Argentina, kicking from right to left in this first half.
Yeah, China leaving 3 players at the back at all times at the moment makes it difficult. When they do win it, they ain't got no one to pass it to. They're probably just saying, right, let's keep it tight for the first 5-10 minutes and build on that and see where we go.
Froilan Padisha's long diagonal ball came to nothing, so it's back with China from the restart, but they're under pressure here in the right back position. Li Haifu has Angel Del Dao for company, and Del Dao, the Argentinian captain, is trying to hurdle his way towards the D, but he's blocked off. But Ezequiel Fernandez with a burst forward, and then the smashed clearance from China hits their own player, allowing Espinillo to latch onto the loose ball. He's just inside the Chinese defensive third. Espinillo against the near sideboard now. Both hands on it. The number 15 offloads it. And now gets it back. Espinillo loses the ball as he runs into heavy traffic in the centre of defence for China. Xiabin down the left-hand side for China. Nice turn in field. Through the legs of Espinillo. But he's crowded out. Froilan Padisha there. And there's no getting past him at the moment.
Yeah, again, he was very isolated when he was on his run. He had no support at all. And he was up against the 4 Argentine guys around him, and there was just nowhere to go. So hopefully they'll start to push 1 or 2 players up in time and get some more support onto the ball.
Just past the midway point in the first half. It's 0-0 in the final. But here is Xiabin, who can't quite keep it in, but wins a corner for his side.
The Argentinian bench disagree with that decision. What a surprise. Oh, what happened there?
Well, there's a bit of an injury to Ezequiel Fernandez, who suddenly
collapsed,
put himself flat out on his back. I think he's probably going to be okay. They're actually making a change here, Argentina. Maximiliano Espinillo has to make sure he doesn't tread on his teammate there as he makes way for Brian Pereira.
But
well, he's coming off now, Fernandez. Yeah. So Pereira's on, as is Noel Heredia. We've got a nice shot of the international students from China watching on.
Yeah, it was very strange, the 14. He walked over, he was all fine, got within the yard of the corner flag and just dropped to the floor.
There's a real big crowd, actually, away to the behind Argentine's goal.
Yeah, there's quite a few Chinese supporters up on that bank, isn't there?
Yeah, it'd be interesting if they score. The noise that they make. Li Haifu will take this corner. He runs it back towards the middle third. Now checks in field. He's challenged by Del Dao. Angel Del Dao, the Argentine captain. Back to Padisha, a little 2-metre pass. Padisha now rolls it side-footed into the path of his goalkeeper, Mulek, who whacks it downfield, hits the near sideboard, picked up by Chu Rei-ming. Chu Rei-ming angles his run across to the far side. Still with the ball at his feet, with the blue trainers on. Chu Rei-ming, the number 11, trying to dart down the far sideboard, but realises there's not a clear path to goal, so passes it back, and now a diagonal pass across from China is squandered and picked up. Here comes Heredia for Argentina, and he's tackled as he was making decent progress there. And forward come China in the form of Li Haifu. A cluster of bodies to get through, and he can't. So here comes Pereira on as a sub for Argentina. Here he goes over the halfway line, down the left wing. Pereira might be in here, but he got the foot. Yeah, the ball was just stuck under his feet a touch there. Got a bit stodgy towards the end. And timeout called. 0-0. We've just got over 6 minutes left of the first half of this final.
Yeah, timeout to China. Yeah, it's been a good start. Both teams seem to have settled. A little bit of a strange substitution from Argentina, taking off their most potent goal threat, but I expect he'll return. Perhaps he's gone to touch up his hair and get some more colour on it, perhaps.
There speaks a jealous man.
Yeah, it's been a good start from both sides. Yeah, as I say, Argentina settled the best right at the very start of the game, but I think China have come into it a little bit and they're starting to run with the ball. And as far as I can see, they could really do with getting 1 or 2 players up in support of the player who's got the ball, or at least getting a little bit closer to them. They're a bit isolated up front at the moment.
Both sides cancelling each other out at the moment, as they did in their Group B game, which finished goalless. If this one has the same scoreline, then we will go to penalties to decide who wins this tournament. But there's plenty of time left in the game. Of course, the clock stops when the ball's out of play, and we've just had a timeout, so no further time lost as Su Wachu for China, the goalkeeper in the yellow goalkeeping jersey, black shorts, yellow socks, rolls the ball out, and forward comes Lee Hai-Fu down the left. That's a good pass back. Obviously got the call from Chang Seabin, the captain, but he runs into trouble and then concedes a free kick. A little nudge there from the skipper, and the first foul from him.
Yes, yeah, he's wrapped his arms around him a little bit, stopped him from running away.
So second foul of the half, though.
Yes, I don't think there's going to be any problems with the foul count at the moment. So Argentina are going to send away again, but he's kicked it straight out for a goal clearance at the other end.
Did you recall this being a pattern of the first game between these sides? Froilan Padilla going long from the back for Argentina, and it not really paying off.
I'll take your word for it, Rob.
Yeah, well, they're continuing with the tactic. He's knocking it long quite a bit, but often it's not reaching its target. Lovely evening sunshine poking through the leaves on the far side of the pitch. Glare down the lens of the camera as China try and build an attack. A pass from Lee Hai-Fu to Seabin. He's blocked off by Padisha. Padisha goes back to his captain, his goalkeeper Herman Mulak. Mulak's clearance is right-footed, it's all along the ground. And only finds Lee Hai-Fu. Drifts into the centre circle and twists back and thinks about running down the right-hand side, but Argentina's so well organised, and outfield players know exactly where they need to be, and they break up this attack. Pereira for Argentina, the number 10. Got 3 red shirts for company on the far sideboard and can only squirt the ball infield, and China can clear their lines through Lau Myong, and Myong wins a free kick. So he was clipped as he motioned forward. So just over 4 minutes left of the first half. Neither keeper have really been called into action.
No, they haven't had a shot to save, but there's been plenty of action in and around the goal area, but nothing actually on goal at all. I'm sure it'll all settle down, and we've got substitution coming up for Argentina in a short while, I think.
But at the moment, the ball's at the feet of Lee Hai-Fu in the middle third of the pitch, closer to the near side. Number 8 for China with a short sleeve shirt with the thermal underlayer below it. Now picks out number 6, Seabin. Seabin, mazy dribble, nearly gets through. His last touch was a bit heavy under pressure from Padisha, and it went all the way through to Mulak. But you just heard the sort of crescendo of excitement in the stand there, as it looked like some nifty footwork from Seabin was going to get him clear. Argentina wastes the counter-attack.
Yes, this must be the only form of football in the whole wide world where when he gets excited, you want the crowd to be quiet.
Yeah.
Because obviously if any noise from the crowd players can't hear the ball, and
Change them for Argentina. Brian Pereira, the number 10, makes way, and the return of Ezequiel Fernandez, who's got the red mohawk-style hair. So it's a red peak, a mohawk all the way down the middle of his head.
Yes.
Shirt untucked, red shoes on.
Yeah, striding purposely.
There's a change
forward.
also for China. Yu Tan is coming back on, the number 7. Chu Rei Ming has made way.
Oh, oh.
Slightly sloppy from China at the back there, but they're going to get away with it. Suwachu claims the ball inside his goalkeeping box.
Yeah, there was a bit of a coming together between a Chinese and a Argentine end just outside the penalty area.
Lee Haifu under pressure from Fernandez loses it. Fernandez somehow keeps it in right against the far side board, close to where the corner would be taken, and then scoops it back to Del Dao. Del Dao runs into trouble. Has to try and regroup. Wide on the right. We're deep in Chinese territory at the moment, and it's inside the penalty area now, but it's with a China player, Myong, who runs it clear. Man with the orange boots loses it inside the centre circle, and a shot is deflected. Comes in from Heredia, and it's safely in the palms of Suwachu, who bowls it downfield, looking for Yu Tan, who can only concede a restart to Argentina. Still goalless here, 2.5 minutes left in the first half.
Another substitution just about to take place in any minute now for Argentina.
Froilan Padisha from a central position just inside his own third. Scoops the ball again down the left-hand side. Fernandez goes to ground inside the box. No penalty. Fernandez has a shot. And it just fades away from the left-hand post. A sprawling Suwachu. Happy to see that ball drift out for a China restart. But that's the best chance we've seen of the game so far. It was all thanks to Ezequiel Fernandez's strength. And then as he shaped to shoot, he just hit it with the outside of his foot, slightly off balance. And it was always fading away. As off comes number 14, Heredia. And he's replaced by Maximiliano Espinillo, who returns to the pitch.
Yeah, he's their best goal threat, in my opinion, for Argentina. And number 15. He's a very strong lad.
Here come China, down the left. Siabin. Diagonal run. Then puts a foot on it and is tackled. And it's forward by Argentina, over halfway. Picked up, though, the loose ball by Siabin. And here he comes. He's away from a couple there, then treads on the ball just as he was getting into the final third. Down the right he went, and he may well have won a corner for his side here. The last touches of the Chinese captain. And it's going to be a restart to Argentina, but not before a timeout. So, just a half glimpse at goal really for Ezequiel Fernandez with that shot wide of the left-hand post. But Dixie, so we'll see this chance here for Fernandez.
Yeah,
it started just wide and it seemed to sort of drift away slightly.
It just faded even further away from the goal, didn't it? Yeah, like at the moment, China are breaking, but they're only breaking in very small numbers. They're not really getting up to support the man on the ball very much, and it's making it difficult. And the ball just keeps coming straight back at them all the time. But defensively, they're sound. We've seen them before. They're very mean defence. They don't give much away, but they're just lacking a little bit up front. And I think that the Argentine players are just a little bit more aggressive on the ball than what the Chinese are. When the Argentines are slapping in the tackles, there is, you can see it's a physical tackle, and they're pushing the Chinese back.
Herman Mulek with this restart drops it at the feet of Froilan Padisha, who gets out of his own defensive third. Central position. There's that little lifted clearance forward, but picked off by China, who can break here through Lee Haifu. Up against the far sideboard, loses it to Fernandez. Fernandez then treads on the ball on halfway and then whips the ball to the near side of Espinillo, who will be first to this. Espinillo loses it himself to Siabin, who's now up to halfway. Siabin right in the centre of the field. Now goes across to where all the Chinese supporters are gathered in the stand, but dwells on it, and it's taken off him by Espinillo before he's helped out by Siabin. Lee Haifu now. Back with Argentina. Tackle came in from Fernandez, who offloads it. A short pass backwards to Padisha, who's going to retreat all the way back and knock it to his goalkeeper, Herman Mulek. Long ball. Does pick out his man, Fernandez, who tries to spread it across goal to Espinillo. It bounces and goes out for a restart. I must admit, I am getting déjà vu from the first game. It does feel very similar. 20 seconds left of the first half. It's 0-0 in the final.
Yes, it's they're cancelling each other out a little bit, aren't they? Let's hope in the second half the Chinese are a little bit more expansive, and that'll open it up at both ends a little bit.
Well, at the moment, it looks like it might just be one goal in it. Whoever gets the first one may well go on to win this game, because these sides are very, very evenly matched.
Yeah. It's attack on defence, and China, as I said before, China are very, very mean defensively. They don't give much away, and they're quite content to sit in there and frustrate the Argentines and just attack with one, basically.
They've got a corner, but there won't be time to do anything with it. That is the end of the first half of the World Championship final here at the IBSA World Games, live from the University of Birmingham, in the West Midlands of England. China and Argentina, 0-0 in the group stage game, 0-0 at half-time in the final. No way through, no clear-cut chances for either side. Both teams will fancy their chances, though, in the second half of going back with the trophy. It is so close. It's going to be tense in this second half. This means a lot to these two countries. Argentina 0, China 0. We're going to have a refresher on the rules during the break, but don't forget to join us for the second half as the Chinese players wave to the masses of support, the students that are around the perimeter fencing here at the sports campus. Looking forward to the second half. Let's see if we can find a winner. Argentina 0, China 0. Bye for now.
It's fast, technical and tense. This is your guide to five-a-side football. There are 5 players per team, 4 outfield players and a goalkeeper. The aim of the sport is to score a goal by kicking the ball into your opponent's goal, and at the end of the game, whoever scored the most wins. Players must wear eye shades to ensure that all players have the same level of vision. That is apart from the goalkeepers, who aren't required to wear eye shades and can be fully sighted. Their job is to keep the ball from going in the goal behind them. But how do the players on the field know where the ball, or indeed the goal, is? Well, the ball in blind football is specially designed to make sound whenever it moves. Also, each team has a guide behind the opposition goal to help direct them. Each player is required to shout "Voy" when going for the ball. This ensures every player has the cues they need to help build a picture of what's going on and what to do next in defence or attack. To help this, total silence is required from the crowd until a goal goes in. Voy is Spanish for go, and it was the Spanish who are credited with originally developing blind football in the 1920s. As well as the Paralympics, teams from all corners of the world can compete at World, European, Asian, African and America's Championships, as well as a World Grand Prix.
Blind football can be played by both men and women, with the historic first Women's World Championships coming up in 2023.
So what are you waiting for? Give it a try.
IBSA, International Blind Sports Federation, presents, with the support of the International Paralympic Committee, IBSA Anti-Doping App, the first application of its kind in the Paralympic movement, specifically designed for blind and visually impaired people. Athletes, coaches, medical staff, managers, and the public in general now have a powerful tool to stay focused on the principles of clean sport. Scrolling down the main menu, you can find all the important themes you need to know to play fair and be alert to testing procedures and necessary adaptations for athletes with visual impairments. IBSA gives top priority to anti-doping control, being the only international federation with 3 sports in the Paralympic family: goalball, football, and judo. IBSA anti-doping app has external links, namely to WADA, where our sport agents can always find the most updated information, especially the list of prohibited substances and methods. Glory in sport can only be achieved by the athlete's awareness of their rights and responsibilities. You can find them on the IBSA anti-doping app. IBSA is continuously promoting anti-doping education to all its affiliate athletes and sport agents, not only about the consequences of the use of doping and the risk of using supplements. IBSA believes that education is the major tool to fight doping in sport. Informed athletes can make better decisions. Download the app now at the usual operating system stores.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen history being made today.
Such a great team at these championships.
IBSA. Beyond sight. Feel the sport.
Welcome back to the IBSA World Games 2023, live from the city of Birmingham. The final of the men's blind football competition. Half-time score, Argentina 0, China 0. Very little in the way of goalmouth action in a pretty edgy first half from both sides. Both well organised, both disciplined. China certainly enjoying the larger portion of support in the stands and on the outer perimeter fencing as well. And we cut to that wide shot, you can see the stand pretty much packed on the far side, predominantly with Chinese supporters in, and then away to the right hand side of your picture being waved to by the China players, a number of international students studying here at the University of Birmingham have come down to enjoy this Friday evening football with China taking on Argentina in the final. We've had 3 other results today. Started with Italy against France. France ended up finishing 7th in the competition after coming from behind to win 2-1. Then Japan, through their captain Kawamura, beat Iran by 1-0 to secure 5th. And then really whetting our appetite for some goals in the final, setting us up for a fall. Brazil thrashing Colombia by 7-1, an incredible scoreline. Jefferson with a hat-trick, Jadiel Suarez with 2 as well. An incredible performance against Colombia, who were run ragged in that game. Brazil finished 3rd. They get the bronze medal. Silver and gold very much up for grabs, though. Argentina against China, 0-0. Nothing to separate them at the break. Dixie Dean is alongside me, a former England goalkeeper. Worked for many years at the Royal National College for the Blind as well. My name's Rob Scanlon, delighted to bring you coverage of this final. 40th and final game of the men's competition, spread across 11 days. Argentina's women won the historic first women's competition, Sousa Gracia lifting the trophy. But the men's final could go either way. China will kick us off in the second half. They're going to go from right to left in this second period of 15 minutes. They're in the all-red kit. And they start the second half as they began the first, with Su Wachu in goal. Number 3, Liao Myong. Number 6, Chang Xiaobin, their captain. Number 7 is Yu Yutan. Number 11, Chu Reiming. For Argentina, they start the second half as they started the first. So number 12, Herman Mulek, is their goalkeeper. Number 2, their captain, Angel Del Dao. Number 4, Froilan Padilla. Number 8, Ezequiel Fernandez. And number 15, Maximiliano Espinillo. Early decision for referee Lucio Magado to make. Dixie, what's he decided here?
Well, I think he's going to just give a drop ball. The ball seemed to be trapped against the boards, and there was no way out. And yeah, I was right. I thought that's what he was given. No player was at fault there at all. The ball just got stuck between the legs and everything. So he's decided, right, well, I wish they wouldn't do that. He's put the ball down to push the players back 5 metres away from it, and just leaving 2 players on the ball. They nearly dived into each other. But it'll be a drop. He's moving the player back again.
So the Chinese players are back inside their own penalty area, and the the drop ball, is going to be taken right on the edge of their defensive third, close to the near sideboard. Referee about to drop the ball in between Chu Reiming and Maximiliano Espinillo. And it's won by Chu Reiming, who turns to face his own goal, passes it back to Xiaobin. Xiaobin is under pressure from Espinillo. Espinillo could win this. He's got 4 red shirts if he turns towards goal. And he does lose it to Xiaobin once again. The left-back position for China. Here they come through Chu Reiming. Marauds over to the far side and gets down the right. Hits against the far sideboard. Loses possession to Del Dao. Angel Del Dao, the Argentinian skipper, pokes it forward. It's going to go into the Chinese defensive third, controlled by the 2 feet of Liao Myong. But Maximiliano Espinillo snatches the loose ball. Pushed up against the sideboard on the far side, in front of the stand with the blue seats, many of which are occupied. Spread by Del Dao to the near side. Hits the board. Fernandez picks it up and then can't keep it in play. Out it goes for a China restart. 0-0. We've played just under 2 minutes of the second half.
Yeah, he just lost his balance there a little bit and swiveled and missed the ball. Again, China are very defensive and basically only attacking with 1, and makes it very difficult for that one player without any support to gain any ground.
Chu Rei-Ming in a central position, the edge of his defensive third, tries to embark on a run down the left, but he's blocked off by Fernandez. And now the tall, strong figure of Padisha can roll it back to his goalkeeper, Herman Mulak. His silver goalkeeping kit with the blue trim gives it to Padisha again. We've seen this play before. Goes to the centre and then knocks it diagonally long to the right-hand side where Fernandez was waiting but couldn't reach it. And it's back with China. Lau Myong. Nice dribble. Over the halfway line. And then he's chopped down by Espinillo. And that's the first free kick of the second half.
Yeah, it was a clear foul by the Argentine on the halfway line. He's taking his legs away from him. So, as Rob says, that's the first foul of the second half. And which has been going, for nearly 3 minutes now. It's very similar to the pattern of the first half, to be honest.
So, free kick to be taken from inside the centre circle. A few centimetres inside China's half. Xiabin runs it forward. Challenged. The ball rolls to the near sideboard. Chu Rei-Ming with two hands against it. A big looping ball back to Xiabin, who runs to the far side with the ball at his feet. Tackled by Del Dao. Del Dao facing his own goal. Goes to ground. Padisha tries to sweep in and knock the loose ball away. And just about does enough to force China back. All the way back inside their defensive third. Here they come though, through Liao Myong. The orange trainers on. So the white trainered Yu Yutan on the far side. Now he moves across here to the near touchline. Yu Yutan. That's a good pass. Into the centre circle. Xiabin into the area now. Xiabin! It's wide of the near post. But that's the best opportunity that we've seen from China. It was their captain, Chang Xiabin, collecting the pass inside the centre circle, running down the right, getting into the area, but his shot was just off target.
Yeah, just run away from him right at the very last end then when he was just about to set himself for the shot and the ball just run away. But Argentina on the attack.
And it's a good run here. And as the ball squirms loose from Del Dao, Espinillo tried to latch onto it close to the goalkeeper, but couldn't quite get his foot around it. And it'll be back with Su Wachu for China. Little underarm throw. Gently into the path of Yu Yutan. Spreads it to the left back position with Chang Xiabin, who's just had China's best chance. And he's beaten one challenge. He's gone across. He's gone into a bit of heavy weather there, and the tall figure of Padisha breaks up the play. Now Fernandez. Fernandez down the left wing for Argentina into the area. He's tackled by Myong, and it's a fair tackle, and it's a corner to Argentina, who are about to make a change here as they search for a breakthrough. 0-0. We've played 4.5 minutes. I'm just looking at that chance again from Xiabin. Did everything right. Yeah. Just stretching for that final touch.
Yeah, just running away from him, didn't it? Yeah, it's off balance. So they're taking number 15 off again.
Espinillo makes way. Here comes Ignacio Oviedo. Yeah. Dyed silver hair. Number 11, shirt untucked, goes over to take this corner. He's there with his captain, Angel Del Dao. Three-man China wall. Taken on by Oviedo. Gets into the box, but is then nudged off the ball, and it's pushed away all the way downfield and out for an Argentine restart. Bowled away by Mulak. Misses its target. Siabin down the left, really opens up his stride as he tries to keep that one in. He's done well. Ball's still alive. It's with Padisha at the moment, but he's right in his own third. He's now on the far side with Del Dal, who moves it back to Mulek. Argentina start from their goalkeeper. Long diagonal clearance, looking for Oviedo. Oviedo drags a shot wide of the near post.
Yeah, he's at a poor angle there to get a shot in on goal, but it was an effort at least.
Chu Rei Ming at the other end. Is this game just opening up a little bit? It's still 0-0. We've got 9.5 minutes left of normal time. Here's Chu Rei Ming. Sideboard creaks and moves under pressure from the three players competing for the ball there. And it's squirmed clear to Oviedo inside the centre circle for Argentina. Little drag back, gets him a bit of space, and then a scooped pass to the right. Ezequiel Fernandez will chase it, and then he'll go clattering to the ground, but he'll pick himself up and go again. He'll shoot, and it'll be blocked. Oviedo latches onto the loose ball, far side. But now China break it up as Del Dao commits a foul on Yu Yutan on halfway. And China will have an opportunity to take a breather and launch an attack from this free kick. The artificial light of the floodlights sort of becoming more obvious. A few shadows appearing on the pitch as the evening sunshine drops down below the line of the trees over on the far side.
Yeah, that challenge was a bit agricultural, wasn't it? He sort of just chopped him down and right on the halfway line. As the referee's checking one of the two players, I think we've got a sub for China and one for Argentina.
So firstly, Argentina replace Ezequiel Fernandez, the number 8, with their number 14, Nahuel Heredia. So China have a sub ready to come on in Li Haifu in your picture there, but at the moment
it's number 11.
Chu Rei Ming is coming off, making his way along the near sideboard. So Chu Rei Ming off, Li Haifu comes on for China. The score is 0-0. It's the final of the men's blind football World Championships here at the World Games. No way through yet. Li Haifu will have this free kick and he'll run down the right wing. He'll keep the ball in play and he'll roll it back. Siabin forced to retreat into his own half, then offers it down the far sideboard. Li Haifu drifts infield, 15 metres out. He's got all 4 Argentinian players to get through and never looked likely to. Argentina stand tall once again and strong in defence, well organised. Both sides very, very well disciplined at the back.
Yeah, you get the feeling they're both scared to lose, aren't they?
Well, China won't mind penalties. They beat Brazil 2-0 in the semi-final, so they've got recent experience of handling the pressure. And of course they've got this extra support from the crowd. You can see dotted along the outside of the arena here.
Yeah, there's a fair few Chinese directly behind where we're commentating from, and I'm sure they'll make a lot of noise when and if there is a Chinese goal.
Li Haifu has possession, but he's inside his own half, switches the play from the right wing to the left wing, and Siabin at the second attempt brings it under his control. He's got a bit of space down the left. He cuts infield, runs into Heredia. Argentinian sub via Padisha. Gets it back to goalkeeper Mulek. Back in the Chinese defensive third, but forward comes Yu Yutan. Nice run. Nice bit of skill with his left foot. Yu Tan. Again blocked off just as it was starting to look dangerous. Del Dao this time doing the work for Argentina. And Lau Myong now with possession in the middle third. Gets into the Argentinian third. And then a deflection on the shot, and that could have landed anywhere. It goes wide. A good play by Lau Myong. 0-0, 6 minutes, 45 seconds left. A change for Argentina. Maximiliano Espinillo is coming back on. It looks like he's taking the place of Ignacio Oviedo.
Yeah, they're going to restart with a corner to China. I do think the 15 for Argentina is the most likely character to break this deadlock. He's a very strong player, and if he gets on a run, he's going to take some stopping. And yeah, so let's see what China have got to offer here from this corner.
It's on the near side, the China left. Broken up quickly by Espinillo. Runs it over halfway. Collects his own pass forward. Espinillo down the left wing. It's in the penalty area now. He charges down a clearance. Doesn't land kindly for him. It's mopped up by Suwachu. Underarm throw to Siabin. Up to halfway. Down the left side. Onto the near sideboard he goes and then switches it to the far side. Hits the sign for IBSA World Games 2023. The final of this blind football competition. It's 0-0. And both sides, they just can't get an opening at the moment. It's so closely contested.
Yeah, that was a foul. The Chinese didn't say Voigt when he went in for the tackle on the Argentine 15, and Francois given a foul against him for that. And then we got a free kick on the halfway line, basically, and the China are just about to make another sub as well, I think.
Both sides readying a change. First it's Argentina taking off Heredia. Jogs off the number 14, replaced by Ezequiel Fernandez. And then at the other end of the pitch, Chang Xiabin, the captain. He's been very good, I think, for China so far today. Chu Rei-Ming comes on for him. Xiabin, you could tell how much work he's put into this game. Just really breathing heavily as he left the field.
The Argentine 8 is a workhorse, isn't he? The amount of work he gets through.
Here's Espinillo with a shot from long range. It was right from the dotted line that marks out where the attacking third is for Argentina, but it was screwed wide from Espinillo at the left-hand post. But here come Argentina through their captain, Del Dao. Another shot from long range. That's asking a lot to find the target from there, and it misses by some distance. Still 0-0. I mean, that's just an indication of how frustrated Argentina are and shooting from long range at the moment. What on earth was that from the Argentinian goalkeeper Herman Mulek, who collected a scooped ball forward, and then there was no follow-through from Lau Myong, and Herman Mulek went down. What on earth was that?
He went down like he'd been shot, didn't he? I don't know what on earth he was thinking all there. Yeah, it's they are starting in danger of cancelling each other out here. Who's going to be first to blink? Who's going to put an extra body up front and try and get the goal?
Chu Rei-Ming down the left for China. Beats one challenge, but not a second. Espinillo down the right wing, having his shirt tugged a little bit, but Espinillo gets into the box before he's blocked off. Del Dao for Argentina in the middle third. 4 minutes, 50 seconds left. China break things up once more and run forward down the right-hand side by Li Haifu. Oh, that's a heavy challenge on him from Padisha, and the decision goes against him. He doesn't like it, but he really put his body into Lee Hai-Fu there, and concedes a free kick. It's right over by the far sideboard, just a few centimetres away. It's only a shade inside the attacking third for China, but Padisha with a really heavy tackle there.
Yeah.
Body check.
Yep. Definite foul. They're having a bit of a timeout, which is probably a good thing because it'll cool any hot heads on the pitch. It'll cool them down a little bit, but definite foul. They've got nothing to argue about there at all, the Argentines. As the crowd behind us break into song. So what we got, 4:39 left. Have we had our goal quota this afternoon, Rob, in the fourth place game?
Don't worry. 8 goals in one game. Been spoiled, haven't we?
We have somewhat. Sometimes finals are like this, though, aren't they? You know, you sort of, no one wants to lose them, but it's who's prepared to win it is the thing. And at the moment, they are cancelling each other out. I think China, they have been the most defensive of the two sides, and it'd just be interesting to see if they just pushed on a little, if they just all pushed up 5 yards and take the game to Argentina a little bit more, if it would open up for them. But I suppose the coach is thinking to himself, well, I've got a 0-0 at the moment and I've won a penalty shootout, that'll do me. But it's a bit of a dangerous game, isn't it? You know, trying to play for penalties.
Lucio Magado, the official, about to get play back underway. 4 minutes 39 left on the watch. Is there going to be a winner in this game, or are we going to go to penalties? There's a 3-man wall assembled by Argentina. This free kick for China. Yu Tan is over it, along with Lee Hai-Fu. Left for Lee Hai-Fu. The ball across isn't a brilliant one. Chu Rei-Ming's got work to do if he's going to engineer anything out of this. It's right by the near sideboard. He's under significant pressure. And a few shrill blasts of the whistle. And that, for me, almost sums up the game. Just a deadlock.
Yeah, they were trapped against the boards there, and that's the way the game has gone, unfortunately. So we're going to have a drop ball.
Look at the crowd in the backdrop, though. I mean, it's brilliant. There's loads of interest in this. China have got all the support. But
yes, they certainly have, haven't they? And we did hear that Argentine terrestrial TV are taking this live, aren't they?
Oh, yes, been beamed around the world. There's been lots of interest in this from all the continents. Whole competition, 11 days of the men's blind football tournament. The 40th and final game of the competition, and nothing between the teams at the moment. Drop ball, which is won by Espinillo, who tries to burst down the right-hand side. He's away from 2 Chinese players. The last defender blocks him off. And Yu Tan calmly now runs the ball over halfway. Yu Tan bends his run, tries to move down the right. He finds his path to goal blocked as well. Yu Tan now prods it back into his own half. Liao Myong's got work to do here because he's under pressure from Espinillo. Against the far sideboard, Liao Myong tries to scoop it away from the attentions of Espinillo and does brilliantly. Forward he comes. Gets up to halfway. Lovely pirouette turn there before he's tackled by Del Dao.
Shades
unfairly. And the shades are off. He comes to the green-haired Maximiliano Espinillo.
So we'll have a drop ball again.
3 minutes, 39 seconds left. Drop ball on halfway. I did say it. If there's going to be a win, it will just be by the single goal, I think. And with the time left in the game, you fancy whoever scores first wins.
Yep.
And the ball's with Padisha. Diagonal pass is intercepted by China. Chu Rei-ming down the left. Long levers. Very tall number 11. Loses possession to Fernandez, and then Fernandez is blocked off by Yu Tan, and it's a volley infringement and a free kick to Argentina inside the middle third.
Yeah, he didn't say volley again, so that's an international word you have to say if you're going in for a tackle.
Spanish for I go.
Just to let the player know who's got the ball, that there's someone in front of them, and go round them.
Espinillo then with this free kick. Tries to get in. Bombards his way through into the area, and then a shot screwed wide from Fernandez. He did well to get a touch on it, really, because it was Espinillo who had burst into the box, somehow bulldozed his way through the China defence, and then the ball squirmed loose, and Fernandez close in, really close range, but as I say, he did well just to get a touch on it. 3 minutes remaining. Argentina threatening here in this final. Padisha with the ball down the right hand side. It's going to trickle all the way through and out for a restart to China. Valuable seconds ebb away. Su Wachu for China, the goalkeeper. Underarm throw to Chu Rei-ming. Over to the right side now. Li Haifu loses it to Del Dao. The Argentina captain, it clips his heel. So Del Dao decides to start again from inside his own half, and then a little clipped ball forward. It's not going to reach an Argentinian target, and through and out for a restart. Sub being made here by China. Captain's back on, Chang Xiabin. To recap that latest chance, there's not been many in this game, but this was all thanks to Espinillo.
He's like a raging bull, isn't he?
He is, and his last touch was a slightly heavy one. It just got away from him, and it meant that Fernandez had an opportunity, and it was just caught his standing foot, the toe of his standing foot, as he swung a left boot at it. If he'd caught it with his left foot, he probably would have scored. But as it was, the ball squirmed wide. Xiabin for China in the left-back position. It's a nice glide away from Espinillo, but then he overruns it. Through it goes to Mulek. Mulek heaves the ball into the path of Fernandez. Good first touch. Cuts infield. And he's blocked off that line of China defenders, all in a straight line. The red shirts, so well drilled. Chu Rei-ming gets into the middle third, then retreats. Over on the far sideboard, we're running out of time here. Minute 40. Chang Xiabin, we know what he can do with the ball at his feet, but he's tackled well by Maximiliano Espinillo. Got 4 red shirts for company. He's squashed against the near sideboard by Xiabin. Offloads it, and Xiabin clatters into Fernandez. The ball goes loose to Espinillo. Espinillo tries to dribble through 3 red shirts, can't do so. And forward come China, Yu Tan. He's challenged by Fernandez. Yeah. The ball just being contested in midfield. No one can get through here. That's a decent pass by Fernandez. It's asking a lot of Espinillo, though, under pressure from 3 red shirts. It's a restart to China. We're inside the final minute now. It doesn't look like there's going to be a winner at this stage. It really doesn't. Not in normal time. These two sides are just too well matched.
Yeah, they're well balanced with different attributes, really. I would say that Argentina are a little bit better going forward, and China are a little bit better defending.
But what about this for a mazy run from Chang Xiabin? Could he be the hero, the captain, right at the end? No, he's blocked off by Padisha. Padisha turns away. The big defender for Argentina won't allow Siabin to get back at him. The ball's on the far sideboard, right on halfway. Good turn from Padisha. Padisha suddenly finds himself on the edge of the area. Padisha, can he shoot? He does. It dribbles straight to the goalkeeper. Wachu, underarm throw. This is the last chance for a winner. Here's Yutan. Yutan, he's in the edge of the area, and then he completely gets a rush of blood to the head and shoots well wide.
And that was with 2 seconds to go, and I can't believe Argentina are making a sub with 2 seconds to go. Or are they? Have they changed their minds?
Well, I'm just looking at the Argentinian guide on this side here. Marcelo Gonzalez. He's got his hands on his head. He is puffing out his cheeks. He knew that was a golden opportunity for Yutan to break Argentinian hearts and send China home as world champions. Because he did all the hard bit.
Yeah.
But I just think the excitement suddenly caught up with him, and he snatched at the shot and screwed it horribly wide.
Yeah, I'm at a loss here. They've called a timeout. They're going to do a sub. They've got the ball in their defensive third. And they've got 2 seconds to go. Just, what do they hope to achieve by this? Yeah, time the goalkeeper's picked it up, it's going to be time.
Ignacio Oviedo comes on for Argentina. 2.2 seconds left.
Well, this would be the steal of the century if they score from this. No, the ball can't travel that fast. He's just going to launch it down the middle, isn't he? He's just going to launch it as hard as he can. Make sure you get a bounce before the halfway line, sunshine. There's a bit of pushing and shoving between the 8 and 11. He's trying to get the gap down the middle, I think. I think that's what the plan is. We did see it in one of the earlier, in the ladies section, a goalkeeper do this.
Herman Mulek bowls the ball out.
And that's it.
That's it.
It didn't even make the other end, did it?
No.
That was a strange decision by the coach. Well, we go to penalties.
0-0 in the group stage, 0-0 in the final. Nothing to separate Argentina against China. So we go to penalties.
Be the best of 3 to start. Then it goes to sudden death, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see sudden death penalties here as well, Rob, to be honest.
China won their semi-final on penalties, beating another South American opponent in Brazil. 2-0 from spot kicks. Argentina haven't had a penalty shootout in this competition. They progressed through the quarterfinals by beating Italy by 1-0 and then overcoming Colombia by 3-1. But Argentina against China, who look to have changed goalkeeper, unless he's just coming on to guide the players. Dario Lencina. Would be a bit of a change of plan. I'm not sure yet. We'll keep an eye on that one. Herman Mulek's still out there having a drink, so no, I think he might just be guiding the players back on, Dario Lencina. But we await to see. So the officials are gathering inside the centre circle. They're going to toss a coin for which end the kicks are going to be taken from and who takes the first one. I would imagine, Dixie, that Argentina will possibly want to kick it, have the penalties taken from the far end, the left-hand side, the coffee shop end, if you like.
That's what
is that what you were calling it?
Yeah.
The way to our left, because to the right of the screen is where there's the mass ranks of Chinese supporters who have gathered on the embankment away to our right.
Yeah, I think you're spot on right there, Rob. There's, must be, 200, 300, 400 Chinese supporters behind us. So Argentina would prefer to go down the other end, I would have thought. But we'll see who wins the toss.
Two captains shaking hands with the officials once again. Chang Xiaobin for China. Angel Del Dao for Argentina. They couldn't be separated in the group stage, couldn't be separated in the final. Lucio Magado has the coin. It'll be interesting to see what each team does here. Players are trying to keep warm in their huddles. There's the China flag being held up by some of the international students studying here at the University of Birmingham, one of the finest universities in the country. It's a beautiful red brick building away to our behind those supporters. It's a stunning building, actually, a massive campus here which spreads over
they're going down the far end,
a mile or two. And
I think no, they're not. They're turning this way now. They're confusing me. The referees didn't indicate. Usually they'll point in one way or the other, but they didn't this time. And it's confused us. But we're going to go up to where the Chinese supporters are.
And listen to the roar.
I guess the Chinese won it.
No change of goalkeeper for either side. So Herman Mulek is going to face this first penalty. The Argentinian keeper. He stretches his arms up, puts his gloves on the crossbar, extends his body, then does a little chin up as well, just sort of flexes his muscles. Herman Mulek. He's a tall man.
Yeah, he's a big boy, isn't he?
And the first penalty is going to be taken by the number 3 for China, Lau Myong. So 3 regular penalties and then into sudden death if the scores are level. Big stretch from Herman Mulek. His legs wide apart. Flexing out the hamstrings. Now the quads. Big roll, of course, for the guides here. Li Tian for China. Tapping on the post. Lau Myong to take this first penalty for China. Orange trainers. His right foot on top of the ball, lightly tapping, compressing the ball. Lau Myong, right-footed. It's tipped wide.
Yeah.
I think he got a hand on that.
Yeah, he definitely touched it. We heard them, the little touch on it, and he's pushed it round the post. Good save for the keeper.
To the keeper's right-hand side.
Not sure if it was going in from that angle. You couldn't really tell because he's leapt across to the right. So whether or not it was going in before he touched it or not, I don't know. But he put a touch on the ball, so we'll have a look from again.
Lau Myong went right-footed, got good power. I'm not sure he did touch it in the end. I think it might just clip the outside of the post. Disappointment for China. Missing their first one.
Hard to tell. Well, it's wide in any case, so.
Maximiliano Espinillo is first up for Argentina. He's guided by Marcelo Gonzalez.
And this lad can hit a ball. He really can hit a ball.
Another right-footed player. China missed their first penalty. Shootout to be the world champions. Here's Espinillo. Misses. Oh. Misses. Yeah. Goes the other way this time to the keeper's left. The keeper didn't really move. Not sure if he knew it was definitely going wide, but it did go wide.
Yeah, it was well wide as well, wasn't it? It wasn't even close. Yeah.
Still 0-0.
Yeah. No one wants to win. Rob will still be here at 7:30 tomorrow morning. Longest penalty shootout I was involved with was 27.
Don't say that. Why are you bringing that up?
That was England against Colombia in Cadiz in 2002, I think it was. That was a penalty shootout and a half.
It's Li Hai-fu for China. Their second penalty. Both sides missed their first attempt. The spot on the edge of the D. 6 metres from goal. Li Hai-fu with this penalty. Again, right-footed. A hush descends here in Birmingham. Li Hai-fu is squirmed in. Mulek got a touch, but it wasn't enough with his right hand. And the ball nestled in the bottom corner, and China have the advantage.
Yeah, advantage China. And the pressure's on number 11 now. As you watch a penalty again, it's gone to the keeper's right. He's got a good hand down there, but there's a little bit too much power on there for him.
Ignacio Oviedo started the game on the bench. Didn't play that many minutes in the match.
No, he didn't. But he's got a nice hairstyle.
Number 11 for Argentina. China have scored their second penalty. They lead by 1-0. Lots of photographers gathering behind the goal. Camera lenses pointed at Ignacio Oviedo. Right-footed.
Scores!
That was a great penalty. He started it down on one knee, quickly sprung to his feet and delivered a low shot to the keeper's right, who didn't react in time. Suwachu was beaten. It's 1-1.
Yeah, that was a good pen, that was. I'll tell you, he drilled it into the keeper's right-hand corner and gave him no chance whatsoever. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, there was no way the keeper was getting down to that. Well, not with his hands. He might have got there with his feet. But, so, 1-1.
Chang Xiaobin, the China captain. Very important third penalty. If he misses and Argentina score, they win. If he scores and Argentina miss, China win. Chang Xiaobin for China. Blue trainers, another right footer. Up against Herman Mulek of Argentina. China's captain. What can he do here? Oh, he's not happy with something there.
Yeah, something's disturbed him there.
Just to add to the pressure there, Lucio Morgado is now checking his eye mask.
Yeah, we're going to have to go through the whole process again. Obviously something upset him and it caused a break in his concentration, so some of the Chinese fans up on Henman Hill, as we called it earlier parts of the week. Well, we had to call it something.
Chang Xiaobin then for China, the captain. Li Tian, the guide, indicates where the right post is. And now the left. Chang Xiaobin for China. The captain misses.
Wide.
Well wide.
Yeah, that was probably the scruffiest penalty we've had so far today. Right, okay. Number 14's coming up for it. Is he going to be the hero for Argentina? And stick this away. And the world trophy will go back to Argentina alongside the ladies' world trophy.
Noel Heredia for Argentina. Number 14. Bright yellow trainers. Sets the ball. Has two hands on it. Leaning forward. Suwachu bounces up and down on his goal line. Noel Heredia for Argentina then. Crowd absolutely silent. Heredia. Here we go. It's in! It's in the top corner!
Oh, that's a great
Argentina are the world champions!
Oh, that's a fantastic penalty with that pressure on him. To go that high, He's gone in the top right-hand corner as he's looking at it. Top left as a goalkeeper. There's bodies all over the floor. Oh, there's cheers down the other end as well. Well, it wasn't a classic final by any means, but the record books won't show that. They'll just show that it's a win for Argentina.
What a way to finish it. Bows from the Chinese players who get a warm ovation from their supporters on the far side. They've contributed to a very tense, nervy and close final that went the distance, went to penalty shootouts. Argentina prevailed 2-1. Heredia with the winning spot kick, high into the top left corner. No chance for Su Wachu. And it means that Argentina are double world champions in this blind football competition for 2023. Incredible. The women and now the men have risen to the top.
Yeah, I think just about, well, the women definitely deserved it. They were by far the better team in the women's section, and I think the Argentine men also deserve it. Over the whole tournament, I think they've played quite well. They've been solid, and
there's tears as the players embrace.
Yeah.
Players down on their knees as well. The Argentinians are absolutely deliriously happy.
Yeah, especially the ones who missed the penalties. The raging bull number 14. No, it wasn't 14. What was his number?
Espinillo. Yeah. It was a miss from him, but Ignacio Oviedo scored before Nahuel Heredia hit the winning penalty. Some winning penalty as well.
Yeah.
The players now shaking hands, China and Argentina. Final was played in a good competitive spirit. There's a feisty third and fourth place game between Colombia and Brazil. But I think respect between these two teams who were very, very evenly matched. Couldn't be separated in the group stage, 0-0, or in the final, the same scoreline. But Argentina have prevailed on penalties, and they are the world champions. And even the big man, Froilan Padilla, the big number 2, tears in his eyes, wipes them away. And, emotions running high. The coaching staff are absolutely bouncing as well. Claudio Falcao is thrilled, absolutely thrilled. So Argentina, double champions, the women and now the men.
Yeah.
And the trophy presentation will be taking place very shortly. The first, second and third place podiums are out. So it's Argentina who are the winners. It's China who finished second, Brazil third. All three nations are going to the Paris Paralympic Games in 2024. And that will be interesting to see who prevails there.
Yeah, out of the three countries that are going to line up on the podium here, you probably you'd be a brave man to bet against any one of those three picking up the trophy in Paris in early September next year as well.
Argentinians gathering in a huddle, bouncing up and down, singing, jumping for joy. Photographers take photos of the winning moment.
Yeah.
And now applause to the stand on the far side in the evening sunshine here in Birmingham. A 2-1 victory on penalties for Argentina, and applauded by the supporters from China. Got a few neutrals in on the far side as well, but a nice ovation for the champions. There he is, the coach, soaking up every minute.
Yeah, he's well happy, isn't he? Can't say I blame him, man. Who wouldn't be?
Yeah. So trophy presentation coming your way very shortly after Argentina beat China by 2-1 in the shootout. Didn't go to sudden death. We thought it might, especially when Dixie started talking about long penalty shootouts of years gone by.
Yeah.
But look at that embrace there from members of the Argentinian coaching staff and Captain Del Dow. That's a prolonged exchange, that, and clearly a meaningful one. He's on crutches.
Yeah, he's had a protective boot on all tournament, and he's been coaching from a bar stool the other side of the fence. So he's obviously been in some sort of pain during this. But it'll ease the pain for tonight, that's for sure.
More singing from the Argentinians. Well, this tournament started 11 days ago. 40th and final game. Wasn't a classic. 0-0 the final scoreline. But maybe we should have expected that, given that these sides cancelled each other out. In Group B, it was a tough group, that, because China were there, of course, Argentina were there, Germany, not a bad outfit, and then of course the host nation England, of which quite a bit was expected. England didn't make it through. China and Argentina did. Argentina beating Italy by 1-0 in the quarter-final, setting up a semi-final victory over Colombia by 3-1. China, well, they were so hard to beat and so hard to score against. I mean, Argentina only conceded 1 prior to this game. China didn't concede a single goal in open play in the entire tournament. 0-0 against Argentina, 2-0 victory over Germany, 1-0 victory over England, 1-0 over Japan, 0-0 against Brazil, 2-0 victory in penalties. Before this 0-0, they lost the penalty shootout on this occasion. But wow, talk about an organised defence.
Well, we did say during the commentary that they were very well organised at the back and not very adventurous going forward, and that's something they're going to have to address before the Paralympics, because going to penalty shootouts all the time is, it's not an ideal way of winning the game. It's a bit of a lottery when you get to penalties, to be fair. So that's something for them to go and work on over the next 11 months. See if they can get their strike rate a little bit better. But all in all, yeah, it's been a great tournament. Weather's not been too bad. We've had 2 really wet days, but the rest of the time it's been quite dry. The players on the pitch have been pretty well behaved, really. We've had 1 or 2 instances with the coaching staff that have rather let the side down, but other than that, it's disciplinary. It's been pretty good.
Told that discussing the importance of family in the huddle at the moment, how important it is, and you look at Fräulein Padisha move to tears, the number 4, sobbing as they put their hands in the middle. Take a moment to savour this incredible victory.
It's all very emotional in there, isn't it? Yeah, but that's the emotion you want to see, not the other emotions.
Argentina know how to win big tournaments, and they know the temperament that it takes and the togetherness that it takes, whether it's the sighted team, the men's blind team today, or the women's blind team the other day. They've just got that winning mentality and a real togetherness. They will fight for everything, and that's where the outpouring of emotion comes from. Very proud nation. They've come a long way, obviously, to take part in this tournament. And they'll be flying back this weekend.
Let's hope they don't fly back as quickly as what the Argentine girls did, because they flew back at 2:30 the next morning, 5 hours after they left the ground. Yeah, unbelievable. Breaking into song again.
in their role as the champions, campeon.
Santa Fe flag comes out.
Commiserations to China. We should reflect on their achievement in this tournament. Quite often in global tournaments in the blind football, they've been sort of third and fourth, and very near but not quite enough. Same story, you would argue again, perhaps, but they're going to be a threat at the Paralympics next year because they're just so hard to break down. And they do have threats going forward. Chang Xiebin, I thought, was good on the counter-attack for China. They're perhaps missing that one person to just unlock the door.
Yeah, but they've come a long way in a short time, China, to be fair. 20 years ago they didn't have a team at all, so they sent some coaches from China around the world, visited training camps in England, in Argentina, in Brazil, all over the place, took all the ideas back with them, picked the best ideas that they saw and created a team, and they created a fine team, and that will only get better. As I say, they look a young side as well, and they're going to be around for a few years. And,
confirmation of the results on finals day, the final Friday of this competition, day 12. There are 4 matches on the agenda. Firstly, Italy-France, competing for 7th place. Really on the game other than that 7th place, really, because, say, France are the host nation for the Paralympics next year. Italy couldn't qualify. Italy did take the lead. France came back and won by 2-1. Then it was the turn of Iran against Japan, and that really did have something on it because both teams knew that if they did finish 5th, then there was a very plausible opportunity for them to qualify for the Paralympics next year, given that there's an event going on in Santiago, South American competition taking place in November. Now, for example, if Chile win that competition, then they will go to the Paralympics, and neither Iran nor Japan would have gone. But Japan winning that game, thanks to their captain Kawamura, with a brilliant free kick routine. It means that should the likes of Argentina today, or Brazil, or Colombia win that competition, then the final place at the Paralympics goes to Japan, and their celebrations were pretty heartfelt. Iran were devastated. They knew what it meant. And then there was the competition for the 3rd place, the playoff, and Brazil just ran riot, basically. They were 3-0 up at half-time. Colombia pulled one back. That just seemed to annoy Brazil, who then capitalised and scored 7. Yeah. Jefferson with a hat-trick, absolutely on fire. They were sensational. There was a couple from Suarez as well, Jardiel Suarez. Colombia were a bit ill-disciplined. They conceded an 8-metre penalty in the first half due to accumulated fouls. And, well, that whetted our appetite for the final, but I did precursor it by saying that China and Argentina had cancelled each other out in the group stage. That's what happened in the game. Chances were few and far between, but Argentina held their nerve in the shootout. Oviedo and Heredia with the penalties to secure a 2-1 victory despite Lee Hai-Fu finding the back of the net. It means that Argentina are the champions and China finished second.
Bravo, Leo.
We've got a live message from the coach.
Te extraño un montón. Para vos, te lo regalo para vos, Leo. Futbolero, es tuyo. Gracias. Papá, Chelo, mi señora, mis hijos. Vamos, viejo. Bravo, Leito. Para vos, Leo. Viejo, está emocionado. Bien, viejo.
So the medal ceremony will be starting again in the next couple of minutes. In the stands.
And sinks to his knees momentarily there, hands on his knees, and then gets another hug. The amount of effort and the work that will have gone into this tournament, the preparation, the organisation, the selection, of course, and getting it right, which he has done, and understandably somewhat overcome.
All right, the presentation party seem to be ready. It's hope it's not too much longer before we get proceedings under the way.
So there's a few individual awards. The goalkeeper of the tournament, which you would imagine goes to China's Su Wachu, considering he hasn't conceded any, but we'll see.
Well, yeah.
Top scorer in the tournament as well. I'm seeing Brazil did their best to try and put Jefferson up for that award, but we'll see what happens. There's the best player of the tournament, and there's a fair play award as well before Argentina get their hands on the team trophy. Presentation party getting themselves ready over on the far side of the pitch by the sideboard. Volunteers not far away as well, just out of your picture. They've been brilliant.
Yeah, they've done a fantastic job, haven't they, Rob? You know, all week they've been here, and it's not so bad when the sun was shining, but, you know, the first Monday it rained, and the first Friday it poured, and they were out there and they were still smiling, and I think there's around about 400 volunteers, not only on the football, but all the sports dotted around and up at the village, and they've been happy and helpful, and nothing's been too much trouble for them.
Well, a reminder that there was 400 sighted and visually impaired volunteers working across the games this year, so it's a huge collective effort.
Yeah, they've done very, very well indeed, and as I say, they always had a smile on their face, and are only too willing to help out. And they helped out doing, you know, sort of some of the requests were very strange, but they still carried them out with a smile and good grace. So, and without those volunteers, we don't have a tournament. You know, it takes a lot of people to organise something like this, and if all those volunteers had to be paid, there's no tournament. It's as simple as that. So, thank you very much, volunteers. It is appreciated.
Bit of a chill in the air in the evening here in West Midlands, so the Argentina players just zipping up their tracksuit tops. Presentation party ready to present the individual and the collective awards. Argentina players just gathering on the near side, still hugging each other and reflecting on tonight's glory. Amazing that the women won theirs, and then the men's have matched their achievement. That's the Brazil team in your shot at the moment, behind the placard to say that they finished third in these games. See Jefferson getting congratulated on the left of your picture there after his incredible hat-trick earlier on. What a performance that was.
Yeah, Jefferson's back. He's been out for 2 years with an ACL, I think. I think it was an ACL. 2 years he spent out of the game, trying to get fit again, and he come back with a bang in the third place game. Scored a hat-trick, and he was amazing. Some of the goals, absolutely incredible.
Bear in mind, prior to that one, Brazil had only scored 3 goals from open play in the tournament. They were held to a 0-0 draw in the semi-final against China, and then unleashed fury on Colombia, winning by 7-1 to finish third. Still probably below the target they set themselves ahead of this one, but I'm sure they'll fancy themselves in the Paralympics, particularly if they can keep Jefferson fit. Jadiel Suarez, as I mentioned, scored a couple. Casio Lopez with a goal as well. Thiago Silva popped up with a goal, but it was Jefferson's day. Time to introduce the presentation party, and it'll be handing out the awards here in Birmingham. Got Ilgar Rahimov from IBSA, he's the president, Mr. Rahimov, so he'll be there alongside the IBSA treasurer, Igo Matsuaki. From IBSA's football committee, Elias Mastoros, he's the chair of the IBSA football committee. IBSA board member Bardino Seixas, along with Sandro Di Girolamo, the FISPIC president. From Birmingham City Council, representing them, Gary Peel, president of Skylight Consulting, one of the main sponsors here, Toshiki Habutsu. And from British Blind Sport, the chair, Sally Barker, I should say.
Yeah. Well done, mate. That's one of the referees just coming over. We've had a good bit of banter up in the village all week, and if I've criticised one of them during the commentary, they all know.
Reminded of it.
Yeah, they all know, because they come and see me breakfast. Oh, I don't think that decision was wrong. But it's been good-natured banter, and they haven't minded at all.
A word on the officials then. I mean, rotated for each game. Mix of Stuart Winton, Herman Olebrano took charge of the third, fourth game. Lucio Magado and Francois Kirkot for the final. Tom De Bruyne from Belgium earlier on. Rodolphe Bonin for the Iran-Japan game.
I think there's a group, or a team. I think there's 26 referees for the blind who've done various roles, some on the pitch, some more admin roles and looking after the teams on the sidelines, which is...
Well, you've refereed. I mean, it's easy for me to say that it's a hard job, and I can appreciate why it is a hard job, but you've been there, so why is it? What makes it difficult? What things have you always got to factor in? Because it's not, just your eyes that you've got to have on everything, it's your ears as well.
Yeah, and probably the hardest thing is being on the pitch with the player, because normally with futsal, the referee's not on the pitch. He's on the sideline. But with blind futsal, you're on the pitch, and what you've got to remember is you're thinking of the safety of the players at all times. And you've got to have eyes in the back of your head, basically, because you could get a player could run into you from behind quite easily if you're not alert to that. So that's difficult. The recognition of what's a foul and what isn't, because there's obviously you've seen it. There's a lot more contact than ordinary football, and a lot of it is just trying to find the player, feeling for a player, and it's recognising that as opposed to what is a foul. So we've got the referees going on now. So it looks like we are making progress. There is a posse of them, isn't there?
Yes, all of the officials from the tournament making their way onto the pitch.
I think
not just the on-field officials, of course, it's the timekeepers, and it's a whole team behind the team.
Yeah.
Well, it's a formidable wall they've lined up there, isn't it?
Yeah.
No getting past them.
No.
Right on the edge of the penalty area. The line of officials.
But
so the three teams are back out. China have gone in and put on tracksuit bottoms and tops. Argentina have found a flag from somewhere. It's a warm ovation for the officials. Light fading here, and it's Friday evening in the West Midlands of England. Presentation ceremony coming your way. Brazil third, China second, Argentina first. You can hear the strains of Coldplay. Paradise being played out.
The women's was Snow Patrol.
So the goalkeeper of the tournament, the first award. And as expected, it is Su Wachu. Didn't concede a single goal from open play in the entire games. 6 games, No goals conceded.
It's pretty impressive, isn't it? Pretty impressive.
Many congratulations to Su Wachu for China. Of course, goalkeepers are sighted in blind football. But again, we've said it a million times, not an easy job at all. So to go the entire tournament without conceding, considering they faced Brazil, England, Argentina twice. Well, that's some achievement. Top goal scorer is the next award.
Paul Yobbo from Italy. Right, well, I'm not surprised. I haven't kept a check over the scorers really, but Paul's very strong and very popular amongst all the players, and he's a nice lad. Evidently, he's a bit of a singing sensation in Italy and does a lot of the reality TV programs over that way. Yeah, so well done.
Holds the medal aloft. Paul Yobbo, the number 7 for Italy, scored earlier in the match with France and picks up the top goal scorer award. Some achievement. What a shame we're not going to see him at the Paralympics next year.
Yeah. Yes indeed.
Next award is for player of the tournament.
Oh, how'd you pick this?
Here we go. It's Espinillo.
Yeah.
Maximiliano Espinillo from Argentina, crowned best player of the tournament.
Yeah, the Raging Bull.
The man with green and red on the top of his hair picks up the award.
Yeah, I can't say I disagree with that.
Big smile on his face. Maximiliano Espinillo is the best player at these 2023 IBSA World Games in the men's blind football tournament. And he holds the medal aloft, led off by Herman Mulek, the goalkeeper.
He's well pleased with that, isn't he?
He is. Absolutely great moment.
It's just on Sky.
Fair Play Award coming up now. It goes to Thailand.
Well,
they're not here to receive the award, unfortunately, so it's been picked up on their behalf, but Thailand pick up the Fair Play Award.
Yeah, that's Ilis Mastras. He's the chair of the IBSA Football Committee.
I haven't been here for the entire tournament, but in the games I have seen of Thailand, they do play it in a really good spirit, and they're the ones to pick up the Fair Play Award. So Thailand will have that to take home.
Here comes the biggest group of any of the officials. This is going to take some time to get through, isn't it?
So Lucio Magado is the first referee to be introduced. He officiated the final and did a good job. Probably not the, in terms of ill discipline or anything like that, or, trying to keep tempers down. There wasn't too much in it, was it, in terms of the final? So I would imagine he probably quite enjoyed officiating.
Yeah, it was quite an easy game to referee, really. There wasn't a lot going on in there, and what was going on was all in front of you. The fouls they gave were all straightforward. Nothing really to miss, and they did a good job. I think a good indication of a referee, how good the game he's had, can he remember anything that he's done? And if he can't remember anything the referee's done, he's had a good game. Because they're there to facilitate the game, not to be the game. And I think that's where a lot of referees go wrong.
Nice camaraderie between the officials and their red tracksuit tops as they walk out to collect their certificates to acknowledge their big part in these games.
I have been invited to the referees' party after, so I can't
Oh,
be
right.
too rough on them.
No.
You know, they said, "Oh, come on up to floor 10." So.
Oh, everyone head to floor 10 then. You've given the game away there. Now, the great thing, of course, I mean, stating the obvious here, but obviously they're from all four corners of the world.
Exactly.
So, you know, it's a real coming together, a real mix. Different cultures and...
male and female.
Yeah, it looks a really good group.
Yeah, from everywhere. And dotted all around the world. I couldn't begin to tell you how many countries they're from. But it looks like they've run out of certificates. I'm not surprised, but I'm sure they got plenty more. And they'll get the certificates to the ones who haven't received one.
It's across 4 continents. That's where the officials have travelled from. So a huge collective effort. And well done to all the referees and officials for these games. Certificates in hand. 10th floor party incoming.
I don't know if I will attend. They might want me up there to kill me or something. Who knows? They're a good bunch, to be fair. Right, who do we get next? The bronze medal holders, I would have thought.
The medals being carried on a tray with the trophy. Time to crown the 3rd place team. Bronze medals for Brazil.
Well, they're not used to this, I can tell you. You know, a lot of countries would be absolutely delighted to be going up and getting a bronze medal. But Brazil aren't used to it. They're usually going up last to get the gold one.
Coached by Fabio Vasconcelos. Their guide was Edson Lacerda. And the bronze medal going over the neck of Jefferson as we speak. Gets a handshake. The Brazil squad, Mateus Costa, the goalkeeper. Fellow goalkeeper Luan Lacedi. He was their captain as well. They had Cassio Lopez, Nanato, Jadiel Suarez, Thiago Silva, Jefferson, as I mentioned, Jonathan Silva, Maicon Santos, Samir Santana, not to mention the backroom staff who include obviously a physio, a doctor, sports science. They will all receive a medal, a bronze medal, here at these IBSA World Games. Reminded that Brazil will be competing in a South American tournament that gets underway in Santiago, Chile in November. They are one of 7 teams to have qualified so far for the Paris 2024 Olympics. France, the host nation, will be there. Morocco, Turkey, China, Argentina, Colombia and Brazil.
That's the coach getting his award. Ex-goalkeeper for Brazil from many years ago.
Played against him, didn't you?
Played against him, yeah.
Good keeper?
Yeah, he was good. He was good. Yeah, nice lad he is too. Very polite, very humble. Quite a backroom staff they've got, isn't it?
Yes. Bronze medals have been handed out. 3rd place then for Brazil. So often the champions. But not on this occasion. They still get a very warm ovation from the supporters here in Birmingham, which they acknowledge with a wave and a clap back. Time to present the silver medals. I think we're going to get a big roar here.
Yeah, I haven't looked outside the tent to see if the crowd is still behind us, but
here we go. Silver medal to China. China flag held by the squad. Silver medals go on. China, coached by Wang Huishun. Their guide was Li Tian. The players, goalkeepers Su Wachu, who won the goalkeeper of the tournament award just a few moments ago. Fellow goalkeeper Wang Shiro. The rest of their squad, Lao Myong. Their captain Chang Xiabin. Number 7 was Yu Yutan. Chu Rei Ming. Li Haifu, who scored the penalty in the shootout, but it wasn't to be for China, losing by 2-1. Su Guanshun and Xiao Yunhan were the remaining members of the squad. China comes second, silver medal, after losing the penalty shootout to Argentina here in Birmingham.
And they're going to go back to China and say, we never conceded a goal. We've come second. How'd you work that out? That's a pretty mean feat.
So I've got a little tin. I think it's those butter biscuits, you know. We got a tin of those earlier in the tournament. Very nice they are as well. Local delicacy, I'm told. Someone's giving it a bit of a rattle. So.
It will be gold in there, that's for sure. It's yeah, it's.
You can just see the moon poking through the clouds on the.
Yeah. The temperature has certainly dropped here. It's. We've had some real sweaty days in this tent that we're in, but we're not having a sweaty time now.
So China's players and backroom staff collect their silver medals and a little trophy as well for finishing second in the men's blind football competition. Chinese flag held proudly and a wave to the supporters. They were backed by a good number in the stand and on the embankments here at the university. The international students often don't, of course, fly back to their home countries during the break. As domestic students go back home. Some stay. And it meant that numbers were swelled for the final when word got round that China were going to be competing in it. But they lost out to Argentina.
They break into song again. It doesn't surprise me. They're always singing.
So Argentina collect their gold medals. They were well coached by Claudio Falcao. An emotional message from him post-match. Guided by Marcelo Gonzalez. Their squad, goalkeeper number 12, Herman Mulek. Dario Lencina, a fellow goalkeeper. And the outfield players, captain Angel Deldao. Froilan Padisha, the big number 4, who was an absolute rock at the back. And as the full-time whistle went, he burst into tears. It meant so much to him and the rest of the players, like Ezequiel Fernandez, Maximiliano Espinillo, who won the player of the tournament, Mateus Oliveira, Brian Pereira, and then the two heroes of the penalty shootout, Ignacio Oviedo and the winning penalty taker, Noel Heredia.
Well, they've all got their awards now, I think.
So the national anthem of Argentina will now be played. And I think the emotions are going to rise again. Go. A few more tears there. Adisha just about holding it together. Time to present the trophy. Whether it's Leo Messi in December, Sosa Gracia for the blind women earlier this week, or Angel Del Dao, Argentinian captains are getting used to lifting global trophies. They know how to win football tournaments on the world stage, and they hold it aloft. Argentina, champions again. Angel Del Dao lifts the trophy above his head, bounces up and down, and the players sing and dance behind him. Argentina 2023 IBSA World Games men's blind football champions. A clean sweep by the men and the women. Proven winners. Great scenes of celebration. Dixie, as I say, they know how to win. They know what is required to get the job done. They've got enough flair in there, but they just know how to grind results out as well.
Yeah, they do. They're a good side, and they got a couple of really world-class players in that team as well, and surrounded with very good players. A couple of world-class ones and 4 or 5 really good players. And that's what it takes to win a World Cup or World Championship. And they seem to be able to do it in all formats of the game. So fair dues. The ladies were outstanding, I thought. Yeah, they were just head and shoulders above anything else in the ladies section. And the men well deserve to be picking up their trophy from this section. So yeah, really good, really good.
And China players still out there. They go across to acknowledge their supporters and give them a wave. Argentina posed for a team photo in front of the board that crowns them as IBSA World Games champions. Gold medals around their neck. Players lock arms and pose with the trophy just in front of the board on halfway. It says 2023 IBSA World Games Birmingham blind football. There's the trophy, there's the winning team. It's Argentina, it's their year, and they'll be difficult to stop at the Paralympics next year.
It'd be interesting to see if Brazil get it going earlier in Paris. They left it too late in this tournament and peaked in the third, fourth place playoff game rather than the semi-final. Hey, Mr. Wynn.
What's up?
Cheers,
Officials coming over.
Yeah.
Well done to everyone. It's been a huge collective effort from officials, players, coaches, volunteers. But it's Argentina who are singing long into the night. Full-time score 0-0 in the final. But Argentina winning the penalty shootout by 2-1 to be crowned the champions.
That's excellent, and it's lovely to see. You got volunteers running out the way because the Argentines decided to do a lap of honour.
So congratulations to Argentina. You say doing a lap of honour, running round the pitch.
I was getting a little concerned whether or not there was a sighted person leading them running around the pitch. But I can confirm that there is a sighted person leading them. I think that's why the volunteers are running out the way. I thought they were going to get bowled over, but yeah, everything's okay.
Right, time to say goodbye. Many thanks to Dixie Dean, who's summarised for each and every one of the games at the women's and the men's competition here in Birmingham. Argentina crowned champions of the women's tournament. Argentina crowned champions of the men's. It's a clean sweep. Great moment for this proud South American nation. Many congratulations to them. China gave it their all, but it's a penalty shootout victory here at the IBSA World Games. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage across the fortnight. It's time to say goodbye, but don't forget that blind football is a growing sport, progressing really, really well. The standard is increasing year on year. Historic first women's tournament here at these games. So if you're interested or you know someone who has a condition with their sight and you think they would enjoy football, then please seek out your local club wherever you are in the world and get involved in the sport, because it brings joyous scenes like the ones we're seeing now with Argentina and China celebrating a wonderful achievement on the global stage. Dixie's having a chuckle because the Argentinian players have all run towards the far sideboard and then all collapsed in a big collective heap of joy. So time to say goodbye from Birmingham, and I'll see you again soon. Argentina are the champions. It's bye for now.